ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'aiguisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
The end. Those are the words that all stories, triumphant or tragic, inevitably reach. For 3 teams today, this is the end of their stage, of their ambitions, of their dreams. But for one champion, this is just the start of a new journey that ends in Montreal. So welcome all to the end of NAL Stage 2 2024. Welcome to the final day of Last Chance qualifiers. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me, 2 sharply dressed sharp minds from the world of Siege, Laxing and Foxay here. As we get ready to start, guys, I'm looking forward to being here with you two at the end of all things.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it as well. Obviously, today is the day that we are going to be sending one of these 4 teams to the Montreal Major. But I mean, as for yesterday, I think with any of these brackets, that was the most surprising due to the fact that CL4 Life did end up getting that win over Cloud9 East Coast.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expected CL4 Life to win besides the team themselves. Obviously, the reigning major champs being knocked out was such an upset, but I mean, it was well deserved, well fought from CL4 Life. And I'd say this side of the bracket completely shocked everybody. I mean, not only with the CL4 Life upset, but I'd say Wildcard looking like a top 4 team. They've woken up, finally gotten into full wheels. And aside from the first play day that we saw, it was kind of sloppy. The teams that we expected to win, M80, OXG. I mean, it wasn't to the skill that they could have brought. But then Wildcard and CL4 Life just completely upsetting. The underdog story is alive in this LCQ bracket, and I'm excited, and I hope it keeps going.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I think all of us were a little bit stunned here by the fact that we saw this go down live. And I mean, it was such a long, grueling match too that I think we were all couldn't quite process exactly what we had seen at the end of it. Though Packer, he could certainly process it. But here's where the bracket sits right now. Our semifinal fixtures are set. All 3 of these games, by the way, folks, they are being played today. We will walk away from here with the team going to the major. It's going to be a long haul today, guys.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this really isn't just going to be a marathon. I mean, we talked about CL4 Life going to 3 maps, the distance. This, if you are the winning team today, you have to potentially play 3 maps first, take a little breather, and then play another 3 maps later in the day. It really is the biggest marathon of talent that you could get going. And so far, I mean, CL4 Life has had that passion that's pulled them through. Some of these Pro League teams, they've been here before. They're kind of tired, you know, especially if they're underestimating the other teams. they don't got that passion, but like the underdog story, I feel that drive, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think CL for Life for me also, that's the game that I'm looking forward to the most, actually, due to the fact I don't think they've showed their entire hand in what cards they have unveiled yet going into that wild card matchup. But even for the M80 Oxygen game, I mean, we saw a completely different Oxygen from what we haven't seen throughout the stage. And then for M80, they're still a little bit shaky, but again, they do tend to get a little better the next game. So hopefully that game can be as close, but I definitely am looking forward to the second game of the day.
Yeah, and let's talk about our first match here, M80 versus Oxygen. Obviously, M80, the cracks are maybe starting to show a little bit, right? Oxygen, on the other hand, we feel like, they're hitting a pretty good form here.
Yeah, Oxygen's hitting their stride. It could just be that they own Luminosity. Every time they get in the server with them, they just play that much better. It could be the case, but OXG really looks like they've been playing a lot better to the standard that we expected them to come in this stage with. So a little late, but it's about time, and it is possible that they could get away with the LCQ win.
I think this game really is going to come down to just sheer consistency and being sound in your fundamentals and how you are going to approach your matches today. Because from what we've seen from both teams, at least Oxygen, throughout the stage, they didn't look that great. They kept every game relatively close, but couldn't get over that hurdle where now they have. And then M80, they obviously fell short, and they now are in the same situation with the same amount of mistakes. So again, it's really going to come down to just how well these teams are both going to play at a fundamental and team-oriented level.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And I mean, we talk about M80, right, as a roster that I think we are all surprised a little bit by how well they performed in the playoffs. They get here to the LCQs, and it does really start to feel like maybe, just maybe, some of the fundamental flaws in the structure of the team are kind of starting to show when they put under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely scraped by with that T2 win, and that's not exactly where you want to be as the so-called favorites going into this LCQ. They had such a good playoff performance, and obviously Academy, nothing to take away from them, but just being in a position that you have to go 3 maps is not where you want to be. And of course, you got to ask yourself, what's wrong with M80? Why are they in this position in the first place? And I'll tell you, it comes down to the maps. I mean, M80, for some reason, they keep going to Bank. They keep bringing up these maps, these big maps, but specifically Bank. I've been saying it the past couple play days, every time M80 plays, stop going to the map. Fundamentally, this team is just not all that sound at the map. They are unable to play off of each other. It just doesn't work to their play style, and that's fine. But losing to SSG Academy should be the final nail in the coffin of, hey, let's stop going to this map. We play better on coordinated maps that force us to play off of each other. They have big players, amazing players that are able to spawn up, win rounds, but you've got to put them in the position to do that. And unfortunately on Bank, it's too spread out that they're unable to do that. But if we're speaking about big plays and big players, you can't go without saying that without bringing up Spoit. He's been one of the biggest lifebloods of M80. He's been the main reason that they won against SSG Academy, that they were able to scrape by that win against them. And if it wasn't for him, currently the top 2 rated player in the NAL, if it wasn't for him yesterday, we could be having a different discussion. Unfortunately for SSG Academy, Spoit showed up just like he always does. And of course, I mean, he was the biggest reason on why they ended up winning. But you play against a team that fights back and shoots back at the same caliber as M80, we could be having a different story going into that finals game.
I completely agree. And I mean, Spoit has been performing every single game so far. And we've talked about M80. They can't keep relying on these solo plays to be able to win them the games. In reality, that's exactly what's been happening. We have been relying on those. They have been relying on those. And you don't want to find yourself now in a position where you can get yourself into this final, you can get yourself to Montreal and still be relying on that, because you are going to be going against the best of the best when you make it to Montreal, where those solo plays are going to be immediately punished. Teams are going to collapse on top of that, knowing that that is your biggest, not your weakness, but your biggest thing that promotes your success throughout your team, that pivots you to have that success. So I do want to see a lot more team play coming out of them today, and then pushing that into a final to see it just completely be re-illustrated in how this team should be playing at a fundamental and how well we know that they can play as a team, but that starts with going against Oxygen.
Yeah, and going against Oxygen, I think, is going to be more of a challenge than M80 probably originally expected, just because, they had a bit of a rough start in their game here in the LCQ. Then they really stepped into their own, possibly looking the best that we have seen them all stage here in the NAL.
I mean, yeah, Oxygen is definitely finding their rhythm. There's no doubt about that. Sure, you could call it a fluke because they were only playing against LG that we see that success being bred from, but that doesn't really matter because as long as you're improving at the end of the day, that is the main focus here. And when you look at that Cafe map and the entire map as a whole, their entire series, we saw Cafe as being Oxygen's one of their worst maps. Yes, you can see it was a 7-5, but when you look at that scoreboard, everyone is relatively close outside of the bottom. But still, with it being 7-5, there was a couple clips that had me questioning in this game. Is Oxygen still there? Are they still having these issues? And they absolutely were. Granted, these were close rounds. You see here, this is a round where Newers has this death tracker on top of this player inside drum. He could use his teammate, feed this information. He doesn't. We've talked about this. They like to go for 1v1s. He loses that. This round ends up falling apart. Then we get into round 10. This was a beautifully actually executed round from Oxygen. Very good team coordination here. They get all the map control that they possibly could want. But the question is, Pat, where are you? Where's the bomb? Why is it not going? Why is the diffuser not being planted here? And the reality is it comes down to that lack of team coordination and chemistry, because the reality is they did the hard job. They got the site, they got the control, but because they weren't coordinated, that is exactly where this then falls short and falls back into Luminosity's hands. Now we switch over to Lair. This was the turning point for Oxygen. This is where we saw the teamwork. Look at the stats now. Everyone is in relatively within 1 to 2 kills from one another. And then I have a round that demonstrates how well their coordination was, how patient they were, because this round 6 in Lair, it got really scrappy, where this originally was just a constant back and forth. But what I really appreciate about this round more than anything, and highlighting Hat specifically, is he knows Newers up top. He has the bomb. They know where this player is because one of their guys just recently got picked. He could go for the plant. He could rush for it, but he doesn't. He takes his time. He waits to set up with Newers, waits for Newers to be able to cover him, to go for this post plant, and they execute it beautifully. Now Hat realizes, Newers, you're with me. I'm going to go for the plant, get my back, and then that's exactly what Newers does. Now we transition into Cafe. This is another round they did a really good job clearing and understanding the take that they wanted to do, and they execute. Everyone executes together, and they close this round out flawlessly. And it just goes to show that they completely transitioned from that first map and switched it up with every single map, and having that teamwork, having that coordination. And again, and when you look at these stats, once again, everyone is relatively close in kill comparison, 1 or 2 off. And this is a scary Oxygen now, because this is the team that we knew that they could be throughout the stage. And if they can keep up this performance now going against an M80 that is looking shaky, I can see Oxygen absolutely running away with the series and putting themselves in a grand final.
Right, and a big player that I feel like you mentioned a lot of was Hat. I mean, he's a player that hasn't had that much to shine throughout the stage, and he's slowly been getting better and better, and he's been finding success. And it's nice to see him get his confidence back, because when he's able to play amongst the ranks and they're all playing together, focus on the strat, I mean, you saw it right there. I mean, it was a night and day difference from map 1 into the next 2.
Yeah, and you know, another player that we absolutely have to highlight that we haven't been able to put in the spotlight too much is actually Yaga. Yaga has been stepping up tremendously, and if you were looking at that stat line from each and every single one of those maps, he was topping the chart for this team. And when you think about Yaga, he is a phenomenal player. When you compare even his last stage, he was the top-rated player in North America, where this stage he has definitely fell off slightly, but the fact that he is now coming alive in the LCQ, not only him, but the entire team as a whole, that is a great omen for this team to set themselves up for success, to push themselves further into this LCQ, push themselves into a grand final, and possibly clinch their spot in Montreal.
No doubt about it. I mean, it's good to see Yaga coming into his own. It's good to see this Oxygen team, I think, coming into their own as well. They're going to be pretty dangerous here for M80. Obviously, we know how important this match is. Let's hear from the players. This is Hyper and Gomez talking about where their teams are at here in the LCQ.
Hi, I'm Hyper. I'm a player for M80, and we just won our first LCQ game.
Hey, I'm Gomez from OG, and we just won our first game in the LCQ against LG. I think the most thing we're proud of is just playing with the team, and people were just really respecting my calls. Like every time I called something, people were just doing it instantly. So I think that just made our team play really good. We were all on the same page and all communicating, doing the things that needed to be done, and just showed in the game.
The start was kind of cold. We've always had issues with starting matches off cold, and the matchup against a tier 2 team is a little tough. They're still very good for being a tier 2 team, but they're kind of playing with the mentality of, oh, we got nothing to lose, we're playing M80. You know, it's always not fun playing those certain matches, but nonetheless, we pulled through. We played our game, we played confident.
Yaga's been playing some great Siege. I think we usually have him in the ops Yang, Blitz, like Monty, whatever it is. And like if those operators have like a good day, you pretty much win the game by default. So like Yog was just like carrying us throughout the rounds. Like
I'm gonna obviously say Sploit. He won a 1vx. I won a 1vx. I think we all stepped up on different occasions, whether it be calling or fragging.
I think so far we played them twice. We lost to them both times, but like we didn't lose to them. Like we just lost to ourselves. Like every time we just go up against them, we start off good and then we just ended up throwing. And I just know for this time it's not gonna happen.
I think OXG was kind of underwhelming. I thought that they were going to be a solid roster and they performed pretty poorly. However, scrimming them leading up to LCQ, I actually think they've made big improvements. I don't know if it's just like a scrim mojo they got going on, but I'm actually hoping they do really well and prove people wrong because they've got stuff figured out.
They're not really impactful players. I feel like it's just Willie, but like everyone else, like I think KK has some good games. They're very explosive. Like sometimes like the round will just go quiet and then out of nowhere just go all together at the same time.
And I think Gomez is going to be instrumental for them. So they're going to need him instructing everything and calling things on point because it seems to be their weakness. It's not like they're not hitting shots. It's just they're moving people around poorly.
I mean, I think the goal is to make the major, but the actual goal is just to keep improving. We had like a bad stage. We just improved so much throughout the last week that we just want to keep improving. Like if it's supposed to happen, it's going to happen. We're just going to keep improving.
The team vibes are overall high and we expect nothing but winning the whole thing. Anything short of that is a failure in my eyes. It's been a while since I've qualified for a LAN and I really want to be in Montreal.
Both of them, I think, being very professional about this, very clear-eyed about what awaits them and what they're going to have to do here today, and both honestly presenting a healthy respect for one another to a certain extent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also got to correct myself. I said Yago was the #1 rated player last stage. No, that was last year. So my fault for that one. But no, yeah, both these teams definitely shown respect for one another. They know each other down to a T. I mean, Gomez said it, they only rely on Sploit. And realistically, that kind of has been the case so far for this roster. But again, we have seen glimpses of success coming out of M80 when they can work together, when they can make these plays and not rely on these solo plays. But even on the back front of Oxygen, they haven't had, again, they had a bad stage, but realistically, again, when you looked at that standing, every game was close, but now Oxygen just is looking 10 times better than what we've seen. So again, if M80 really wants to bring it to Oxygen, they have to be better from the team fundamental level from what we've currently been seeing even in this LCQ.
I mean, just from watching Oxygen, the way that they're able to play a lot more coordinated on attack, it looks like the ideology and the mentality has changed. But for M80, it comes down all to the maps. Because if we see a bank here today, I might just rip my hair out. I pray we do not see bank. But it's still up. Bank is still up.
Yeah, they've got it.
So I mean, Clubhouse is a good even playing field. Oxygen, Labs, I mean, that's a good Oxygen map.
Both good maps.
Going to that map.
All right, they did it for you.
Let's go. I mean, we love that. We love a bank ban. And so I don't think we're going to get to a lair, but I think all three maps are very good default maps for both teams. I will say, though, when we talked about big maps, Labs is also an issue for M80. They're currently 0-3 on it throughout the regular stage up until now. Clubhouse is their best map, though. They're 4-1. So, I could see each team respectively getting their own map win, and then we'll have to see what happens on a new lair. But I don't know. Honestly, I could see OXG walking away with this with a 2-0.
I was just about to say, I can absolutely see a 2-0 happening here. I mean, yeah, you have found success 4-1 on Clubhouse. Yes, it is a default map. There shouldn't be anything too crazy that should stump you or throw you off or that you can even do to the opponent. But because it is a default map, and if you do feel like you're better than Oxygen, you should not take them to such a simple map that they are also going to be comfortable on. And then you move to the Labs. Again, that's a good map for Oxygen. I think they'll find success going into that, but then especially like you were saying, lair on a big map where M80 can struggle, where we just saw Oxygen. That's where we saw a big turning point for them. I can't really see this map favoring too much going in M80's favor here, but again, this first map can really be the true decider of what M80's future is going to look like for the rest of this match.
I mean, you guys are both taking Oxygen here, which, that backs up what you guys have been saying. And you've been Oxygen believers. You were Oxygen believers the other day, and you were proven right, which I appreciate. I mean, I think the only question that I would have is it a bit of a mistake that Oxygen didn't take Bank when it was on the table, just because we've never seen M80 be able to pull off anything good on that map?
They aren't good at it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a good Oxygen map. Obviously,
Okay.
I think BankU can win through strategy, and I don't necessarily know if Oxygen is the most utility sound team at the moment. But going to Labs, it also is M80's one of weaker maps because we've talked about it. They're not the best at running the shields, running those X Factor operators. They don't play around Kino on it that successfully. And if looking at the maps, map 2 and 3 look like Oxygen's maps. The best chance for M80 to win is taking that first one. If they don't, I just unfortunately think it's going to be Oxygen all the way. M80's best chance is to win map 1 and then make us eat our words on that Labs on a big map. But I don't know. For the faint of heart, if you're an M80 fan, I would definitely be stressed out right now.
Absolutely.
Well, there you have it, folks. It's time to jump into our first match of this very long day, so allow me to turn it over to a pair of casters who would be the best at reading soothing bedtime stories. It's Intero and Flynn.
Well, thank you so very much. We're excited to cast through this final day of the Last Chance qualifiers. And Rob, one of these teams will indeed make it to the Montreal Major. You heard from the two squads themselves before we got into the matchup. And the desk seems to think that OXG has the advantage. The players obviously are going to hype themselves up. Do you agree? Do you think OXG is the better team of these two?
I think if you look at the progression of the stage, things got better for Oxygen. That was not a very hard bar to clear, though. The way that things began for OXG this stage wasn't pretty, and I think a lot of people shared Hyper sentiment in the pregame package in his interview, talking about the belief in the Oxygen roster and the belief that this could be a contender. We'll see what this game holds, but I would say M80 are the clear favorites coming in. I think many would agree that M80, with their performance against Space Station Academy, it wasn't the cleanest of performances, but it still got them across the finish line. It got them a W, and they're here in the semifinals with the opportunity to qualify for the major. I'm going to go contrary to the desk here. I'm going to take M80 as the prediction. I wouldn't be surprised if OXG makes it a battle, given what we saw against Luminosity on Monday. But yeah, that is an interesting pick from Fox and Lax.
I will say, if you just look at the matchups that happened yesterday, Luminosity versus OXG and then M80 versus Space Station, I think you have to ask the question, which had the harder adversary and had their hands full more? OXG and Luminosity are both pro league level teams. And in terms of the numbers, Luminosity was statistically a more formidable foe in the regular stage than Oxygen was. And yet Oxygen cleared Luminosity with greater ease than M80 cleared Space Station Academy. Things looked a little bit scary there on that Consulate matchup, the third map yesterday of M80 versus SSGA, or 2 days ago technically, sorry, I'm just getting them all blurred together. M80 had their hands full with an Academy team that doesn't have official pro play reps. Does that not cause you some concern with M80?
Well, I think in a similar vein to what we saw yesterday out of CL for Life, who we'll see in the second semi-final, defeating Cloud9 Beast Coast. I think some of these tier 2 teams, when they get to play like Hyper talked about as well, with no reservations, with no opportunity to suffer any kind of real loss here, you know, the stack or the pressure is on the professional team to be able to contend and to be able to push for that major spot. For these tier 2 teams that come in through the open qualifiers, there really is nothing to lose. You can play extremely loose and extremely free without having any really reservations about making a mistake that ends up costing them something significant. They can swing for the fences, and if they miss a few times, then it is what it is. You're the tier 2 team. The odds are stacked against you. I think, like Hyper talked about in the pregame, that's a tough position to be in as the professional team, trying to stay coordinated and trying to stay in a static regiment as compared to something that is just pure chaos on the other side of the board.
We go to one of the most played maps, or rather, I should change my wording here. The most played map in almost every single region, which is Clubhouse. We used to see way back in the day Clubhouse, Border, and Oregon as the 3 most played maps. Things have changed, not just in terms of the teams, the site rotation, but the map pool as well. Oregon is no longer in the map pool, so we take Old Reliable out of the map pool. You got to introduce something else. We see Lair. It'll be our decider if we make it all the way there. And frankly, with the way that these teams played yesterday, which was that they win their own maps, they struggle on the other map, they go to the tiebreaker, it would not surprise me at all if we see M80 win this, Oxygen wins Labs, and then we go to Lair to determine which of these two teams is the best. But Clubhouse has been so reliable for these squads. You know, it's got 3 very good bomb sites, 4 playable bomb sites. There are a couple maps like that, but not every single map has that unique characteristic. Bar stage shows up more than I think a lot of teams had expected and more than the viewers certainly expected. But there are a lot of tools that both the attackers and defenders have on this map. To me, this is really the closest to classic Siege that we see. It is a gunfight heavy map once you've done the work to get through with your utility, but this is a utility-based map, and Rainbow Six is a utility-based game. So I will say something that I always hear played in the commercial before the matchups. In the great voice of Dev Marta, this is Siege at its best. And seeing Siege on Clubhouse, especially our first map of the last day of NA's LCQs, I couldn't imagine another starting point.
I think right now as well with the Monty ban, but not providing any kind of resistance on the roam for Oxygen, they're feeling very comfortable in being static. And even, you know, Gomez talked about it in the pregame. We've heard it from plenty of teams that have played against M80. They are sudden and explosive. They can turn around that seems stagnant and absolutely light it on fire. So for Oxygen to be very steady inside of the bomb site for now to begin things off in this best of 3, probably the vibe that they're trying to cultivate. I think right now as well for the clear that M80, losing the Montaigne, they still have the Blitz to pull out of the back pocket, as we often see these days. If one shield is banned, just go play the other one. They haven't opted to bring it in round number 1. We do see Citizen opting to bring the Deimos once again. We see him mainlining this operator most days. 4 roam clears and intel onto the bomb site. We've seen how powerful Deimos can be in a 1vx situation against the defense. When you're that lone survivor remaining and you've got nowhere to go because you're being deathmarked, makes clinching rounds very easy. But here comes Yaga sneaking up the main stairs.
And he finds 1 kill on the Spoit. Immediately retreats. He's got the prize that he wants, and a small smile spreads across his face. Yaga dies to Kino, who was watching those kill holes from above. Longtime teammates and former teammates, actually, on M80. Kino being, I guess you could say, the last man standing. Flashes go in. Kino looking for more. Hyper with 1 kill. Kino a second, and now he'll assume the position to get the plant. Gomez and Diaz last 2 remaining, and Diaz immediately laying down some heat. Hyper and Citizen are gone. Kino's trapped in the corner. Cameraman on 4 HP. It's all up to Gomez to save things, but he'll look the wrong direction. Went over towards Moto, and Kino swings around. It was very, very close, but M80 bails themselves out in that first round.
We're going to have to double check when we get back into live gameplay. I'm pretty sure that was either 3 or 4 for Kino on the round and facilitating the plant at the end as well. Kino trying to become the one-man army that puts an end to Oxygen's stage and year as a whole. As they obviously did not qualify for the Manchester Major, they have not accrued enough 6 invitational points to be within reaching distance if they don't qualify for Montreal either. So there's a lot on the line here for Oxygen in terms of being able to prolong their competitive dreams. Kino being able to take the round into his control and even give us a nice little celebration in the face cam to wrap it up. And Oxygen, while they did play quite static and while they did play quite safe until Yaga went for that flank up the main stairs, a lot of contingent falling inside of Church and inside of Blue, and that really was where the focus of the flood was for M80. Not a whole lot of focus or attention paid to Kitchen Hatch or the kitchen floorboards or Armory as a whole. Very much a Church and Blue focused take, and M80 able to isolate the position they needed behind Black Box to get the plant down. Now for Oxygen, they're not going to run it back downstairs in the basement. Instead, they're going to find some traction on gym and bedroom now.
So when we talked about those bomb sites back in round number 1, this tends to be one of the best bomb sites for the defenders, and it's really because the application for attackers is tough. We see a lot of teams spread out over towards cache and CCTV, which is where the reinforcements, 4 reinforcements in fact, by OXG have been laid out. There's also a deployable shield. You can barricade yourself inside of cache. And if you use some of that denial that's present, Kite Electric Claws, Bandit Batteries, Mute Jammers, etc., of which there's 2 on the board. There's Mute Jammers and Bandit Batteries in Yaga and Newers' hands. It can take quite a lot of effort just to clear out an avenue to the bomb site. Because keep in mind, you've still got more work to be done after that. The problem for this bomb site for defenders is that once you lose control of construction, unless you have a distinct numbers advantage, you are basically sitting in your own tomb. not many places for you to go. Oh, first pick usually tends to be important in every single round, but especially so here. Cameraman actually sees the shadows. This is why, kids, remember, keep your shadows on. Gomez gets the first kill, though, onto Citizen. That's the Deimos down, and that is a huge first pick for OXG.
You can see the triple hard breach coming out for M80, maybe anticipating that the interior hold for a cache extension was going to be brought by Oxygen, but instead it's the exterior. You can see these top red walls are all soft. They had a deployable shield that was being manned from the top of red stairs. It's really wasted a lot of time. And Gomez able to get the opener onto Citizen, means that defenders on the bomb site will be safe from any death mark trackers later on in the round. Look at the lineup as well for Oxygen's defense. The Ela mines, Goo mines, castle barricades, just about everything being brought by Oxygen completely slowed down the progress for M80, and a successful bandit trick nonetheless from Yaga as well against the Jacuzzi wall means that Oxygen are doing a wonderful job at slowing down M80 and making this a trudge to the top floor of Clubhouse.
It's one of those oppressive ops. And if you're worried about where these defenders are sitting, your best tool from the attackers is as good as gone. 3 hard breachers for M80 is a bit odd, but it once again goes back to the juggling that you tend to see with utility on this bomb site. I think they were worried about OXG being a bit too entrenched over on cache side. And now the struggle for M80 to get into the building. Assembled out on the balcony, looking towards the bomb chassis, both inside of gym and bedroom. A council barricade that you see over towards Jacuzzi wall will assist these defenders, but Yaga botches the nitro cell, botches the gunfight too. Diffuser going down. Kino with 4 kills to his name will have to try again, as there's cameraman to cover with that C4. It does not work out. Mayhem as now all of M80 finding themselves on the wrong side of the engagement. Hyper drops for the diffuser, but OXG wins it on time. And frankly, that really does boil down to cameraman. If he gets that nitro cell as it's tossed out, then Kino doesn't need to bail off of that position. Diffuser goes down, and M80 is in full control. Instead, Kino has to abort the plant, move elsewhere. Diffuser ends up going down as he's followed up on by OXG, and that's the round favoring the defenders.
Yeah, a lot of attention paid for M80's clear on the far side towards cache and CCTV, but at the end their execute really boils down to once they lose the Jacuzzi wall due to the bandit trick, we just gotta keep vaulting in gym window. Everybody, keep flying in gym window. It'll work one day, we promise. Unfortunately, the diffuser, after Kino recovered from the nitro cell being launched in his direction, as you said, Parker cameraman couldn't catch out of midair. He then died, and the momentum took the diffuser down the hatch into the pool table, which pretty much sealed the round at that point. And I think for Oxygen, again, another one of these rounds where they're able to waste a lot of the clock for M80, making the execute come out into the dire seconds. We saw it be successful in the flood into church for M80 in round number 1. This time around, still lots of traps and lots of C4s laying in wait for M80's approach in the hands of Oxygen. So it meant that, again, still lots of utility to try and overcome inside of the bomb site that M80 just did not have the tools to deal with. And that gets them a successful defense on the board, gym bedroom, and instead of heading back downstairs, we're going to keep the rotation moving. Head over to CCTV and cache. And once again, see the return of at least double stacking on the hard breach, cameraman onto the Maverick, and Hyper onto the Thermite.
This is a map that you almost always need a hard breacher to deal with these issues. We've entered this odd era of Rainbow Six where if you go back 6, 7, 8 years ago, or even longer, frankly, and you said, yeah, you know, pro teams are pulling off full executes without a hard breacher, you'd look at the person saying that as if they had 4 heads. But it really is entirely possible. You know, there was a period of time where the DMRs and Glaz in particular allowed certain bomb sites to be tackled without hard breach. But now you can bring no hard breacher and no secondary can opener to Rob and still be able to take map control because you have these nuisance ops, because you have lots of soft destruction. And I think a big component of it too, not just the map reworks, but Ubisoft scaling back the amount of bulletproof devices. It used to be a requirement that operators like Zofia, Ash, etc., and grenades were needed in abundance. We're well past those days. So you can bring soft destruction, you can deal with kill lines, you can deal with sight lines, you can deal with soft destruction onto walls. You don't necessarily need the hard breach. I mean, look at this right here. Can openers are being used, but there's 2 garage walls that can be opened up by breaches. Now, they're set up by OXG so that M80 doesn't want to open them, but it's still entirely possible.
Nitrocell goes soaring from Gomez from inside of Rafters, and the Azami band coming out from Oxygen themselves is going to make playing inside of Rafters quite difficult, but Gomez says he'll take the fight heads up. He'll vault down an Assassin's Creed onto Hyper. Kino will immediately trade it out, and the motion detector giving away his position behind the black box, but that is Rafters surrendered now. And Oxygen having to pivot from inside of the bomb site. They lost a lot of their control downstairs thanks to the soft destruction from the Rotero drones as well. Castle barricades were implemented in Lounge to try and prolong some bottom hold, but Citizen is now manually covering that after the barricades have been ripped away as well. The smokes come out, clearing away the cameras. Spoit as well will pick up Newers, so it means that a man advantage established. It's going to be a flood in the dying moments of the round yet again, but M80 seem to be well poised to put this plant down.
That's top red control that OXG has that will be so pivotal. Ditto Yaga's position, and it's Hat and Yaga both from those two spots to strike and winnow down these numbers. Spoit wanting the engagement over towards red, and it's Citizen miles away from the objective. On that lurk roll, on that flank roll, but nowhere ultimately in the cut and thrust. Still finds 2 kills, and on 0-0-0, he will attempt the plant, but give Hat no satisfaction as Citizen bails off the diffuser, but the timer still wins it for OXG. I don't know what OXG was thinking there. Maybe they got a little bit cocky trying to get the final kill, but Citizen had no right drawing that into a 1v1. That was a round that OXG were in quite good spirits for most of. 3 rounds into the matchup, by the way, and M80's now had to call their timeout. That is usually not a good sign.
Well, at least on our graphic, it's not even attack. It's attack.
Oh.
You and I have been here before, brother.
Oh no.
It is at the conclusion of an M80 round loss. All right, we're being informed that it is a quick audio problem, so we're not returning to the days
Free
of
me
past.
from this prison. Rob, release me.
No, we're trapped in here all day and all night, brother. Well, looks like we're going to get back underway any minute now, and I think right now for M80, whether or not they're having the opportunity to speak to one another during this technical pause, this brief break in the action as we do get back underway nice and swiftly, no lengthy pauses yet. I think for M80, again, speeding up their executes might do them a better service in terms of having redundancy on the clock. There's a lot of these executes now that are hinging on pretty near perfect plays. Coming out like we saw from the Church Flood, where you're going to see Kino fly in with the diffuser and pick up 2 kills, put the bomb down, and get another one after. That's a lot to ask of one individual to be able to carry you through the round, and it's because the clock is being pushed so near to the brink. You can see Citizen as well having to scramble up the rafters and nearly claw the round back to a salvageable position. But again, not enough time on the board to be able to put it into a competitive situation. Has to pull off the diffuser into the overtime just to save the KD. I think right now for M80, they are progressing quite well throughout the map. They aren't facing a lot of resistance on a roam. Map control is being offered freely by Oxygen, but M80 are still taking their sweet time acquiring that map control that is otherwise free. Although, as I say that, OXG have completely swapped the script. Now we have a full extension on the roam with Yago on the Vigil. Sans the Boss G. He's got the K1A this time around. But much more extension being brought by Oxygen to control and continue to slow down M80's advances.
It's assessing how this attack is going to go now for M80. OXG has really liked Skopos an awful lot. Keep one drone up by the bathroom, inside of that shower, and keep another down near the bomb site. Make them waste utility. If you encounter the deactivated Skopos unit somewhere around, you can just melee it and take away the visibility, same as with a bulletproof camera. Spoit gets the lead-off pick, by the way, and no more Skopos, so I guess we don't need to talk about it. Very first pick for M80 is very good, though. Kino has been sensational so far this game. 2 really good first rounds, and the only reason why that second round wasn't won by M80 was no fault of Kino's. If he can keep up this strong play, M80 will be in great shape because it is very rare that both Spoit and Citizen have an off day. Spoit, another kill in this round alone, and could have had another too. That was the Vigil of Yaga softened up in Garage. Rob, we have over a minute to go, and there's only 2 players left on OXG.
Only 2 players left, and one of them will be hunted down by Citizens Deathmark. It's Newers at the base of the main stairs, now turning his attention back towards blue, as he will see the icon of the Deimos up above, but it won't be as frequently updated as Citizens Intel will be. And with the roof starting to collapse above Newers, there's a lot of pressure to try and get active and try and pull the man count back within reach. Nitrocell goes off, and it only does a hair of damage onto Kino. Looking up through the floorboards, he finds the headshot onto Hyper and descends backwards into Church. Goyo canisters as well, strewn across the bomb site, which means time delay once again can be the great enemy of M80. They have the 4v2, but 2 attackers are severely injured in previous engagements, so on low HP and the opportunity to detonate these Vulcan canisters, this could be devastating for M80 after having such a huge advantage.
It's the same Valkyrie that's just being toyed with when it comes to these death marks. Diaz with one on Despoit, the numbers get ever closer. Diaz might be able to save this. Cameraman looking for a burst in over towards escape tunnel. Diffuser going down by Kino as Cameraman needs to do sufficient coverage. He's lined up in the hallway. Newers will wait for one of the heads to pop up. Cameraman does not make the same mistake twice. Coverage fell short on round number 2. This time, he gets it done. M80 win the round, and it was a scramble there at the end. I don't know if Diaz just went undroned or not, but they allowed him to exist. Over by dummies, over by cases, holding dirt tunnel, holding blue. The real star of this round, though, is Spoit, and you'll see some of these moments on your screen. Spoit cleaning up not just 2 players, but also doing a serious amount of damage to a third. He blew the round wide open. He seemed to have caught at least 2 of those OXG players, like they had no idea that the ace was going to be in that position. With that impressive round, Spoit is still negative, by the way, in terms of his kill differential, so there's more work to be done for Spoit to climb those standings. Right now, M80 relatively even scores across the board. As for OXG, everybody's kind of pulling their weight. Same system that you see for M80, where every single player is very active and very engaged, and who is going to take point, who is going to roam for this OXG squad does tend to vary, depending on what bomb site is played. For the second time, we will see OXG defend upstairs on Gym Bedroom. I mentioned it right as the previous round ended, but M80 lost Citizen very early on. They lost the Deimos. They lost the paralysis that comes with that nuisance operator. And then the next step for M80, despite bringing 3 hard breachers, as they are doing yet again, they had issues cracking open construction, exerting influence on that position, and also controlling Jacuzzi. Jacuzzi was actually held by Yaga until the very final moments of that round. I wonder if we're going to see a change from M80. Will they invest more heavily in that side of the map instead of focusing solely on cash and CCTV before moving over to that bedroom and weight room balcony?
You see the alteration in the philosophy of how to play the round in the previous one from Oxygen, trying to expand their reach and instead really getting picked apart on the roam. Lots of members falling away from the bomb site, trying to leverage some control elsewhere. But unfortunately for Oxygen, M80 seeing through that, and specifically Spoit taking full advantage. Now we see a return to the norm for Oxygen, running back this exterior hold to CCTV and cash on their extension from the gym and bedroom bomb site. As said, Yaga was able to successfully bandit trick the Jacuzzi wall the previous time of asking. We'll see if he can return to form. He's got a bandit battery in his hand right now on the opposite side. You can see once again, deployable shield placed at the top of the red stairs, but everyone for Oxygen has vacated the position, waiting to try and play off of this Jacuzzi wall, play off the hold inside of the bomb site, inside of logistics as well, and make M80 once again try to funnel their way through gym window. That was their coffin. They just kept vaulting into their grave. And M80 are going to have to find a little more purchase from inside of construction, like we talked about Parker, and they're going to have to deal with Yaga on this Jacuzzi wall.
It's the exact same spot he was in before. That castle barricade will sit there, and you'll need to eat up some of the attacker's utility to get that open. Yaga can sit pretty safely in that spot. It was actually Yaga who destroyed it last time when the execute came through the gym room window. And the reason for that is because if you're an attacker and you jump in through that window, well, you can plant with ease as long as there's a castle barricade. because the castle barricade doesn't just keep attackers out, it can also keep defenders in. And with Yaga in that spot, it kept him boxed in on Jacuzzi. If you're M80, you want to ensure that stays closed for as long as humanly possible. M80 is spread out this time. They haven't lost Citizen early. Spoit is still upright too. Over towards Logi, that's where the first engagement will happen. Kino takes out Gomez, all the while Hyper dies elsewhere. Same with Diaz. And now a run. Up the main stairs. Hat, terrific play on that Logi hatch. Down goes Citizen. Newers is traded out on that spot over towards Bathroom. It's all up to Cameraman. Spoit is punished by Hat. And it's a big round from Hat, who looks like he has a Christmas tree set up ready. The celebration, just as the Christmas tree, will come a bit early. Hat with 3 kills. OXG win the round, and for the second time in a row, they win the gym bedroom bomb site.
Again, for M80 on these attacking rounds, unable to contend with Yaga, like you said, Parker, sitting behind a castle barricade, the bandit trick. This is something as old as the map itself, and yet unable to overcome the obstacles in front of them. The pivot for M80 being called was, instead of everyone vaulting to their immediate demise through the gym window, we're going to flood to our immediate demise inside of logistics. Cameraman was actually successful at vaulting inside of gym window, and viewers even calling out the time on the board and the availability for Cameraman to have effect on the round was severely hampered by the fact that the diffuser was surrendered inside of logistics. So while Cameraman was able to get into the bomb site, man carrying the diffuser, most often Kino, and really everyone who stepped foot into logistics, got laid to waste, and there wasn't much opportunity for Cameraman to save it. Much like we saw from Citizen attempting to save the dire throws of the previous CC cash attack, but with no time remaining. M80 really stalling out in these last minutes of the rounds, and unfortunately for them, that now puts them on the precipice of losing the first half. This is the attacking side of Clubhouse, and Oxygen are no slouches at playing Clubhouse, just as everyone should be well adapted to doing so. We're going to see M80 now in their final attacking round return their focus to CCTV and catch. And again, Rafters should be a primary focus. Because of the Azami ban, they're just going to have to be wary of Gomez deciding to take the fight to them and flying off the Rafter balcony.
You don't have the Capitao to deal with it. You lack direct utility other than maybe nades combined with the bees from Spoid's Grim. M80 have really favored their hard destruction, Rob. There has been no shortage of it across the board. This time, both Ace and a Thermite to tackle this bomb site. Spoid will get the lead-off pick. First picks have been relatively even between these teams, but as of the last portion of this half, it's been M80 able to strike first, albeit in a lot of instances, it's been traded off. It was Spoit trying to bait out one play as Citizen holds this angle, waiting for a cross on the Nook, walking up. Newers is just below him. Are they aware? Newers loses the engagement. He seemed to know it, but slow rate of fire does him wrong. Citizen softening up the dead body. Just a nice little grudge match between the teams. OXG lose yet another player, and M80's advantage is by 1 with half of the round to go.
Well, while Citizen was preoccupied letting Newers know that the flank was well read, or at least reacted to timely, they lost a member of their roster. Kino has been felled on the Ace, so we now see the redundancy of that hard breach that you talked about, Parker, coming into play. EMPs onto the construction wall as Hyper will detonate it with an exothermic charge. Spoit still carrying 3 Grim Bees in the back pocket to be able to displace any anchors attempting to play from inside of Cash, but they have missed Yaga, playing on the Cash door right up against the breach. Could get aggressive and level the man count in an instant. The Grim Bees opting not to be shot in just yet from Spoit. Now he will, bouncing them into the middle of Cash, being caught by the Wamai Magnets, and Yaga has the opportunity to play the most pivotal position. But the Rafters still controlled by the defense of Oxygen. All the utility starts flooding into the Wamai Magnets, but everyone for Oxygen still holding their ground.
Down goes Cameraman. What an impressive swing by Yaga. He could have had more than that. He had to reload. Undone by the small mag size of the SMG-11. Nitrocell will now go out from Gomez. It does not connect. Diaz looking for a play. Wait, what? A Nitrocell? Why did it seem to detonate so belatedly? It got both players, though. And OXG takes the first half 4-2. Did my eyes deceive me, Rob?
I think so. I think that was Nitro down and then MPX for the final kill. We'll see on the replays, but I will say again for M80, giving me some horrible PTSD flashbacks to last night, in which there was much discussion on social media about the fact that CL4L were extremely negative on the entry. They had a lot of entry deaths, and I think I noted it was 6 of 7 rounds consecutively that C9 Beast Coast had a 5v3 advantage and lost the round. And we see yet again now for M80, a 5v3 advantage. Granted, very momentary, as Kino was traded out almost instantly after the teabag session on main stairs. But still a 4v3 advantage to be carried into the execute that is again surrendered. We even saw it in the 5v2 that M80 had, collapsing onto the Church and Arsenal bomb site the second time around. It gets brought back to a 2v2, then a 2v1. It's a lot of man advantages for M80 on the attacking side that seem to go by the wayside in a hurry. Oxygen able to survive some tricky circumstances and able to pick up 4 defenses. Now transitioning onto the attack, and we see an operator that was absent for the entirety of the first half. M80 never once opting to bring the blitz. Yaga, at the first time of asking, immediately rips it out.
I was waiting when the shields would show up. Monty ban obviously kind of limits you, but a lack of blitz is a bit odd. Lack of clash on the side of the defenders as well. Citizen's been having a rough go of it. He's been isolated very effectively by Oxygen through all 7 rounds of play now, and there have been at least 3 rounds that I can think of where Citizen's impact has been quite negligible. That's not great for M80. Again, Citizen does play those disconnected lurk flank roles where he's not going to be the primary entry for this M80 team. So that means that he's going to be in a lot of very high danger situations. And I think there's criticisms that can be leveled by other teams towards the way that Citizen plays. And I mean, if you follow social media, you'll see it from time to time. But on mute? I mean, on Clubhouse? Can't help but think that those 2 rounds, losing Deimos early when it was Citizen on attack and now losing Mute, M80 wishes they could have those back.
I think as well, one of the more interesting positions that I'm not sure where Citizen was when he died, we saw Gomez. We swapped to his POV as soon as we saw the kill pop up in the feed. And Gomez was at the base of main stairs, all the way in the basement, looking into presumably the bomb site, or at least the main hallway, and running back up the main stairs. So while there was much extension towards the blue stairwell for M80's defense, seemingly a gap found by Gomez to acquire the opener. And now Cameraman tries to go 1v1 against the blitz around the corner. Yaga makes him pay for the mistake and the aggression being punished repeatedly here by Oxygen up against M80. And now a 5v3 advantage that was quite common for the M80 side of the attack, now sustained by Oxygen on their attacks, trying to cordon off the defense, circle around the objective, and choke out the remaining anchors.
We've got tools for the final 30 seconds, that's for sure. Hold on a second, where is Newers, where he's able to get a knife off? Not just a knife off, but another kill, a perplexing finish that really does kind of defy words at this point. Oxygen's lead will stretch. That was a tech pause earlier that had been called by M80, so that means that there's still a tactical timeout. And if you're going to use it, I imagine it's now, unless we get another conveniently timed tech pause. We won't. M80 will use their timeout at this point and settle things down, and I think this is where you risk letting the game run away from you. It's one thing to allow the defenders to win Clubhouse 4-2. This is historically one of the more friendly maps to defenders. Doesn't matter what meta we're in. Doesn't matter what operators are played. Doesn't matter what teams we see. Clubhouse being defender-sided is a tale as old as time. But losing your very first defense, as we just saw M80 do, and not just lose it, but completely fumble it to the point where it was a flawless victory for OXG, it's going to set off some alarm bells. So they'll use their timeout. Rob, what stood out to you? As a former Canadian national professional player, use your expertise here, Rob, to tell me what you saw in the previous round.
Fair. Listen, like I said, a big extension towards blue stairs and Cameraman isolated inside of dirt on the Maestro trying to go for the 1v1 on the blitz. I don't think you need to be a former player of any level to understand that that's probably not your best course of action. But I think as well for Oxygen, just continuously being able to pull themselves an opening pick here and there on the attack is going to give them a lot of momentum. And in the previous round, again, I'm so curious how in the hell Gomez made it to the bottom of main stairs and was able to get the opener on to Citizen for free, never punished, and they're really, from what we saw from the silhouettes, wasn't much of a reaction from M80 either. The late rounds on the attacking side for M80 causing a lot of concern, and yet Oxygen in a similar position at the midway point were able to clinch up and be able to secure the flawless victory on the attack. That gives me a lot of concern about M80's ability to fight back on this defensive side. They're going to forego heading to the basement at the conclusion of the attack timeout. They're going to head to gym and bedroom, one round away from being put onto match point on their own map pick. Should be noted, this is M80's pick. They decided out of the maps that were available to first pick this to bring against Oxygen, who are now making them regret that decision very quickly.
So a very different look for Oxygen in regards to what they bring versus what M80 brought. And M80 will instead change things up too. Staple ops for this particular bomb site, some form of anti-gadget denial, which falls on the shoulders of a mute here, not a bandit, so there will be no active tricking on the jacuzzi wall. The castle is not a requirement for gym bedroom, but sure makes defending this bomb site a hell of a lot easier, especially that gym portion of the map. Very similar single panel reinforcement that we see from all teams now leading into the bathroom, as Newers is going to wait for the call. Doesn't appear from the silhouettes that there's somebody actively in the bathroom, but he will continue to fish for a kill, and ultimately Newers will come up empty-handed. He can't keep farting around in that particular spot, Rob. He has to go back onto drone.
Well, most notably, Oxygen has been able to accomplish what M80 could not, which was open jacuzzi wall, which it shouldn't sound like the biggest of tasks. It shouldn't sound like a monumental accomplishment, and yet in this series, it turns out to be M80 having some stark difficulties in accomplishing opening this jacuzzi wall and making attacking this bomb site quite the nightmare of a flood into crossfires. Now, vertical pressure being applied from below. Yaga gets underneath on the Zofia. Second Selmer, the third one now expended by Newers. As you can see, the coalescence of attackers for Oxygen outside the jacuzzi balcony. Now Spoy refills the position inside of bathroom, drops Hat on a swing towards jacuzzi, but now Gomez has joined Yaga down below. This could be a pinch up the main stairs and through the jacuzzi balcony breach, an opportunity to completely decimate this side of the hold.
Boy, the man of the hour will stand, and he misses the engagement, but Kino has the follow-up. Numbers for OXG go in the toilet. Gomez down to Diaz dead. Newers the only one standing, and it seems like whatever ailed M80 was fixed by that timeout. Will it hold? That's the real question. As Newers gets one impactless exit kill, and they will sick the dogs on him. Newers and Citizen, by the way, have been typing at each other through most of this game. It just hasn't really been visible on your screen. Newers knows it's over, so he'll just stand back and buy time. Citizen didn't give the free kill when he was on attack, and Newers will not return the favor now that he has the same opportunity. Instead, it'll be M80 winning on time, and they go 1 for 1, or rather 1 and 1 to start this second half. That's the victory that you need to keep your head in this game. But I mean, obviously, there's still some troubling signs here from M80. If OXG can win the next round, they will move on to match point. They'll be an excellent spot to close out this map, but it all depends what bomb site they want to go to, because you think you know where it would be, but 3 bomb sites open, they can go anywhere.
They opt to go to CCTV cache, avoiding the basement yet again. It's probably their next destination, unless we see a bar come out, which I'm personally a fan of, but I know many teams and many people out there are not a fan of holding that bomb site down. Again, for M80, being able to apply pressure through that jacuzzi breach, even though it was opened up, still afforded the opportunity via the utility of Spoit's Warden and also an M590 in the hands of Diaz, in the hands of Kino to be able to continuously swing the breach out toward Jacuzzi. And there was an attempted pinch. There were two attackers stacking on Jacuzzi balcony, trying to push their way in through the short hallway, as well timing it with the push up the main stairs and flood into logistics. Quite the sound idea on paper, but unfortunately the execution was very disjointed. You had Gomez, who was downed inside of Jacuzzi before the approach up main stairs was even attempted by Newers, and at that point as well, the swings had already transpired onto the Jacuzzi balcony, completely disrupting the flow for Oxygen's attack. So really getting disjointed and segmented off there. M80 able to isolate a lot of 1v1s, and if we know anything about M80, we know that they can win a lot of 1v1s if you're going to give them the opportunity. So Oxygen, like you said, still in the precipice of match point, but M80 with a very strong response, and I am also very curious to see how the baiting allegation competition between Citizen and Newers continues on. We've seen Citizen already get involved, not only in chat, but in game, with some response to the attempted flank from Newers on main stairs. I think it just adds a little bit more spice to a game that already has plenty on the line.
These teams do not like each other one bit. And we've talked about rivalries in the North America League. It is arguably very challenging to have a rivalry with how few games these teams ultimately play. But they do scrim, they do know each other, and they have history from other teams as well. So that bad blood can easily carry over. Yaga's the first casualty, and it comes decently early. There was over half of the round still to go when he was removed from action. That's really something, isn't it, huh?
I've been trying not to comment on it, and it's bad. It's just outright bad. Diaz will at least get one onto Hyper in response to the flood of kills entering the feed at the hands of M80 defenders, and Hat, he had a time trying to open CC platform wall. He's now going to have to readjust as rafters are vacated, but without platform wall opened up, you're not going to be able to apply a whole lot of pressure into the bomb site from the exterior as he wanders his way into the rafters, waiting for the rest of the team to join him. He seems to be on a solo mission. Diaz will rejoin, but they've left the diffuser down in the basic garage. It seems like it's just going to be a flood for kills and a team deathmatch affair for Oxygen to attempt to put themselves on a match point.
At this point, that's what you got to do, right? When you're down in numbers and there's very limited time left, you have to go for the engagement. Citizen knows the mission. He understands it quite well. He rebuffs them, but another opportunity emerges for Diaz, who now plays a game of chicken around this chassis. It's all cameraman. Suddenly, a flurry of kills favoring Oxygen. Raw, the Nitro Cell will come out from over towards construction. Cameraman catches Gomez mid-step, and now with very limited time remaining, it's Diaz and Cameraman in a 1v1, and Cameraman wins it. That really could have been the match. Cameraman will save it for M80. He's had pronounced struggles on this team and has been scrutinized heavily, but there's no denying that he is cool under pressure, and with experience like that, it'll help him out in those clutch engagements. OXG turned the tide on that round, and all they had to do was find the final target, and Cameraman says, good luck. Timeout called by OXG, as we are getting very, very close to needing every single round of this matchup.
Well, we've seen a Clubhouse come out from M80 before that required quite the heroic effort. That was back in the playoffs, where M80 unfortunately lost out and found themselves here in the last chance qualifier. It was even so many impressive clutch plays that it prompted some profanity to escape the lips of our good friend, Lynx, during that match. And I think as well for M80, it's not the return to form that you would like. You wouldn't like your rounds to be salvaged by individual clutch potentials, some superhuman efforts being made, but it's the LCQ. It's do or die. Doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to work for now. That flood from Oxygen initially gets disrupted and then all of a sudden overpowers from the construction side. Gomez laying waste to everybody on the entry. It looked impossible, and then it looked impossible to lose in a flash of a second. And all of a sudden, Oxygen, they were in the driver's seat. Cameraman had to pull it back from the brink of despair. And now they head back downstairs to the basement, where Oxygen were successful the previous time around with the blitz. And barring any swap-offs later on in the next 20 seconds, looks like Yaga, he's going to run that one back. Very different operator lineup coming around. Actually, pretty similar operator operator composition on the defense coming out for M80. We see the return of the Maestro for Cameraman. We'll see if he can play against the Blitz and really anyone inside of Dirt with a little more help and maybe a little bit more utility.
Shield being brought again. These early deaths for OXG have been a big issue through much of this map, in the sense that it just leaves you in a position where your strategy has to immediately adapt. Yes, as you pointed out in the matchup yesterday, in the matchup yesterday involving, I literally always forget their name because I want to say something completely different, but I'm never able to. CL4L, by the way, they were terrible on entry, as you spoke of. And yet, it didn't really matter because Cloud9 Beast Coast just lost it through the mid-round. While we always like to reference that statistic, that at one point reached 80%, which is that if you can strike first, you have an 80% of all rounds won by the team that draws first blood. It's really not as strong as it used to be. It's obviously very critical, but it really depends on when the kill comes in, what bomb site is it, and which operator are you losing. For M80, they lost Citizen on integral ops twice, and they lost the rounds because of it. And it's very hard to argue that Citizen was not, or Citizen's death, rather, was not a huge factor. It obviously was. As for OXG, they keep losing bodies, and yet they still win the rounds because you've got players who can adapt very quickly. There's a reason why you sought out guys like Gomez and Diaz, because of their history of play together, and Yaga, who knows their system quite well too. And that's because whether this team has reached its potential this stage or not, you can't deny that they aren't good at making adaptations. So if you can pivot very quickly, the first death doesn't really matter all that much. Who will strike first here? Because nobody's died and there's just a little bit over a minute to go.
We can see Vulcan canisters now positioned inside of Dirt to again try and prolong this opening engagement, which should be Yaga on the Blitz springing into life, but there goes Cameraman again, just trying to take the 1v1. Does have the assist from the fire that I asked about as we began this round, but now the fire, it will dissipate. It means that Yaga is point blank up against the Maestro once again. Impact doing very little damage to the backside, and this will continue to prompt Cameraman to back off and play this a little bit safer, attempting to utilize a little bit of teamwork, ripping out the second impact. It goes nowhere near. The blind comes out, and the ADS all the same. Yaga able to pick up Cameraman for the opener. Grimbees in towards the AK racks as well, establishing the position of Citizen, poised to try beating the next obstacle that Yaga needs to overcome. And it's an ADS and a couple taps to once again set up the 5v3 advantage. Gomez dropping Hyper, but the flood into the bomb site is about to be overwhelming as Kino meets his demise. The swing at a church door is unsuccessful, and Oxygen once again established dominance attacking the basement, and they put themselves on a match point.
M80 converted not just the immediate round after their timeout, Rob, but the round after it as well, and they looked quite good while doing it. Now, obviously, you can't throw all of that credit onto the timeout. Sometimes it's just you get a favorable bomb site. Maybe it's flavorable. I've never licked the bomb sites. I don't know if you've tried. But either way, you can let the bomb site do its thing, and maybe you just picked a suboptimal site. Maybe you got countered immediately by operators on the attacking side. Here, after that timeout, OXG looked far more calculated. Number one, they did not forfeit an unnecessary early pick. They were able to walk in on that main floor, take control, split Yaga off towards that dirt tunnel, and keep the focus of not just one, but two players of M80. Also, getting an early pick from OXG was terrific. Yaga held his own in that spot. And if he's going to be in those same high-risk situations that a lot of other entries can be, he's going to do it on an op that is maybe a little bit more favorable with those engagements, which happens to be the Blitz. If OXG can do exactly what M80 just did, which is carry that momentum and carry that confidence onward, then they will be in a much stronger spot than they were just a couple rounds ago. They have their work cut out for them, though, because they're going to be on attack here on Clubhouse. That said, they've already won 2 rounds, and with the scoreline being what it is, M80 have a long way to go for them to exit this matchup in a favorable direction. This is M80's map. I would like everybody to know, if you're not noticing in the top right-hand corner of your screen, this is dreadfully bad for M80. This is not what should be happening one bit. And maybe, just maybe, the 2 former members of this team, both of whom are our analysts, and maybe they have a little bit of a better understanding about how this is going to go, as they both picked OXG in a 2-0.
Yeah, we came in and said it was surprising. You see the exterior breach now opened up into CCTV. The saving grace for M80 here on the defensive side is that you were victorious on both top 4 bomb sites in consecutive rounds, in Gym Bedroom and CCTV Cache. The latter requiring a few more heroics from cameramen than maybe you'd like to feel easy about, but here comes the Blitz charging down the red hallway again. The ADS coming out, but Spoit on the ward and able to shut down Yaga's reign of terror on the ADSing shield. Cameraman as well tags in from the top of red stairs to continue to pick apart Oxygen's attacking contingent, pushing their way into CC. Cache as well, still vacated for the time being, but top red doesn't look like Spoit wants to leave this deployable shield anytime soon. It's 3 remaining attackers for Oxygen to continue to try and push Spoit out of this power position.
Yeah, with that deployable shield, this is going to be really troubling. The only real way that they have to take it out is that Selma, the single Selma in the hands of Gomez, and I don't know if that's where he's going to want to use it. Spoit worried about somebody playing down below, so he'll actually get off of that position entirely. Now it's Gomez to walk closer to the bomb site. There's a bulletproof camera. This engagement with Gomez will really decide the round. He hits a goo mine, he's waiting for a swing, he sees but for a second the head of Kino before peeling back. He has to take that thorn out of his foot. Because of all these soft walls, Gomez can just use his ammunition to open things up. Kino's been dropped. That was information that was given over towards Hat, who's in a favorable spot. Citizen goes down as well. It's a 3v3. Though Gomez has been picked back up, now we're back at a 3v3. Hectic times with 30 seconds left. Hyper in this rat position, but they read into him. Gomez sees him for what he is. Could Cameraman be the savior again? No. Had in a 1v2. Looking to win this round. 20 seconds remain, and he's got a goo mine in foot. He'll be vulnerable for a second. M80 will give him nothing. Had in the middle of this room. They know exactly where he is on the bulletproof camera, running up. They're trying to kill time from the side of M80. Spoit will be the one who'll take the engagement, and he wins it. 2 rounds so far is all Oxygen can get. We will go all the way after a very impressive, steadfast defense from M80.
It held together, but it felt like it was held together with duct tape for M80. Another 5v3 advantage that starts to get brought back within the realm of possibility for Oxygen. The push into the bomb site, reading the positions of M80 defenders with ease, being able to predict their positions and really get a foothold inside of Master and Jim. It was really just Spoit being able to bounce around from the bathroom hallway and into bathroom specifically. I was able to again keep M80 afloat on the round if it weren't for his heroics. That's at the top of the main stairs as well, peering into Master. It could have been a very different story for an M80 round that started so well yet again. Did say this heading into the previous round that CCTV Cache and Gym Bedroom, both successful defenses for M80. So in round number 12, to send us to overtime on M80's map pick, it now requires a second successful defense of CCTV and Cache. More extension towards the master side this time around from M80's defense. They were very successful at the grace of Hat's inability to successful at holding the far for Oxygen to bring it back within the realm of possibility. Also, you see Citizen slap a mirror window down onto the platform wall just to make life even more difficult for anyone who attempts to breach it. Newers immediately knifes the vision away, and some Selmas come out. The mirror window hasn't been injected to attempt the trick, so that's just going to be platform wall opened up for free. It's a better start here for Oxygen.
I like the Scopos pick. I like the Mira as well. Changes from M80 that you touched upon are good, and I think they'll work to thwart some of this OXG pressure that will be applied. A lot of pugilism on the side of OXG. They can just go straight for the punch if they want, and no, that's not just a funny quip because you see the fist icon of the Finca. Walks in, and Citizen gets annihilated down below. Gomez from an unfavorable angle, shot away at from Catwalk. Will now try to flush somebody out of red as there go the nades, and he will assert himself. What is this from OXG? Look at this moxie. Look at this confidence. They walk right in. Diaz has a Thatcher shotgun. That is abnormal as we see it. Spoit with a single kill. He'll have to clutch the round against the 4 remaining from OXG. He's found a second, but Newers will get the final word. With the way these two have been talking in chat, those words are as valuable as gold. OXG snipes M80's map away from them, and they're up 1-0.
It's a very convincing result there for Oxygen, and on the flip side, a very worrying and unstable presentation for M80 on map number 1. Like you said, Parker, it was their map pick, and yet it drops in regulation nonetheless. The hands of some late round adaptations for Oxygen on the attacking side. The analyst desk, they both took Oxygen to be victorious. They're halfway there. We'll get to see their reactions to map number 1 on the other side of the break.
Scope was 90, scope was after 90 still.
Ready. I'm
After 90 still, after 90
mid.
still.
Hold the window. Raptors, swing Raptors.
Come. Cash.
He's coming cash.
Let's go swing him. Play kill. Dead. Bitch. Dumbass. Dumbass.
Shit, boys.
Come on, boys. Let's fucking go.
That's your shotgun.
Boys.
Oh my gosh. Think of the kids.
Well, 7-5 there. Oxygen giving M80 a bloody nose to start this series. And I mean, honestly, I think that 7-5 scoreline doesn't really tell the story of how much better Oxygen looked in comparison to what we were seeing from M80.
No, I mean, to just highlight their defenses, they were very coordinated. They were working together. Even their utility game, they were using those C4s to their benefit and getting kills, collapsing some of those rounds. I mean, again, this is pretty typical M80 from what we've been seeing. They just look kind of clumsy in some of these situations. A lack of identifying what they want to do or where a situation can be met by and how they can counter it. It kind of just feels like they're just going into this map feeling confident because they have wins on it. But realistically, Oxygen in every single department of just a fundamental sound game, they just look better then.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a situation here where, again, M80, it doesn't look like they're changing much. And this has happened on Bank. This has happened on Labs. But on a map like Clubhouse, again, they are 4-1 on the map, but they haven't really changed much. I mean, look at this blitz play. I mean, questionable play. Start to finish M80 on that. Yeah, I mean, I just think, to put it bluntly, like M80 looks like they just don't have confidence in one another in the way that they're playing and playing off of each other. Every play looks like an individual play, even when there's 5 people on the board. And I think the only reason why the game was so close was because of Oxygen making small little mistakes. I felt like that whole situation was Oxygen's game from the start, slowly shaking off the rust and just getting better and better. And the highlight for me is Oxygen's attacks. Their attacks were so good. The way that everyone was playing off of each other. It's like watching a completely different team than the team that was during the stage. It looks like Oxygen wants to win. Everyone wants to win. They're all putting their pride aside and just focusing on what the objective is, what's the game plan. And I love the utility of the shields, their utility usage, and the aggression that they're bringing to the server, to the game, especially off of that blitz.
And realistically, Clubhouse is a map where it comes down to mistakes. And simply put, M80 made way more mistakes that Oxygen was just capitalizing off of this entire game.
Yeah, I agree completely.
They definitely were. And I mean, I will say sometimes people are like, oh, you guys are biased towards Oxygen. You sounded more frustrated.
We roasted Oxygen throughout the entire
I know. I'm not
thing
saying you are. I was going to say that you sounded more frustrated talking about M80 than I think I've heard you sound frustrated talking about Oxygen. Like, what is going on? Why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? And I mean, it's valid. It was a rough game from them. I mean, looking ahead towards Labs, my faith in M80 is not very high. If you can't pull it together on Clubhouse, I don't see how you pull it together on a map like Labs, which in my mind at least is more complicated.
I mean, the reality of this is the fact that when Oxygen played this, they played against Los. And this is when, again, Oxygen just wasn't looking good at a fundamental level. And I think M80 thinks, oh, let's take them to this map because they didn't look strong on it. But M80 isn't good at this map at all. And the serving sample size for one or the other, Oxygen has far less footage. And again, they weren't the team that they currently are now. And just based off how they just recently played Clubhouse, which is a very default map from M80, and their success on it and now losing, this is not a good look for M80. And again, this is exactly why me and Fox said that this map pool does heavily favor Oxygen, especially winning that first map and now finding yourself in Labs. I mean, I can definitely see Oxygen taking this series just based off how well they played in comparison to M80.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Labs, OXG lost it to Los specifically because OXG wasn't playing to their potential. They were playing sloppy. That's just it. M80 lost this map 3 times during the regular stage and playoffs due to them not playing the map fundamentally correct at all. We've highlighted it throughout the stage if you've watched with us. And M80 doesn't know how to play the X Factor operators, the shields, the yings, the glass, wherever it is, it's usually Kino on it. The rest of M80 is not there. They're not behind them. They're not following up. So obviously, we talked about it. Their best chance was going to be on Clubhouse. And we said if it doesn't go that way, then this could be an Oxygen 2-0. And honestly, even if M80 wins this round, the third map doesn't give me any more confidence as an M80 fan. These look like all Oxygen's good maps, at least because M80 fundamentally struggles on the big sporadic maps.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, it's a worrying situation. I think if you're sitting in this as an M80 fan, you're kind of, hey, what do we possibly do? And I mean, I think it's a question direct to you guys. What do you do to beat Oxygen when they're looking better than they have all stage for sure?
you have to play tighter. You have to be playing together. You have to be identifying where the problems are, how a solution can be made throughout these rounds. Because what we were seeing is they were letting some of these rounds slip away where they were looking good. Even they had some rounds, it had to get scrappy, even though they were in a man advantage. So it's just a matter of realizing and identifying what needs to happen and what should take priority versus what they've been doing throughout their match on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think they just need to put their pride aside, realize that, hey, like, it doesn't matter if we don't trust in each other or what's going on, things are shaking. If you don't play together, if you don't play off of each other, you're just going to lose, plain and simple. You need to rely on each other as a team.
Makes perfect sense to me. Let's see if M80 can pull it off. We're on our way to labs, which means it's time for me to turn you over to a couple of cool cats from Canada. It's Flynn and Intera.
Cool is a very good word to use here, Corbeck, because it is actually very cold outside, Rob. It's like 8 degrees Celsius, which I think is like 40-something for Americans.
40-something, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very cold. We went from a boiling hot summer to a very cold fall in very quick fashion, just as we went from a 0-0 to a 1-0 in not very quick fashion, but quite impressive fashion. OXG taking M80's map away from them, which means now OXG will go to very fertile ground, which is their own pick of labs. They should, in theory, be able to walk away with this. Will it happen? We don't know, because we probably didn't have OXG taking map 1 off of M80 either. Regardless, operator bans are underway, and we will keep our eyes peeled for any potential weird or odd choices.
Yeah, you really have to take the words from Flax and Fox to heart. There were a lot of mistakes made by M80 on map number 1. That was not a map of Clubhouse that leaves you with the impression that this is a team that should be fighting for a major spot. I think right now, for Oxygen, this is a team that has been able to, like Fox said, take advantage of a lot of the errors that were made on that map and really just play fundamentally sound and play much improved from the performance that we saw in the group stage from Oxygen. We see near identical bans, the Dokkaebi instead of the Ying this time, but everything else follows the exact same way on Labs as it did on Clubhouse. So we lose the Azami, we lose the Tugarao. So we still have the Kaid at play. We still have lots of games to be played around hard breaching of walls, but it'll be M80 starting on the defense of OXG's map pick of Labs. Up 1-0 in the series, and it must be said, OXG in fine form at the moment. And we do have a bit of a role swap to begin things, and we'll see if they change things around in repick. But we got a Glaz, a Finka, a Blitz, and a Lion coming out, at least to begin the round. We got a basement defense coming out from M80 to try and repel, much like the Des talked about, a lot of the aggression that Oxygen was bringing to the server that seemed to put M80 on their heels often.
Just going to keep an eye on those up-and-coming operator choices here. Didn't really talk about the numbers, by the way, much. When it comes to the LCQs, this was the first time that we saw Clubhouse in the actual last chance qualifier stages. Chalet and Border have been yet to be played, and with Layer being the decider, we definitely won't see it in this matchup. But will we see it in the other two? Yes, the other two, Wildcard and CL4L, which is a team that does not compete in the North American League. You might not be familiar with them, but if you watched the matchup yesterday against the major defending champs of Cloud9 Beast Coast, then you will know all about them. And you'll also know that major defending champs is a title that C9BC will lose in roughly about a month because they did not qualify for the Montreal Major. A little bit hard to defend your major title when you don't actually make it to the event itself. But when you look at these matchups, we have Wildcard and CL4L next, and then the winner of this game goes up against the winner of Wildcard CL4L, and that game will count for what team goes to Montreal. Earlier today, G2 was the team from Europe to win from the last chance qualifiers, knocking out ENCE in a 2-0 victory just moments before we went live here on this channel. And boy, oh boy, were the LCQs in Europe very messy today, Flynn.
Speaking of messy, we retain the Blitz and the Glaz as we enter in through Animus. Oxygen not attempting to employ any map control on a clear. Kino on the Warden. He can't see through the smoke as the plant is going down, and he's finally able to stop it in its tracks, but 2 kills picked up by Oxygen in response. While the diffuser is on the ground, it is easily recoverable for Oxygen's attacking members. as they once again circle around inside of Animus, worried about potential pressure from the hatch above, as Kino could relocate. Now the diffuser, recovered by Yaga, immediately gets back out as both the assembly and Animus walls were ripped open in early succession by Oxygen's attack, simply trying to go site direct, get a plant down, but they're still in a good spot to recover from the first failed attempt.
I mean, obviously losing a Legion is never good. They lose Gomez as well. Kino in this spot, tucked into the corner, doing quite a lot of damage. He's got kill holes down below him as well, so there's no shortage of angles for him to keep his eyes peeled on. Worried about somebody from the window. M80 with a numbers advantage. These last two players from OXG will simply brute force their way through, but there's a second line of defense. Citizen will get a single kill before Diaz is reduced to rubble. 10 HP on Diaz's side of things. It's him and Hyper in a 1v1 now. Not a lot of time. I guess you've got roughly enough for the 3 armor to trudge his way towards the site. The TCSG in the hands of Hyper is a tough go of it for Diaz. Bullet pen through the wall. A single bullet. Honestly, if it whizzes past Diaz, it might do enough damage to kill him. Here goes some of that soft destruction. Diaz has an idea as to where this Kaid could be. He'll attempt the plant now. It's halfway there. Red marks are in. Diaz falls off. Hyper exposing himself for a second. Diaz picking the wrong way before Hyper, with 1 second left, finishes the round. And again, a round that was maybe a bit too close for comfort for M80. They win it. But if this is what Labs is going to look like, M80 are going to need to be a little bit more feared, or else this will be a slog for them and their fans.
Yeah, a slight alteration to that clear through storage against Kino. If it isn't so staggered, then that's probably lights out on the roam. Citizen as well, tagging in from inside of control was nice, but he then separated from his last remaining teammate of Hyper, which meant it just gave Diaz the opportunity to have 2 separated 1v1s, and he won the first one. He couldn't win the second one on 10 health and no time on the clock. So M80, off the backs of, once again, some early impressive performances by Kino and Citizen, mean that they garner themselves the first defensive win. We see a tank and assembly defense be victorious for M80. They immediately turn tail to the top floor. We'll go to server and command to try and get on a run on the defensive side. It was Oxygen really put their mark on Clubhouse in terms of the defensive favor. We'll get to see if M80 can replicate some of those results early on in map number 2, as it is backs against the wall time for M80, surrendering their own map pick of Clubhouse. Means that from here on out, Oxygen's in the driver's seat, and there's been plenty of moments now for M80 where they've had man advantages, and they've looked like they've been in control, and they have lost that control in a hurry. Oxygen has been scrappy, they've been defiant, they've been rather mechanically impressive so far. Every one of the teams stepping up and having their individual moments. We see Yaga return on the Glass with Hat on the Blitz. So maintaining this role swap on Oxygen, still looking to bring some aggression and some site direct opportunities for Oxygen's attacks.
Watched as the Claymores were picked, by the way, in the previous map, Rob, and I didn't see any real value here. I mean, with both of these teams, you can expect some cheekiness. You can expect them to jump on out. This Lion scan now has caught 3 separate players on the side of M80. Kino's almost dead. Gomez has gone to a Nitro Cell. Kino had thrown, which is why he lost so much HP. Amidst the smoke, Yaga eliminating Hyper. Now looking for yet another. Newer's trading out on Kino as Diaz is bleeding out and will need to be retrieved. The Blitz of Hat will assume the position, gunning down Cameraman. Only 2 remain for M80. This is a burst of action. 4 players dying so quickly, Rob. Down goes the Ash of Newers. The Citizen catches her. And now the Blitz. Positioned by the doorway, looking to walk into the bomb site. Citizen's had to retreat. He's shoulder to shoulder with Spoit, who's now found his way out towards Catwalk and will rotate in through IT. There's 2 players in terms of mechanics that you want remaining on your side on M80. It's these 2. A peek from the Glass of Citizen, and Hat will try the diffuser. He fails off of it. Yaga tearing strips through these players, but right now the HP on the side of OXG just continues to dwindle. It has to favor M80 at this point. Spoit isolated, trapped from this spot. Diaz dies to Spoit. Yaga eliminates him. It's all up to Citizen as the diffuser will now run away. A shield and a glass are what awaits Citizen. Neither of these operators particularly enjoyable to go up against, but together, whoo, boy, that's a real tizzy. Citizen already off to a much better start here on Labs than we saw in Clubhouse, but Yaga will ensure the 3 kills Citizen has, or all he has, at the tail end of that round. A real messy matchup, but it gets done on the side of OXG.
Well, I think OXG feel very comfortable bringing this to a slugfest and a site direct operation where we are foregoing any kind of hard breaching. Really, they saw the rotation made from connector into server. They forego any breach onto IT and let that be a pivot position for Spoit to maybe cause some thorns in the backside. But at the end of the day, still the coalescence of the glass and the blitz inside electrical, being able to see through the smoke on the plant coverage the second time around, it's the difference maker for Oxygen. They don't seem all that inclined to be operating with the mentality that they need to clear M80 out of hard hold positions away from the bomb site. They just need to bring operators that will facilitate getting aggressive and in their face as much as possible and be victorious in the ensuing slugfest. Spoit returning with the cap cans once again. We saw a couple of those detonate in the previous round and saw a lot of OXG attackers be low on health, but again, much like Oxygen as a whole in this series through Clubhouse and now through the early rounds of Labs, refusing to drop completely, always hanging around, always hanging on by an inch and being able to persevere just as they did there. We see the return now of Yaga onto the blitz, Newers onto the Ying, the attacking operator band that is the only difference in bands between Clubhouse and Labs. Now we get to see the Ying and the blitz in tandem. Yeah, Citizen, while the Warden was absent from the majority of the previous round, he's going to get immediately back onto the Warden, try and help him see through the amount of blinding utility that Oxygen can bring.
I mean, Warden was also a byproduct of the meta that we had at the time. We were seeing smokes dominate, so Ubisoft started working on an operator that perfectly countered a smoke-heavy meta, which at the time was Glaz and Ying dominated, if you go far enough back to remember when Warden was added to the game. The problem is that it takes longer for a new operator to be made than for balancing to come into play. So there was such an uproar over Glaz and Ying being strong that they nerfed smokes by the time Warden was unveiled, which means, well, he didn't really have the same prominence and same success upon release than if he'd been put out a season or two before that. It's taken some time for smoke operators to find their way back into the meta, but Warden is now a great pick, and when he had the 1.5 scope, he was everywhere. First kills, by the way, come out to M80. They've knocked Hat down, and they've managed to kill Yaga outright. That's an excellent start with half of the round left.
Seems like it was a nitro cell from underneath via Spoit. Is he still downstairs? And yeah, that's the blitz taken out of action, and Hat, he'll be successfully revived inside of electrical. Back to 20 health, but I don't think these drones have established that there are still many roamers for the M80 side at the top of the blue stairs, but Newers able to respond on the Spoit downstairs. So he makes his descent through the rafter stairwell, being able to, again, apply pressure towards that cargo rotation back into control. That's a powerful position that he's actually having over the rotations inside of the bomb site, and it's forcing cargo hallway to be utilized behind this castle barricade by the remaining defenders of M80 as they evacuate their position topside and all heal back downstairs to the main floor to do battle. Kino, though, picked apart by the R4C of Gomez from up above. Top floor established for Auction on the attack, and the man advantage once again reestablished.
Things looked so terrible about 40 seconds ago for OXG, Rob, and now all of a sudden it's M80. We're on the wrong side of this equation. Diaz has found an opening to get that diffuser down, and now M80 will have to recover. Citizen running straight into harm's way. Ian Cameraman with 2 to give the advantage back in favor of that team with the fluorescent logo. OXG narrowing the numbers. Down goes Citizen. They have a good read on where one of the 2 players from M80 lay, and, well, Cameraman doesn't seem to understand that the roof above him is mostly gone. A puzzling situation that leaves Hyper to tend fort, and he dies to Gomez. OXG doing what needs to be done so far on their map if they want to close this out in quick 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, if I'm the guy putting the bomb down in storage, I'm a little sad about how the last minute transpired, but the final seconds kind of make up for it. Top coverage and Newers in the middle of storage, unable to protect Diaz as he tries to go for the plant. And yeah, here comes Citizen sprinting on in to the middle of storage. Got an attacker above him and an attacker directly in front of him, and yet He's laser focused on Diaz, trying to put the diffuser down. And again, a scramble from Oxygen. They lose the opening pick. They have their hard breacher put to 20 health. They are unaware of 2 defenders at the top of the blue stairs, and they continue to dip and dodge away from M80 and continue to survive in these rounds. Both teams are making critical errors, but it's Oxygen who are continuing to be able to take advantage of the situations that M80 are presenting. That's M80 unsuccessful on the other 2 bomb sites. Might be a return of form for Labs as a whole from yesterday, where basement was really the only successful defense anyone could have. The 3 bomb sites really not having that much enjoyable play for the defensive favor. So we see M80 return to the basement to try and level up the score as Oxygen continue to apply the pressure and keep their foot firmly pressed against the gas pedal.
Very enjoyable matchup between these 2 teams. There's still plenty more to come. 3 matches today. Have you and I only working this one together? Womp womp. I'll be working with Jayswills, aka Jonah. The next matchup of Wildcard and then CL4L. And you and Jonah will actually be running away with the final. So I'll get to hear one of the 2 of you, presumably you, because you tend to do more play-by-play, Rob, calling which of these teams will actually make it. Unfortunately for me, it's just too late. Well, it's past my bedtime, so I'll be tucked in just as Gomez just got tucked in by cameraman. Night-night.
Night-night. There goes the ying.
That's a ying.
Yep.
That's a ying. That's bad.
That's pretty bad. That's the operator that I highlighted again that was absent from Clubhouse because of the bans, and it is, again, one of those crucial execute operators that just absolutely obliterates everyone's ability to see and hear and focus and coordinate, except for Kino, who's now operating on the Warden as opposed to Citizen this time around. You can see Spoit able to rotate from the top of the blue stairs, pick up these gridlock track stingers, able to decipher the position of a flank drone as well, but we see Oxygen again, giving very little credence to the operators of M80 who are floating around the top side of the map. This is a basement defense, and Oxygen, once again, even after losing Gomez, they're still solely focused on getting downstairs to the objective primarily and foregoing the rest. As you can see the descent down the Exo stairs for Yaga on the blitz, the main carrying the diffuser, and he immediately gets into the bomb site. He's got purview from Hat on a Maverick outside, and the plant is going down.
9 players still alive with diffuser going down. Yaga manages to pull it off. Hat picking off Citizen. Numbers will equalize now, and Yaga can tuck himself into the corner and smoke off the doorway. He gets torn through by cameraman, who has the angle above. Spoit dies to Diaz. Both of these teams trading blows. The timer will be the bigger issue for M80. Newers with great trigger discipline gets one. Diaz collects the second. And now it's Hyper to stop OXG from getting a 3rd round. It would prevent M80 from winning this first half, and that's exactly what will happen. Diaz, sensational in the post plant. OXG wins 3 rounds on attack on Nighthaven Labs, and M80 are starting to sweat.
It's a 50-50 social projection that we got on our screen there, recapping what the community thought at large. We do, as well, get a tactical timeout, not a technical, a tactical, so the only one available to M80. Be able to slow things down, and I think that is probably the first directive for M80, is trying to establish how to slow Oxygen on their approach to the bomb site, because it has been rapid, and the opening pick seems to not matter time and time again. Oxygen are fine suffering casualties in the opening portions of rounds, so long as that execute is still in place. And we saw that from Yaga. Even though he got picked off from up above in the vending hatch, Diaz was able to relocate from the storage window to the vending window to be able to continue to impact the plant's viability and continue to quell the retake for M80. Now we find ourselves in a position where Oxygen, they're in the driver's seat once again, carrying the momentum, forcing the tactical timeout to return. Sorry, it was Newers that rotated from the storage window to the vending window to have the purview from up above. And I think as well for Oxygen, they just have no desire and no intention of clearing the map. They don't feel they need the top control other than on that storage and control bomb site. They really don't feel like they need to be inside the map for a majority of the round to get the job done. As long as their execute is aggressive and lethal, they are fine letting M80 control 80% of the map. As long as that crucial 20% is in Oxygen's favor and they have the utility and the execute operators to get the plant down, That is their sole focus, and it is working wonders for them. Like you said, Parker, 3 on the bounce now for Oxygen. They have secured a tie at worst case scenario at the side swap. Oxygen flying and operating on all cylinders at full percent right now.
Obviously a very troubling spot for M80 to be in. M80's struggles have been quite pronounced in a variety of their matchups, but I mean, OXG has really been the story for this region. They were so dreadfully bad through most of this stage, and we use that language because we are not used to them being a bottom feeder team. OXG has found their groove here in the LCQs. Not sure if you would agree, Rob, but I have to feel that the winner of this matchup is the favorite to gain the final spot versus Wildcard and CL4L. Just based on history and just based on the caliber of the players. Though Wildcard has honestly been steadily improving as a team. Hat decides to run past an open electrical window, and boy, oh boy, he gets quite the shock from Kino. An early pick for M80 will seriously help them in their quest to keep this score line close. 2 minutes to go. That's a 5v4 for M80.
Like I said, the opening pick hasn't really done a whole lot of favors for M80, but this time around onto Hat specifically, as he seems to be the primary hard breacher. Kino again. M590, he's just putting his face in an electrical window and laying waste to the Oxygen attackers out on the balcony. Kino wants to do even more damage, but it's a 5v3 that suddenly starts to slip away once again. Cameraman getting aggressive outside in the meeting hallway. There's no electricity onto the right side of this panel, which means that the can openers, as redundancy on the hard breach, will be successful at opening up the connector wall and continuing to quell the aggression from electrical. Suddenly, once again, we see Oxygen at a 2-man disadvantage start to claw the round back. The rotation has been late reinforced by M80 from connector into server, but another can opener finds its way onto the wall. Nitro cells being ripped in hand by multiple M80 defenders, and they will get shot out of the air. The can opener is still positioned on the wall, which means even though they lose Hat as the opening death as their primary hard breacher on the ace, the redundancy and the recovery for Oxygen still well on the way.
I don't like a 4v3 lead on this map either. Things can turn very quickly, as we've seen actually in 2 of the rounds played out so far. M80's going to play as if they're behind, though, with Kino getting very aggressive. He's found every single kill so far for M80. That will continue. Spoit will deny the ace, and Citizen will get the final kill. Look at him. He looks so great. M80 win that round and keep the numbers close. It's only their second so far on defense. With a map like Nighthaven Labs, when we see this map appear, we are so used to it being just a 50-50 map. The numbers have not looked that way so far in North America. If you just ignore the LCQs and focus solely on the actual stage that preceded it, it's quite a defender-sided map. 60% of the rounds won by the defenders, which means the fact that OXG have been able to win 3 rounds is downright bad for M80. Nighthaven Labs in the middle of the pack in terms of play as well. So it's not even like we have a small sample size to go off of here. This is really just OXG playing their map, really liking where they're at. And they burned M80's timeout early. And the presumption is, based on the numbers that we see on Nighthaven Labs, that when the side swap happens, OXG will win more rounds than they will lose. For M80, that means the win condition is to get to 3-3 at this point. If you surrender this round to OXG, that is a very, very daunting climb on that second half. You cannot stumble, because if OXG wins this map, that's it. M80 will not make it to the Montreal Major. OXG will go on to face the winner of CL4L, defeated Cloud9 Beast Coast yesterday in the wild card. What series of matches we have today.
Nice drone spot there for Newers. Once again, outside of the vending window, transitioning back and forth between storage and vending. See the blitz return from Yaga. And again, we saw Kino fashioning himself some kill holes from up above in storage down towards the bomb site. Also, again, tried to attempt to put his face in the window with an M590. Doesn't garner the same success as it did in the previous round. We see lots of kitchen focus this time around for Oxygen. Been exo-sided for the majority of the pushes down to the basement with some support outside the assembly breach. But now we get to see Oxygen spread their legs a little bit, enter the map a little bit deeper than they have previously. also employ this kitchen position. That's a bit of a pivot point. Go head on against some of the contention. The defense will be opting to hold from the main floor. They still got to worry about Spoit up above. Top floor on the Vigil with a Boss G. That could be absolutely devastating, especially on a flank. If he goes unnoticed and undetected by the Oxygen attacking side, you're going to need to gather some intel, and they might even send Yaga for him topside, seemingly hearing the impact from up above. The Spoit will rotate into meeting, drop Yaga down to 5 HP, but he's unable to deal the finishing blow. Gridlocked track stingers in the way of the meeting hallway. They'll slow any advances for Spoit in the time being, and everyone for Oxygen still standing, but they're going to have to be wary of the flank.
I mean, Blitz on 5 HP means you die to the shrapnel of a nitro cell, to the radius of an impact. It means you step on a goo mine, that's curtains. It means if you hit one of the electrified walls of the bandit, you're dead. So many things that will cause Yaga to have the end of the round, and there you go. Spotted by Spoit and trades out Gomez. That's a hell of a shot after Kino had died moments before. This bodes well for OXG just based on the numbers, though. They've still got some utility here. They will use it for soft destruction. Also, those track stingers, but another trade has come out. These teams cannot give up on one another. They will dance and dance, and around they go. Hat and Diaz versus Citizen and Hyper with 30 seconds remaining, Rob.
Recovering the diffuser at the base of the Exo stairs. Frag grenade comes out just to try and cordon off anyone playing in the Nano hallway. But now Hyper will dig his heels inside of Nanotech, and Citizen inside of Tank will attempt to hold out the approach for Diaz and Hat. Hitting the goo mine on the default plant spot inside assembly, and now Hat will have to provide coverage. Nitro Cell being ripped from Hyper. Hat in position, but gets flanked upon through Exo. The plant is completed. Diaz with a nice snap, but he's down to 10 health, and as the bandit turns the corner, Diaz! The plant in the 1v2, even dealing with the flank pressure. It's Oxygen up 4-2 at the half.
You have to think that will break the back of M80 there, Rob. What a frustrating end to that half, and that round in particular for M80. Diaz taking matters into his own hands, and that very subtle head shake by Citizen tells you all you need to know. It was quite the engagement here. We got to see it in slow motion. Diaz immediately pumping for the camera. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Absolutely incredible stuff between these two teams.
Well, I think we're doing okay. I think the feed is trying to survive. I'm not sure what's being put out to the world, but internally,
it's completely frozen. For me.
It is frozen now. It's trying its best, man. The hamster wheel, it's at full tilt right now, Parker. It's trying its absolute hardest. But that is the first half completed. And Oxygen, like you said, on a map that inside of North America trends defensive favor. It's Oxygen winning 4 attacks. And again, opportunities for M80 just completely thrown to the wayside by some individual heroics, this time on the side of Oxygen. Man advantages that have been dropped. M80 losing 4 defensive rounds on Nighthaven. Already down 1-0 in the series of this best of 3. Means that Oxygen just need 3 more rounds in regulation on the defensive side of Nighthaven. They can go 3-3 in the second half, and they will still walk away with another 7-5 victory. Taking some damage from the electricity outside of the IT wall. Both breachers attempting to contend with the bandit batteries, but they will both be successful with the assist of 1 Thatcher EMPs. The IT wall gets opened up, and we see the return of Blitz. Citizen picking up the shield operator. We didn't see a single Blitz come out from M80 on Clubhouse. They seem to have changed their opinion on how they want to operate here on Labs.
See if M80 shield play can match up to what we saw from OXG. Though I will admit, from the very little sample size that we saw of that Blitz, the space that was made by the Blitz in most rounds was serviceable, but not ultimately great. I mean, there's a reason why you ban the Monty, right? And that's because Blitz just cannot do the same thing. Monty, far and away, the most banned attacker, miles ahead of Dokkaebi in second, who conveniently is also removed from this match due to the bans on the top. There goes Kino to Hat. A bit of a struggle for the shield as the follow-up from Cameraman was there, and oh my, are things over for M80? Spoit down, Hyper down, the only kill so far from OXG. Gomez is dead, and that round is over. M80 wanted to breach the bomb site. They did so successfully. M80 wanted to use that momentum to win the round. They did not do that successfully. OXG stops them in their tracks, and it's a 5-2 scoreline with OXG on the statistical better side and doing it on their own map.
And just as a whole, playing better than M80, it must be said. This Oxygen bears very little resemblance to the Oxygen we saw lose this map to Los during the group stage. This seems like an entirely new team and performing on a level that we haven't really seen out of them so far in stage 2. What a time to wake up in the last chance qualifier with the opportunity to send themselves to the grand finals of the LCQ. One more best of 3 away from attending the major in Montreal. Not something we would have said about Oxygen given maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe even a week ago. Certainly the tides have turned here for OXG and for M80. Again, one of these rounds where it feels like everyone takes a 1v1 and everyone dies in their 1v1, where it's just everyone trying to become the hero, everyone trying to play some hero ball and try and put it across the finish line themselves, and yet every single one of them stumbled before getting to the rim. And now for M80, like you said, 2-round losses away on the attacking side, away from being knocked out of the stage entirely, and looking towards potentially LCQs to qualify for the 6 Invitational, as SI points are also on the line here. And we've also got the opportunity to go to the Montreal Major as a whole on the line for M80. Again, we saw C9 Beast Coast fall at the hands of CL4L. Could it just be an upset stage across the board?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think that the defending major champs getting knocked out by a team that has never competed at tier 1 level would happen, but I mean, there are very obvious issues with Cloud9 Beast Coast. The former coach of the team, Fett, has been doing a companion/co-stream where he's also been bringing in other players to talk about the fortunes of these teams. And I mean, there's no denying that Fett was a huge part, an instrumental part in that major win. His insight will be invaluable for C9BC as they've moved past him. He's gone on to greener pastures, aka he's escaped esports, at least for the time being. And I mean, he can diagnose those issues, and there's clearly something wrong. Citizen dies, Yaga gets caught looking in the wrong direction, so he's gone as well. 90 seconds remain, and it's a 4v4.
Citizen once again, the opening death on the Blitz, untraded, and now Gomez with a Nitro Cell onto Hyper Spoit. He's on 24 HP, and all of a sudden now, Cameraman is able to pick up Hat, but still health advantage. Actually, arguably, it's coming close. He got 26 health on Newers, he got 24 health on Spoit. This is an opportunity now for the Oxygen defense to put themselves on a not only match point, but series point. They continue to stall out M80's attack. Kino with the M590 tries to enter in through the garage hallway, but this is a basement defense. So still layers to try and pick through for the M80 side. Deathmark Tracker will come out from Kino, trying to establish the positioning of the cap can of Gomez. Downstairs he will spot it. The Animus hatch gets opened up all the same. Now we have the opportunity to see what a site execute looks like for M80 into the basement. This is a defensive objective that has been very strong in the favor of teams who have opted to play it so far. Oxygen seemingly the only ones who have found the key to success in attacking it. And now we have the opportunity to see if Oxygen can hold out to put themselves 1 round away from the grand finals.
Drop will need to come in, and it'll be done together. None of those death marks remaining from Kino. No isolation that can possibly be had. It will just be gunfights as all the pomp and circumstance that you see from M80 might not be enough. 5 seconds remain. Cameraman looking for an opening as they trade back and forth. Newers the last man standing. Kino on the duel. Newers can potentially get here. It's on 0-0-0. Will he get to Cameraman in time? Yes! Newers wins the round. OXG moves to series point.
It's another 1vx for Oxygen. Series point, grand finals point awaits Oxygen and an M80 team that continues to run afoul of the clock on the attacking side and run afoul of converting man advantages on the defensive side. It's a nightmare scenario for M80 and their fans as they now stare down the barrel of elimination from the last chance qualifier. They're going to have to hit 4 attacking rounds consecutively on Nighthaven Labs to be able to just put this into overtime. One mistake, and it is lights out, and Oxygen for the time being continue to survive in rounds that look daunting, in scenarios that look like they are stacked against them. They are the team that refuses to go down without a swinging fight, and they are continuing to come away with a victory at every possible turn. The determination and the perseverance for Oxygen has been remarkable so far through this series. So many rounds that look like on that Oxygen have turned on its head. Now we stand 1 round away. It's storage and control for Oxygen to try and say sweet good nights to M80.
What a story it would be for OXG for a variety of reasons. An organization that from the top has had some very obvious troubles in terms of ownership, not the actual players. I cannot imagine competing under those circumstances, not knowing if your org will still be around, if you will still have a team to call home. It's devastating, frankly. It's been shown on social media before with commitment to esports, and we are in an esports winter, as many would tell you, with esports orgs across every single game having some difficulties. OXG made some roster moves, and the big criticism in the offseason was, where is the leadership? Well, they're about to find out, aren't they? Oh my, Kino, you were in a bad place. He gets down to finish off. Not yet. Yaga dies. There goes cameraman. Kino is still down. It's secured by Newers, who's only getting better the longer that this matchup goes. 12 kills at this point. This run through the LCQs for M80 has not been easy. And now it falls on the shoulders of 3 gentlemen. Citizen, Spoit, and Hyper. All competing under flags from Europe, though Hyper and North American, despite playing with the Greek flag. There goes Spoit. Dropped. Citizen will have to retrieve if they want a chance in this round. Hyper finding an opening, though. Pummeling these 2 players. There goes Citizen, the newest addition to M80 against Diaz and Hat. 1 former player from M80 on the side of OXG still up. Hat will celebrate as both he and Diaz head downstairs, leaving Hyper all alone. How poetic would it be, Rob? The last player added to this team. Hyper's needed some time to get back in the swing of things. He's had some terrific games, and he shows that he can definitely still hang, but more reps, more improvement is likely the goal here. He's the only choice for M80 at this moment. The only chance of getting out of the LCQs in a good direction requires Hyper to win this round. Oxygen, after a dreadful stage 2, can taste the grand finals. The job would not be done. They would still need 1 more. They are giving Hyper absolutely nothing now. He must bring the fight to them. He had a read. It's long gone. Now he'll rope around through rafters before dropping. He's got diffuser, Rob. It's definitely doable. He springs on in. There goes the smoke. A Banshee will go off. They know exactly where he is, tucked in by the corner, by the window. Diaz in hot pursuit. The Nitro will blow M80's chances up. And it's Diaz cold as ice to secure the victory and send OXG from worst to potentially first, as they will compete in the LCQ Grand Finals with a spot at the Montreal Major on the line later tonight.
Like we said, give it a week ago, you probably would not be saying that this was likely for Oxygen, and yet here they stand, 1 best of 3 away from going to the Montreal Major. The Titans in this LCQ, they continue to fall, Parker. That's 1 more down. Now it's the opportunity for Oxygen to take a breather, have a break, and on the other side of this break, we'll see who comes away from the second semifinal to face OXG for a spot in Montreal.
drop, yes, I'm gonna drop.
In storage, in storage. Play the storage holes. He's in storage.
Go first,
You
go
can
first.
only plant storage.
You find him going?
D4.
Go together, go together.
Nice! Let's fucking go,
Nice.
boys.
Let's go.
Oh my god,
bro.
bro. I couldn't speak for the
Let's
fucking
go, boys. Good fucking shit, bro. Y'all stay fucking calm,
Nice,
collective.
bro.
That's how we do it, boys. Good shit.
Bye-bye, Kino. Bye-bye, Kino.
Let's go, boys. I'm fucking.
Well, M80's explosive run here in the playoffs and into the LCQ fizzles out against an Oxygen team that honestly looks more dangerous than we've seen them so far. That last map, that was as brutal of a beatdown as there's been in this stage, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think we expected that map to go as it did. Even before the game started, obviously, just, again, not a good M80 map. But that doesn't mean that OXG didn't play phenomenally well. Getting a 4-2 split on the Attack Labs, I mean, that's nothing easy to accomplish. And I think the OXG that's focused, everybody is focused on the execute, on the game plan. It's not necessarily worried about kills anymore. It looks like a new lively team focused on the objective, and the kills follow suit. When you're just focused on getting the strat down, getting the case down, everything else just happens one after the other. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing. OXG finally looks like they're alive. They're speaking to each other. The communication, the energy, it seems like they want to be there. Finally, OXG wants to win. And even when they were losing the opening pick opening pick count, they weren't letting that stop them at all.
Yeah, I mean, to touch up on that, that first half, they went down 4 out of those 6 rounds of losing that man advantage, but bringing those rounds back, keeping their composure, keeping their plan still intact. And I mean, you got to give it to Oxygen. You know, this map pool, again, heavily favor them. I said it, if M80 couldn't muster out a win on that Clubhouse, it was not going to look good going into layer. Just for the simple fact, the sample size. Oxygen played it once. They played it, what, 4 times now, given that they played it here? It just was not a good map for M80, so it was very shocking that they win here. But again, in terms of their overall performance and what we saw, they still look very discombobulated. They look disconjointed. They didn't look like they had a proper plan of how they wanted to meet Oxygen or to switch something up, where again, Oxygen was playing the utility correctly. Their teamwork was on point. Their trade game was on point. They were just doing everything just systematically better than what M80 has shown. So it's no surprise to me that Oxygen walks away with that first map and then doing it in a dominant fashion going into the second map. So I am very happy and proud that they have found success, given the huge hurdle that they just could not get over throughout this entire stage. So hats off to them, and I can't wait to see what they look like going into that grand final.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, obviously we haven't seen our next match, so we can't really tell exactly what that finals matchup is going to look like. But we saw both of those teams, CL for Life and Wildcard, play. Looking at the form that Oxygen has been in here, do you think they are now really the favorites to win that major spot?
Absolutely.
Ooh, I mean, I feel like that's definitely difficult to ask, because not only is Oxygen coming alive, but if we see a similar wild card to what we saw yesterday, I do think they are both favorites. If you talk about one team enough, you could convince either or to be the one that walks on top. But I do think OXG is
agreement.
I think OXG definitely looks like the scarier team. I would say the more explosive team. They are better on attack. I would say if we see the same wildcard looks a little bit better on defense. That's all. But OXG still looks great.
I'll leave it. I'll leave it with that. I won't go too in depth. I'll just say Oxygen looks good overall.
They certainly do. And let's get one of those players who did look so good. Here's Gomez for our interview. Excited to wish you congratulations on a map well played right there, a match well played. Absolutely handed it to M80. So big ups to you guys. And Laxing wanted me to let you know that he's very impressed with how you guys are looking so far here in your LCQ run.
Thank you, really appreciate it, Quebec. Lax too. Thank you, Lax.
So I gotta ask, I mean, obviously M80, we saw some good stuff from them, like in the playoffs. We saw some good stuff from them even in the LCQ. Did you expect it to be quite so straightforward? I mean, you guys took them to the cleaners there on Labs.
I mean, we knew like Club was gonna be like a hard game because they're really good at that map and they have a lot of reps on it. But Labs, like, we just knew they had no idea we were gonna pick that map and they weren't gonna like prep for it. Like, we banned it against LG yesterday, so it wouldn't make sense for us to pick Labs. So we just knew Labs was gonna be easy, and then Club hard.
So Fox noticed that Newers in particular looked super energetic, like in the cams, he was hyping you guys up. Is he like your hype man? Because you all look real energized compared to the group stage. Like, what's changed on the OXG side to get you to this point?
I think Newt is kind of our hype man, but he's also kind of like just like a funny guy. Like he just brings the vibes, always brings the vibes up. And then for the energy, I think like just like everyone's energetic. Like I think we see the win now. Like we're gonna make that major, and everyone believes in it. So like of course like the vibes are better that way.
Yeah, I do actually like feel a sense of belief coming off you guys, which is cool to see. I mean, you've got finals coming up, obviously. Who do you think you're going to end up playing in that matchup, and how do you think you're going to beat them?
I mean, I don't really know who's gonna win. I think wildcard maybe win, but I don't really care who we play. I think the game will be easy, and we're just better. So I don't think it matters.
All right. I love the confidence. That's great. I mean, it does genuinely feel like you guys have really hit your stride here when the chips were down. I mean, I just like one last question. How are you going to stay warmed up for that final? Because you got a while to wait now before it gets determined who you're up against.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna watch and like probably just play it a little bit ranked or something right before the game. That's pretty much it.
Well, I absolutely fear whoever has to face you in ranked right now coming off of that high, but congratulations, Gomez. Looking forward to seeing you guys play for your major spot later.
All right, thank you, quarterback.
It's confident. That's oozing it. They do not care who they're playing between CL for life or wildcard. They're going to beat them because they're better.
I hate this emoji that Fox is using in Discord right now with me. But I mean, yeah, the confidence is definitely key to their success so far. But I mean, you still got to give credit to Wildcard and CL for life. I mean, they demonstrated how well both these teams can play. They're both going to be a very formidable opponent for them. So obviously, they do get to sit pretty here for a while. They do get to watch this game. They do get to prep. But that confidence can, it can be a double-edged sword a little bit when you're finding yourself in a grand final where, that is it. That is what's going to determine everything.
Right. I mean, I don't think it's going to be an easy game nonetheless, but I do like the idea. I like the attitude going into it because confidence so far in this OXG roster, we haven't seen it all stage. And finally, they've been able to get over that mental hurdle. And now they do look like a brand new team. They look like a team that could have competed to go for the major spots in playoffs. Now, they only have one chance. You're right. Pressure will be stacked on top of them. But if they keep that confidence, I mean, that's in the right direction. It's in the right direction. So keep it up. And I'm really excited for the next game because, again, I don't think it'll be as easy as a game.
The truth is, in all sorts of sports, sometimes the team, they just hit their stride when the pressure's at its highest, and it kind of seems like that might be oxygen. But we're going to determine who their opponent's going to be. Get some water, take a quick break, take a rest. We'll be back with CL for life versus Wildcard in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Hyper. I'm a player for M80, and we just won our first LCQ game.
Hey, I'm Gomez from OXG, and we just won our first game.
I guess I'll do this for the setup tour. It's a new mouse I got, and I love it. Ignore the design. It's like it's a WL mouse. It's from China or something. It was actually sold out, so I couldn't get a normal color. That's why all these weird like dog designs are on it. I'm not like a big fan of that stuff. I won't say it.
I play with this WL Beast X mouse. It's a new one for me. I like it very much. And of course, I'm using the Woodson. Just need this to play. Mousepad, I don't like. Whatever.
It's just bad, man. But ever since I got her, I won a major. Before I didn't have her, I didn't. So she has to be good at.
People would say I was narcissistic, but this is me. And then this is my beautiful team, and I have that sitting right next to me, and I look at it every time we lose a round, so I know that it's just temporary.
If I make the major, I'm taking this one right here. This is like my good luck charm right here.
I'll do Mayor McCheese, obviously. I always have him with me.
I'm not like superstitious really, so I don't want to say good luck charm. Bears are my spirit animal, I would say. And I also think this is it's funny. It's a little bear in a can. I actually get pulled over at security all the time because like they'll see my backpack and they'll be like, oh, you got like canned food in your bag, and then I literally start laughing when I pull this out. And especially in Canada, they always find it funny. So
it's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor. Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
Yesterday, CL for Life slew a titan in the form of C9BC major champions and put themselves one step closer to the unthinkable, a tier 2 NA team making it to Montreal. Standing in their way now is a wild card team that has done everything this stage to live up to their name. Who will fate deal a bad hand? Who will come up aces? It's all in here for this match. Let's find out together. I'm Corbeck, alongside me, Laxing, Foxe. Guys, this is one that I am genuinely really looking forward to seeing after an absolute amazing show that we had last night from CL for Life.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a lot closer of a match too. I think both teams have a lot to offer, and there's a lot to unexpect for CL4 Life. I mean, they're obviously the underdog, the dark horse, and wildcard. they've been playing amazingly well. They've really felt like a whole new team, kind of like OXG. Both two teams have come alive. And obviously, at the end of the day, it's always going to be wildcard games to lose. So we'll have to see what CL4 Life can just, can they upset another Pro League team?
And when you look at that current matchup stats results of both their performance throughout their stage and throughout the qualifiers, I mean, CL4 Life have played a lot of games. So it leaves a question, do they still have gas in the tank to be able to not only make it through wildcard, but then push it all the way to Oxygen and go into Montreal? But realistically, based off their performance and what they had against C9BC, I definitely can see that happening.
Well, obviously the CL4 Life roster, if you've been around the tier 2 scene in the NA, if you've even been in the tier 1 scene, you've heard these names. They're good players. They're incredibly talented. I mean, we saw that on fine display last night.
Yeah, and if you would have told me that they beat the major champs and they were a CL team at the start of the stage, I would have thought you were lying to me. I mean, this was just such an amazing task that they were challenged with. And obviously CL4 Life, the thing with them is they wanted to go into the game gunfighting, right? And that's what we saw, a big brawl until we got to the final map that CL4 Life was able to win. And it was just beautifully strategical sound. The retakes, everything that they were doing was just phenomenal. And they had to do that because they were losing the opening kills. And I think Packer, even in the interview, was talking about how they have won because look at this opening kills to death. These guys lost the opening kill 27 times and still managed to beat C9BC. And I'll tell you why they were able to do that. It was just by amazing fundamentals on retaking, identifying how they were going to win the game a man down. And it was all the retakes, especially on their defense, constantly retaking, denying, and it was just denying so many plans. And this is a round that we have, the last round against CL4 Life. Beautiful retake. They get they get stock room control in a 3v5 and bring it down to a 3v4. And now the whole team from CL4 Life is here. They know that if they lose, it happens, but their best chance at winning is all by playing around each other. C9BC only send 2 people to go deal with the retake. And unfortunately, CL4 Life just had more people there. They weren't respected in that position by C9BC. C9BC, the other 2 members were stuck in CEO. They couldn't do anything. And that retake, the teamwork from CL4 Life is something that you only see from Pro League teams. And that was so beautiful to acknowledge, identify what the win condition was. And they did it. And I didn't know yesterday, but apparently Bodega is coaching these guys. So that would explain why their retakes were so good.
Well, there you go. And of course, they're going to face a mighty challenge here tonight in the form of Wildcard, a team that has been, I mean, genuinely passionate. We saw them come out swinging in the playoffs. They also beat C9BC. These guys are in it to win it.
They are on a heater right now. Wildcard is getting better and better. I mean, since the end of the stage, Wildcard has continued to not only find wins and improve across the board, but from their team play and problem solving. And I have a few rounds that kind of demonstrate, the problem solving that we were seeing, especially into that first map. It went to show. I mean, this team as a whole, they obviously have had tons of problems. But again, in the clips that I have to demonstrate what we will see, it's an immediate transition of how their performance has been as a whole. Again, this is throughout their entire stage. So far, well, not throughout their entire stage, throughout their super week and then going into playoffs and then into their LCQ. This team is improving in every single margin. And again, now they find themselves performing their best game so far, their best performance against that Los. Then again, this goes into the clips that I want to demonstrate of where we were seeing this team play happen. So again, with one thing that we definitely noticed throughout this game was their defensive half. They weren't doing a good job at securing and playing well together. They were getting overzealous. They were giving away some rounds. This was a round that is being demonstrated where Bay could have easily got out in this situation, but he stays up top. They have the man advantage here. He didn't have to play this any more than what he needed to. They could have just doubled off of it. Didn't really matter. They end up closing out. But this is yet another round, round 9, where Kansan gets overzealous. He wants to go for this opening pick. They have the round count, so it doesn't really matter. They lose a pick there. Then we further into this round, and Bay all by himself. They're already in a man disadvantage. No one can help him here. And instead, what does he do? He takes the fight. He ends up losing it. They then immediately lose that round. Now, this is where they pivot. This is where they understand going into this map that they need to be playing together and they need to be playing crossfires. And this is exactly what they do. They have the crossfire on this garage hallway where Spiker, notably, is just taking every single gunfight, winning them, forces a team kill, but they do have the crossfires for this. And then going into round 7, they stall out. They don't make any moves here. They wait. for Los to make the mistake. They don't get anyone in a position of needing to possibly go for a trade. They just wait for Los, and they play it beautifully here, because if any of these guys try to swing either one of these players here, there is someone immediately there to cover one another. And then the last round, well, round 7, I should say, not last round, they go for this animus rush, quickly identifying that there's only a few players on site. They see the open site free outside of that one player. They take it together. They collapse on that Los. And again, this was the teamwork that wasn't being super implemented in that first map of Cafe that we then immediately saw into that transition of that Labs map. And it goes to show that this team is quickly being able to identify where they went wrong from the first map and then transitioning into the second map. Now it's an important factor that they continue that, but also have that hot streak starting in the early game and in the first game, and then carrying that all the way throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, and even some of those jump outs or those over aggressive kills that weren't working out for them, even though it didn't work out, that is such a new wild card to this stage that we've been able to see, because as we've known, they were always very slow, very passive. And now they're a team, when they see an opening, they flip the site on a dime. They're able to capitalize on it, execute on it. And I think it's built on their confidence. And this is the first time where they finally have that momentum behind them that's pushing them. Yeah. And it looks like a brand new team, just like OXG that we saw in the earlier matchup. So very scary opponent to go up against.
Well, I think you guys have done a great job here setting the perspective from us on the desk. Let's hear from the players, though. We've got Bosco and Packer to talk about this upcoming LCQ match.
Hey, I'm Bosco. We just won our first LCQ match against Los.
Hello, I'm Packer. We just beat Beast Coast 2-1. The first map was bad. We were mad at each other and after the game. Not really mad, but we were just more disappointed in ourselves, how we played. We just have to wake up. These guys are just normal players at the end of the day. They wouldn't be in this position if they were nasty. Not even a close game, barn burner game. Fucking Adam clutched up at the end with the ace. So, God bless him. Played against them, and yeah, it was a great game. I mean, we kind of knew what they were doing, so as you can see, we had exposed their gaps pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, I think today was really good. We played really well. Game pretty much went according to plan for us. We had really good prep done by our coach and analyst, Meepy and Justin. The way that a lot of people attack Cafe, it's just a lot of power ups, and it can just get very hectic. And the game ended up being a little bit closer than we would have liked, but everything was executed pretty well. Yeah, it was good. It was a good day for us.
Everyone knows we're a T1 team at the end of the day. It's not like we're just getting underestimated, right? They know they can't underestimate us, they'll just lose. We have to keep adapting and make sure that we're gonna keep continuing and improve to make the major. Tomorrow we have to come in early first map, ready to hit our shots. We were just struggling early map 1, so we just can't let that shit happen.
I feel like everyone did their job. Everyone made plays. We're getting good kills. We had some guys come up with some good ideas and good comms for things. Yeah, I'm proud of all the guys.
I mean, I think based on improvement for them, I think he's been very good for them. I think they're a good team. At the end of the day, I think if we just played our game like we did today, we can win. I mean, we have to be better on the entry. If you looked at our entry stats, it was terrible. We were -18 in a BO3. I don't know how we won. But we'll be a lot better for tomorrow. I mean, they're a good team. We understand what they do. So tomorrow should be a good game.
So CL for life, I think they're a very good team. I think they could probably compete in T1, no problem. They've proven that they can hang in tournaments, and they're beating all the rest of the T2 teams pretty consistently. So we've had a lot of history with them, a lot of matchups that have been really close. I don't believe that they think we're very good. I think that they think they're better than us, and they should be, in Pro League over us. So just for us coming into that match, we would want to really show them that they're wrong about that. Not have it be such a close match that we've had in the past. We would just want to be looking to run those guys over.
We beat Beast Coast. Our goal is to make the major, right? Beating the major champs is the first step in the right direction, right? Shout out Hot and Cold for saying that we've been in T2 for too long and that we shouldn't be in Pro League because of that. Shout out him. People should be given chances even if they've played for long. People can improve. Shout out him for giving me a little motivation. I mean, that's why I probably top fragged on Bank. I mean, he stood no chance. But yeah, I mean, that was just fun, and this is just great. So I'm excited for tomorrow. I mean, job's not finished, right?
I mean, tomorrow's going to be a burner of a day where we're playing 2 series against 2 very good teams, regardless of who we're playing. I think every team left in this qualifier is very good. It's always about the next round, always about just doing the best we can and executing the best we can on our game plan. And yeah, just fighting through these teams and hopefully coming out with the victory at the end of it all.
Here's the thing. Obviously, I love the energy that's coming off of Packer right there. There's a lot of confidence. I appreciate it. They deserve it for beating B9 or C9BC, but Bosco just seems far more pragmatic about this matchup, which really actually makes me worry about CL for life. And if there's one thing we've learned, hubris is an absolute killer here in the LCQs.
Yeah, I kind of like that abbreviation B9, like instead of C9 East Coast. But yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing to point out for me is that Bosco mentioned that no matter what, they're going to be playing 2 best-of-3s, and they're already looking forward to the finals game. That, to me, I guess could be a double-edged sword, because it could be, yes, you are confident, you are, you know, expecting to get the win, and everyone's going to expect that win, but there could be an element of underestimating CL4 Life, which we saw C9BC do it, and that's like, look what happened, right? So if you underestimate the underdog team, you know, it just doesn't put you in a confident position. You know, you got to make sure that you're taking it 1 game at a time. CL4 Life could absolutely upset here again today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, already thinking ahead, that's great, like you were saying, but also can be a double-edged sword, and especially for CL4 Life. They have a lot of reps, and like you were talking about yesterday, they have a very extensive map pool where Wildcard just absolutely doesn't. But, I mean, both these maps, I mean, it's no surprise for me. I mean, this is a solid map for CL4 Life, and then a very good map for Wildcard for going into Skyscraper. But again, CL4 Life is an unknown entity. You don't know exactly what this team does, where you have tons of odds on Wildcard and how they play and the things that they do. And again, they haven't showed their full deck of cards just yet going against Wildcard. So I do expect Wildcard to be on top of their game, being able to understand what CL4 Life is trying to do or what they're trying to muster out through some of these rounds. But ultimately, it's really going to come down to this first map of these gunfights and just being able to get inside of the map. And from what we've seen from CL4 Life side of things, they are not scared to take that fight to you and fight for certain map control, just based off what we've seen from their performance so far.
Right. CL4 Life wanted to go to brawl-heavy maps, and I think that's what we got here. Obviously, close quarters maps that force you to get into gunfights, and I think they do have the edge on that factor. Obviously, Wildcard, the more strategical team, has the edge on that side of things. But in my opinion, I feel like both teams are getting a good map. Yeah. In game 1, we had the bold prediction that if M80 did not win Clubhouse, OXG takes it 2-0. I'm confident in saying that if CL4 Life does not win the first map, Wildcard will take it in 2-0, because I don't think Labs is a map that CL4 Life is well versed on. If it comes to the strategical game, Wildcard will win in the full best of 3. So CL4 Life's best chance, in my opinion, is taking it these first 2, and if they don't, then I see Wildcard taking it home.
Yeah, I absolutely. Oh, my fault.
Okay. Back. No, go ahead, Laxing. They'd rather hear from you. Go for it, mate.
I was going to say, no, I absolutely agree with that. But the bigger question here is obviously if Wildcard can fight off, you know, these players like Adam, Giddy, Packer, any of these players that are going to be getting in your face. Because what we saw in that C9 Beast Coast game was they were getting very aggressive. They were taking those gunfights. They weren't scared to be down a man advantage, where some of the pro teams do collapse a little bit when they do lose that man advantage, where CL4 Life hasn't had that issue so far. As clearly you saw in their entry ratio. So it's a very scary thing when you have a CL team that is playing very aggressive, not scared to take these gunfights, not scared to lose bodies, and still win these rounds. So again, Wildcard really needs to be coming out here strong on this half.
Well, it's a fast and furious set of maps here for what promises to be a fast and furious best of 3. Let me turn it over to a casting duo that I've actually been really looking forward to see. Here's Jonah and Intero.
Well, you'll only get to see us for a very short while as we're on your screen, but you will get to hear us for at least 2 hours, give or take. It really depends on 2 things, Jonah. Does that same CL4L team that we saw yesterday show up today and give Wildcard a run for their money just as they did with Cloud9 Beast Coast? Or does Wildcard show up as we have seen their potential, and this is a quick 2-0? It is nice to see the old US Division star logo on the left side of your screen. If you don't know who the adversaries are against Wildcard, they're CL4L. They've been on this bit of a Cinderella run so far. But Wildcard, steady as she goes, and right now, Jonah, public seems to think Wildcard will take it.
And that's not too surprising from the public, and I think safe to say that even the professionals think the same thing. Laxing and Foxay predicting that Wildcard have the edge here. Hard to bet on the T2 team taking on, the 2 seed in this LCQ. Wildcard against, of course, their CL4 Life, Challenger League for Life competitors. If you aren't familiar with CL4L or haven't heard that name before, that's not too surprising. That is a recent rebrand. They lost the Makers name after that organization, of course, no longer supported this team in Siege. But without that Makers banner, they still are that same core. And we've seen this team tear up the T2 scene for a while, Parker. This has been a team that has dominated and has largely been considered the best team in T2. The last time these two teams actually faced each other was in a Pro-Am environment, Element 3, during the offseason, and we actually saw, at the time known as Makers, this team beat Wildcard. Obviously, little different team on both sides of things. You've got Bay, new on the roster for Wildcard. On the other side, Tristan and Adam joining things for CL for Life. But still a notable result proving that, yes, T1, T2, that discrepancy exists, but this is a team that is here to play.
Yeah, I mean, that old Makers team made some serious noise, and I think if you look at the way that they all played, this could have been a pretty decent team in the NA League, right? If we had 10 teams and this was the 10th team, I don't think they would be that far down compared to the rest. I think they would be able to hold their own absolutely. And as we saw yesterday in their matchup, they showed that they can get things done against a defending major team. Oh my, how fascinating that is. We'll start on Border. Then we will move over to Skyscraper and Labs, which was a map that was needed for the previous series. Will only be there if it's a decider. We started the day with Clubhouse and Border, not seeing any plays in the LCQ. Obviously, that's changed for Border. Chalet will not be played unless we see it in the OXG versus matchup. The winner of this series will go up against Oxygen, who just demolished M80 7-5, 7-2. And M80's chances of making Montreal are gone. Just about a minute into this action, and right now, Wildcard have spread out all over this top floor as we come to expect. The first hurdle will be tackling top floor and carrying on to the bomb site. Doing that through staff and break area.
There are very few maps in Siege at this point that we would say are attacker-sided, that don't favor the defense somewhat or substantially. This map is one of them, and so it's good to see that map played here. And, you know, I think this is a great place for CL for Life to take Wildcard, a great chance for them to start things out on the attacking side and try to set the tone here, show that they are here to play. Again, attacking is certainly not going to be easy, but the numbers sit at about 52% favoring the attacking side. So even though 90 seconds have passed and we haven't seen a kill just yet, you see the information that CL for Life are able to maintain here. Adam, well, he'll be looking to make the first move, and well, on all maps, we talk about that opening kill, how important that is. Border especially, given how explosive this can be. The information still remains on to Bay. You've got Adam and Packer working in from this east side of the map to see if they can pinch him out.
You get the first pick. Giddy eliminating Bosco. Bosco's had a rough go of it so far this stage. Bay, who hasn't. Bay's been the best player on Wildcard in match after match. He's as good as gone. Now it's Spiker to die at the hands of Adam. And it's CL Pharrell winning their very first set of engagements. Yeah, they've lost Packer, but the adversaries that they've taken down in the process are more than worth it. Kansan and Spiff is the last two for Wildcard. Both have had just absolutely tremendous runs on previous teams. Whether they can replicate it in this particular round remains to be seen. It's all up to Kansan, as Spiff had just died moments before, and Kansan will give his position away. You know, he's top metal. Some of the soft destruction that will happen now from over towards Fountain as Adam walks in with diffuser in hand looking for the plant. Kansan searching for something. He catches Tristan on the exit and also onto Adam. Looking for another over towards the window. Bino and Giddy are the last two remaining. Kansan will drop. He's vacated this position. He sees Giddy. He loses the duel. Wildcard losing the round. And CL Pharrell starts off strong.
Great place to begin, especially with Adam at the helm. We've talked a lot about Adam because of his performance lights out on the second map, proving to be the key factor in getting CL for Life to the third map in that quarterfinal round, the opening round of that LCQ. If you didn't catch that game yesterday, it ended with an ace. All 5 kills going to Adam, and he ended up with a tally of 16 and 9. He ended up -2 on the entry overall. It wasn't necessarily the entry where he thrived. It was those mid-round kills and his ability to make the difference in the match as a whole. He had 3 multi-kill rounds, 2 triple kills, and then the ace that I mentioned. He's going to be that X factor that CL for Life are going to have to rely on here if they want to win a map that, well, a matchup that they're not necessarily favored in. We also saw some great play from Packer, and I think last night I didn't do Packer justice, really emphasizing how good not only he was last night, but has been over the course of his T2 career, especially recently. He ended up with top fragging on that last map, but doing incredibly well throughout on both Lair and Labs. He ended up 5 and 6, but the rest of his team was in a similar position on that first map. Bounced back incredibly well. Map 2, 10 and 13, second only to Adam, the player I just mentioned. So this is a team with a lot of talent. Obviously, we say that now after having beaten C9BC, major champions. It's easy to recognize that, but they aren't in T1, right? They haven't had a chance to prove that opportunity, prove their prowess, Parker, on the big stage in quite a while. So glad to see them start out this round, start out this map with a win.
I wanted to make references, as I'm sure other people have before on all the broadcasts that Packer's been involved with. He's a former member of Wildcard, but back in the old Wildcard days before the rebrand, and just as a small aside, I'm a big fan of this rebrand. It seems like a lot of times the changes that esports orgs make when they rebrand are not very good. I don't know why. Maybe it's designed by committee, etc. But I'm really enjoying the OXG rebrand that they went on, the most recent one. I like the Wildcard rebrand, and I like the M80 one as of late, too. He's going to be guiding those Rotero drones in to clear out this utility. And we'll find that there's still a Surya gate right in front of him. Good thing there's 5 canisters for Bino to throw his bees out and stop them. He'll find Bay in this position, a very similar spot that Bay died in before. He was on that triple panel wall. For some reason, Bino will not use one of those B canisters. He'll just charge right through. Adam also eliminating Bosco. These are the same 2 players to die yet again early in the round, Jonah.
Yeah, not what Wildcard are looking to do on a map that depends on your ability to maintain that defensive control. Typically pretty deep into the round. Not the way you want to begin. Certainly not the way that they wanted to set the tone. We talked about CL for Life doing that, but Wildcard not exactly going toe-to-toe with the entry power that CL for Life are clearly bringing. Spiff, he doesn't want anything to do with that, so he'll drop away, and that is the smart decision at this point. But that means that top floor control has been pretty much relinquished. In fact, first floor control now starting to crumble for Wildcard as well. Packer works his way in. He takes care of Spiker. It's just Spiff and Kansan left, and CL for Life, they're just blitzing their way into the site. Packer claims the kill onto Spiff. Kansan, the last man standing, but he's got no chance. Tristan cleans him up, and CL for Life off to another hot start.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a little bit alarming for these boys on Wildcard, losing the first 2 rounds on border, and not just losing them, but not really showing a lot of confidence. That first round was a little bit close because of Kansan's heroics as he exited the round, but beyond that, there really wasn't a lot of good there for Wildcard on either of those rounds. And this is a team that has certainly more potential than they're showing off. With it being CL 4L's map, you got to imagine that they are comfortable here, but Wildcard are the more tenured team, more experienced. Adam and Packer have competed at the top before. They've been here, but you can't hold a candle to this Wildcard team. I mean, even a player like Spiff, for example, who doesn't have a wealth of experience on the side of Wildcard in comparison to the other players on the team like Kansan and Bosco, Spiff probably has more experience than everybody on that team combined, unless your name is Adam. We used to go by Traw, for people who are curious, by the way. We played on that old Aerial Rise team. So, experience only gets you so far. Wildcard have a task that is seemingly more difficult at this present moment than it was 2 rounds ago, which is keep even footing with CL4L, because so far through these 2 rounds, even footing is really all you can hope for. I don't think this Wildcard team, with the way that they are currently playing, will be able to steal some of these rounds away. They will need to make some changes.
And looking to see what kind of changes they do make going forward. The introduction of the dock is one of those. Kansan bringing that out, but more, I suppose, importantly, you have Bay bringing out the Scopos here. So those shells, such a vital resource on pretty much any map, but very helpful when you want to try to maintain control of, well, the site and an extension at the same time. Bay has the ability, you're seeing him right here, challenge those entry players, but when that pressure feels a bit too much to overcome, he can quickly back off and literally just jump back to the site. You see, thank you, our amazing observers showcasing that, but jumping back to the site itself, or down at least into bathroom right next to the site. So very good to have that kind of utility, that kind of resource on a map like this, where you do want to contest those entries from the attack. And it seems that despite the lack of success that Wildcard have had in doing that now through the first 2 rounds, they're still trying to apply some of this more in-your-face pressure. It's almost essential on a map like this, and you're seeing Bay do that, but he is going to get taken out. So because he ends up dying while active on that shell, he doesn't get a second life. He is dead for good in this round, so I guess so much for retreating and playing safe.
I mean, this is also the 3rd time that Bay has died in about the same part of the map, and if you're going to try to hold East and you're going to attempt to slow down your opponents, you need some form of utility there to help you. Bay is just playing operators that either they have persistent utility, which the Skopos does and the Aruni did previously, or he's just trying to win gunfights and direct engagements. Now Kansan, who has lived to the tail end of the previous 2 rounds, is gone a bit early, and the 3 players that still stand on Wildcard have just 2 kills now amongst them, as Spiff goes for the drop and gets 1 pick. Bosco has an idea as to where they are. He doesn't know that there's another player nearby as he takes down Adam. There goes the striker. And suddenly this is a much more winnable round for Wildcard. CL Pharrell want to play on their own pace, and Bosco, or Spiker rather, walks right into Bino. He's as good as dead. There's only 2 that remain for Wildcard, 3 still for CL Pharrell. They'll now hit the bomb site, Jonah. 30 seconds left. Hacker getting diffuser down. Bosco and Spiff attempting to get back to the bomb site. Bosco is boxed out at this point, and the diffuser will be successful. Spiff now taking some damage as he works his way back towards the front of the map. Slaughtered on the stairs. Bosco, last one standing. Spiff did get 1 exit kill, but the trade will not be good enough. Numbers doubled up for CL Pharrell, and they will go 3 for 3. Perfect rotation on attack. Spiker with a shake of his head, and you know things are not good right there in Wildcard land.
Yeah, Wildcard land, they're kind of sitting there going, what can we fix? What did we do wrong there? One thing, at least the thing we've noticed most salient, Parker, those opening engagements, and Bay dying first in those first 2 rounds. Bosco, he died first in the first round, but Bay was not very much longer for the world either. It has been good, consistent entry for CL for life. In fact, it feels like they've improved round by round in terms of that entry. The first round, we didn't see that opening kill. We didn't see CL for life act on that information until about 2 minutes into the round. But now back-to-back rounds where they've stepped up and gotten that kill before even the halfway point. So doing a lot better at getting comfortable understanding what Wildcard are bringing to the table, but now we have to see what Wildcard are going to do to counter that. You see them take the tack time out here, so this is their moment to talk things over and potentially regroup. You said they were shaking their heads, disappointed, and understandably. They are the team coming from the close league, the 2 seed, and now the highest remaining seed now that M80's been eliminated. This is their match that they should win, but I suppose it's their match to lose. They're the ones with all the pressure right now, and it is the underdog story that, well, remains quite alive for CL for life at the moment.
I mean, Wildcard made some adaptations from rounds 1, 2, and 3. Round 1, they carved up some of that soft wall and wanted a more active defensive hold on that side of Office. Watching top East, waiting for an engagement, and they brought utility with them to deal with that. They lost their 2 engagements. Bosco died early. Bay swung. He lost his duel. Next thing you know, there goes the round effectively. Next time, Bay is far more forward than Bosco is. He takes a direct engagement on top East. He's got the Surya Gate there to hopefully slow them down. And he loses his duel yet again. Bosco tries to rotate out of that position. He dies. 3rd round. Bay is now there alone. Bosco is playing far safer inside of Archives upstairs. But Bay still takes a direct engagement, knowing that there's at least 1 player from CL Pharrell coming in that direction, and Bay loses a dry gunfight for the 3rd round in a row. Yes, you can play a bit more sheltered. You can play a bit more passive. You can bring an operator like Legion. You can bring an operator like a Mozzie or a Mute or somebody that will slow down information from top East. But that's not how Wildcard is approaching it. They want to knock CL4L off their stride with direct engagements. And when it comes to 1v1 duels, it's the guns on the side of CL4L that are just simply hitting better. The best duels that we saw from Wildcard came from Kansan all the way in round number 1. It just seems like Wildcard don't have any idea where their opponents are coming from, and it's causing great issues.
Spiff, at least changing that here. He'll get the kill onto Tristan. First time we've seen Wildcard claim the opener. They'll claim 2, as Kansan will take care of Packer there. So shutting down at least the incredible performance that Packer is having so far. But talk about the loss that's going to be for CL for Life. That's the Blitz now gone. What was going to be the forefront of this attack in combination with Adam going for a bit of a move into Archive, something they will no longer be able to do. Now the pressure from Giddy, what he's able to do down below is going to be even more important, is if he's able to maybe find this kill. But Spiff is aware of this. Wildcard know what's going on. Now you're seeing a team that has successfully made a major shift in the right direction because of those 2 opening kills. Not just 1, but 2 is very significant here. That's going to slow down CL for Life, what they're able to do for the rest of this round. Bino, maybe he could get lucky here and get into 2 nice engagements, but close to his left, he doesn't know what the danger is alongside him. Spiker, that's 3 gunfights in a row that Wildcard are going to win.
I mean, you don't want to be a Glaz in a 1vx situation. You're usually good enough for a single kill and then you're traded out. You've got the element of surprise early in the round, but it was squandered by CL for Life. Now it's Giddy and Adam as the last 2 standing against a full Wildcard team, a full deck. Though, admittedly, Spiff and Spiker are on low HP. They're still able to hold on to those weapons, and Spiff is the element of surprise. Just as a Glaz does on attack, a defender tucked into a rat corner can do some serious damage. Adam doesn't expect to play on half wall. Spiker is there, and a flawless round for Wildcard could be theirs, as long as they can find Giddy. They'll test his reflexes. Just as time continues to burn down, he walks right in, and the crossfire does him in. Kansan credited with the final kill. You can see the joy spread across his face, and Wildcard are finally on the board.
Good shift there. Great improvement, of course, to get those opening kills. Why was that allowed to happen? Well, a couple of things were at play there early in the round that changed it. Safe to say that CL for Life may not have been expecting that same aggressiveness from Wildcard to continue on the defense, and maybe that caught them off guard a little bit. But one major change was that was the first time we really saw the round kickoff on the west side of the map instead of the east. Instead of those first gunfights happening top east stairs, and that's where those entry engagements occurred, it was in CCTV. A very important position to maintain. A very important position for attackers to clear, especially when you want to get that armory wall open and get an execute going from that side. Seemed that the Wildcard hold rock solid over on the west side. In offices, in top east stairs, maybe that's where the issues lie. I think they're happy, more than happy, that CL for Life ended up challenging on that side of the map initially. Maybe CL for Life, we're just trying to change it up, give a different look to Wildcard after that timeout, which is, I think, the right decision to make. But at the end of the day, it just did not pay off there. So unable to get the Blitz Glaz strat into Archive going, had to pivot, and in at 3v5. Just could not recover. So Wildcard get on the board here, and we talk about this map being attacker-sided. So that means if Wildcard can get out of here with 2-3 rounds, that is exactly what they're looking to do at the end of the day, so they don't have to stress the current deficit too much if they can continue to bring this back.
The Pulse of Spiker is going to be the operator that I am most keen to see the deployment of, because early on it looked like the Pulse would be by that front door, by Vents and Workshop portion of this map, but now we'll go to a very familiar spot. So this is exactly where I figured they would turn. Put them over towards the 2 doors that lead through Passport, and then over towards Jail. Hold this map control and give information for the players that are also playing above. The problem is that you don't have enough reinforcements to keep the Pulse in a safe spot. So Spiker lasts long enough for a single Rotero drone to hit that Passport wall, and he is as good as gone out of customs. Now he can go into maybe a safer spot, position himself over towards Bathroom. He can watch Archives above as well into Office. It'll be relatively safe down there, assuming that enough reinforcements from Wildcard have kept him in that position. But you've got to account for the fact that this entire wall from Vents into Workshop has been barricaded. This is quite the investment by Wildcard. And CL for life, they might just want to cut right through it and rush the bomb site. We got 90 seconds to figure out how they want to go about dealing with this diffuser in the hands of Bino.
If they do want to get more aggressive and go for, like you said, Parker, a bit of a rush, it is something that Wildcard should be aware of thanks to the Pulse. I mean, you mentioned him right off the bat. They have that additional information about where this attack is coming from and should have just an extra split-second heads up of if that push is coming through and where, most importantly, that push is coming through. Still, the phase of the round, we're going to see CL for Life transitioning that map control into an actual push. We saw Packer there with those Rotero drones, making quick work of those castle barricades, now giving Adam that extra footing onto the map he needed to not only make his entry into the map, but begin the oh-so-important soft destruction on the ceiling of the site below. But here's the information that we mentioned. Spiker knows exactly what's going on up above. He can see, maybe not physically, but with the heartbeat sensor, he knows that someone is right outside that teller's window. That is not going to be a surprise like Adam thinks it might be.
Bay obviously very unhappy with that one. Bosco falls as well at the hands of Giddy. And the Pulse, while maneuvering back towards bathroom as we had anticipated, well, you can call all you want with that cardiac sensor, but you need bodies to actually execute on this defense. Another one will hit the dirt. It's Spiff, gone. Spiker will have to take matters into his own hands. Diffuser going down, Nitro Cell tossed out. It's good enough to drop Bino. And with 4 seconds left, Spiker quarterbacks. He can't get it done. Adam charges him. And what a mess inside of the bomb site. That was so close for both teams. But it's CL for Life to win the round.
Look at Packer. He knows how close that was, but he's feeling good. This is a team that is ready to play. I mean, we heard it in the pregame interview. Packer is hungry. He's got that chip on his shoulder. He knows that there are some people in the Siege community, specifically in T1, who doubt that they should be in this position, that doubt their ability to perform well. But you're seeing this team perform out of their minds right now. They're doing exactly what they need to do to put Wildcard into a corner, to really put the pressure on the team that is the favorite to win this match. I mean, you see the chaotic finish here again, the diffuser down, so Adam has to find that kill with like, what, a half a second left on the clock. Really could have gone either way in the end, but the man advantage, that effort that CL for Life had been putting into just storming the objective, eventually it paid off. And yes, it was close, but that gets them to the 4-1 split they were after. Wildcard not able to stop the onslaught there. Once again, a return to quote-unquote normalcy on border, where CL for Life, like they were doing in the first 3 rounds, did such a good job at establishing the early pressure and getting those first few kills. So final defensive attempt now for Wildcard, their last chance to try to tidy up the entry. Bringing out the Mira here again from Kansan this time instead of Bosco will be a nice change to see. I mean, you have some presence up above and it will help extend that hold and give you some information to work off of there. But as much as we gassed up the potential information gains that the Pulse would be bringing Wildcard, the information in that last round, spot on for CL for Life as well.
Well, it's a really ugly start for Wildcard. Used their timeout, they've mustered a single round, and as you can see, Bay 0-4, Bosco 0-4. Obviously, somebody like Bosco going 0-4 is not particularly detrimental, but when he is playing on roles that are designed to last towards the tail end of the round, it's never very good. Maybe he needs to play more sheltered minutes while he helps call for the team. Bay is the bigger story. He has been far and away the most aggressive and the most successful player on Wildcard when it comes to that aggression. And he's often in very dangerous, risky positions. We saw how he tried as he might through those first 3 rounds and come up empty-handed. And things have not really improved. Now he's in a suicide spot where he basically won't be able to get out of here alive once the pinch comes in, unless he pops the hatch. He needs to be able to do it before the advance arrives. Candela's over towards Fountain Smokes as well. There's that Spiker behind the mirror window who can give information. Bay dies yet again. Completely unsuccessful at holding map control. And immediately Wildcard are on their heels.
Bay is going through it. 0-4 on the entry, 0-5 overall. CL for Life with this control, trying to get something going here, but Spiker, you see him fighting back, doing his part here. Right behind Kansan in terms of the kills on this Wildcard team, but it'll have to be him and Bosco who combine for this clutch. You've got Bino, Packer, and Tristan. 3 remaining players for CL for Life now repositioning, and instead of forcing control of this top floor, rotating around, and they're going to go for a direct site execute. Right now, Bosco is the only one directly standing in their way. Spiker will have to get a bit closer to the site. Bosco might be even looking to peek this window and get a bit more aggressive, knowing that it's going to take quite a move to get this back to even for Wildcard. But some advance up the hallway for Packer, taking too much space. Little greedy there, and now it's a 2v2.
Very winnable for both teams. Oh, Spiker almost missing his golden opportunity, losing a lot of HP. Tristan tackles him, and now it's Bosco looking for more than a single kill. He broke the goose egg this round. You know, with Diffuser down, Bosco exploits that weakness, gets the kill, and immediately heads out. Now it's Tristan to try to get there in time. He's not going to be able to do it. Bosco playing keep away, and Wildcard salvage the round. 2 for them in the first half. It's not what they want, but if a 4-2 half is standard, then Wildcard have unfortunately been on the wrong side of those numbers, given that they are defenders. How will things shake out now that the side swaps come in? We'll see L4L continue running away with this matchup.
That was the first round where it really felt like we saw a concrete mistake made by CL for Life. Of course, we talked about Wildcard missing some steps there, but here, in the advantage, CL for Life seemed like they overcomplicated things a little bit. 3 of them, in that 3v2, all pushed from 3 different spots. It was like they hadn't decided if they wanted to just go quick and try to get events plant down, or if they still wanted to maybe push deeper into the site, play for the kills. We saw Packer do this, for example. Instead of maintaining that position on the double door in the entryway of that map, he decided to, well, push into the hallway, try to take the control all the way up to the bottom of those main stairs. That got him killed. Up above, right, we saw Tristan trying to make things happen on the Nomad, stayed up there maybe a little too long, and when it came down to it, well, the diffuser got dropped in the site thanks to Bosco's clutch. He had to drop down, and he was simply out of time. So little disjointed there in the end for CL for Life, but really the first time we've seen that kind of mistake from them here on this map. Luckily for them, they don't have to worry about attacking anymore. They go on to the defense now, so that kind of mistake should not happen again. They do hold the lead, like you said, Packer? Like you said, Parker. So
I mean,
it is
fine. I've been
CL
called Packer
for
before,
Life.
if it makes you feel any better.
So it is CL for Life, who do have this control and yes, do have the ability, regardless of if it is Packer or Parker loading into the lobby right now, they will have the ability to maintain this lead if they can.
I mean, I don't see the fortunes of Wildcard turning around until Bay spawns in. I think it's really that simple. He keeps taking early engagements, and he's ill-prepared to do that, and he loses it against a team that obviously I think is being slept on a bit for their gunplay. You've seen Adam pull off excellent plays at a tier 1 level. You've seen Packer do well too. It's not like you're going up against a bunch of also-rans. These are players that have competed near the top level, if not outright at the top level, and they've shown time and time again that they can definitely compete with the big dogs. Wildcard isn't the biggest dog in North America, and Bay is the first to die yet again. But, I mean, you still are a tough team, a tough opponent, a tough adversary. CL for Life shouldn't be manhandling Wildcard the way that they are on this map. Bay going 0-6 is just tremendously awful for his role. Adam dies to Spiker, who finds an opening over in top east. And that prompts the rest of Challenger League for Life to back away from their position and seek salvation closer to the bomb chassis. But they've already got the Twitch out of play. That means a lot of this gadgetry on the side of CL for Life will be safe for the remainder of the round.
Spiff, though, trying to maybe force the issue here, keeping an eye on 9D. You have someone like Giddy, who's also swinging here. CL for Life making active rotations outside that armory door as well. Staying active, that is very clear. That rotation, though, does mean that Giddy is no longer in that position over in CCTV, backing off towards the objective itself. And you can see all 4 bodies lie near the site. 2 of them, though, or 1 of them now, Packer lies down below. Giddy, trying to take that fight and losing it to Kansan, who was ready for it. But Packer, again, the back and forth continues. It's a 3v3 as CL for Life are able to equalize, and Wildcard, now they group up on this armory wall. 1 player in 90, 2 outside the breach, looking to make their move in from there.
No Dokkaebi calls, no oppression really from the attackers at this point. No utility as well, completely starved of it. They are just losing body after body after body. Spiff eats a Capkin trap as he walks right into office, and he does not get past Bino. Nothing can seemingly stop down this CL4L team. Cloud9 Beast Coast gave them a good run for their money yesterday, but the result was quite shocking. And this was also a very different team that spawned in than what we're seeing today. Respectfully, Cloud9 Beast Coast won layer 7-2. I think the mood was, okay, C9BC is going to win this easily. They're going to move on. They're going to play the winner of Wildcard Los. But then we get an incredibly long match on Labs that go all 15 rounds with a couple issues, tech issues, some small problems that prolonged the length of the game. And while completely bottling their entries, they were still good through the mid round. And then Challenger League for Life won that map 8-7, which gave us a third and final map as the tiebreaker, where it was a 7-5 victory. These are not dominant wins for Challenger League for Life at all. They had to struggle for both maps 2 and 3 with the reverse sweep. Now, today, they're dominating Wildcard. There's really no nice way of putting this. Wildcard look so dreadfully bad. They're losing engagement, they're mismanaging utility, they're getting walked all over. And there's a lot that the analysts are going to have to talk about in this matchup, irrespective of how much longer it goes. It could go into overtime, and there's going to be even more to discuss. But right now, the deficiencies on the side of Wildcard are too numerous to mention. And they're running out of ground very quickly, very, very quickly. This match is, you could make a very credible argument that this match might have slipped away from them after that third round. Bay has had absolutely zero impact on this matchup. Spiff has had very limited impact. Kansan, though having an impressive 9 kills, a lot of those are impactless exit kills that are not actually changing the round at all. This is not a good look for Wildcard one bit. It's one of the worst showings we've seen out of this team in the past month and a half.
And we have to talk about Bay. We have to continue to mention this because 0-6 at this point is alarming, especially given the performance he had yesterday and the operators we've seen him playing here. Spiff trying to immediately end that conversation. Will step up quick, but Bino is ready to shut them both down. Giddy's got himself a kill as well. Bino's got 3. Kansan the only one left, and this has completely fallen apart. The Ash alone in a 1 versus 4, getting lit up from just about everywhere. Adam letting him up from the east stairs. Packer finishes it off with the shotgun at close range. 6-2 on border right now. Utter dominance across the board.
I feel at this point, this is just a GG go next. Spend the time between the maps to discuss what's going on and try to get yourselves in this game. Strategy clearly didn't work when you were on defense. Your entry on attack is not working either. Your 2 main spears, 2 of the 3 main spears, I should say, have just not shown up at all. Spiff was a training dummy there. So was Bay. Bay could very easily drop 0 kills in this entire match. He's 0-7 at the moment. I feel like almost every time I cast Bay, he's breaking double digits. And yet, he's had 0 impact whatsoever. You're now going to put him on a more utility-heavy operator in Lion, providing that holds. No more drone work, no more poor guns. At least he can press his gadget button and have some real impact here.
And Parker, I'll jump in on Bay again because they again walked in and died before I could finish my point last time.
Yeah.
But their game yesterday against Los, right? Dominance. Bay was a huge part of that. He was not the top frag, but just about on most maps that they played. At the end of the game, 17-14 overall in the series. Just 1 kill behind Spiker, who was leading the way with 18. On the second map, where they won 7-1 against Los, he was the top frag. 9-4, playing those more aggressive roles. On the defensive half, he was playing, right? We saw him on the Scopos, we saw him on the Oryx, the Aruni, the Blitz. We saw him, rather the Bandit, we saw him on operators that are meant to get some kills and have some impact. And as you see, 0-7 not having that impact whatsoever. So we'd like to end this talking point because Bay, well, you're supposed to get some kills here and he's supposed to be able to contribute, but the fact of the matter is this is so significant and is a big part of the reason why wildcard just don't seem to have loaded in these past few rounds. It's something they're going to have to solve. Well, now they no longer have that cushion, but as you said, Parker, it may just be GG, go next. Look to your own map pick to try to bring this back. Of course, Skyscraper, a very different experience to Border, almost polar opposite in the way that they play. The most defensive-sided map versus an attacker-sided map. So you're looking at a very big chance to change this. Oh, but not if Adam has anything to say about it. Look who's dead first. It's Bay.
Yeah, I mean, that's not necessarily Bay's fault on that particular engagement. He's looking in a different direction. You're not expecting the burst out of that window, but again, maybe it's drone work that's causing some serious issues here from Wildcard. There's no denial on the side of CL for life, so it's not like you have to deal with a Mute or even rarer a Mozzie. Should be able to use those drones, of which Wildcard apparently still has 7 of, to gain information, and there's nobody watching a flank drone that early on, I guess, in the round. But now you've lost your Twitch. I suspected that the Lion was maybe the operator that would go with, but no, Bay is just going to keep rocking with those drone ops. If this goes the way we think it might go, this will be Bay dropping 0 kills in a tier 1 competition. Border is hell in a cell. Skyscraper is chaotic, but it is at least still structured, and there's usually a lot less direct engagements this early on, like what we see in Border. It'll be a very different map, no matter what happens in this round.
I like what we've seen from Tristan as well so far. Packer as well. There's his 9th kill, now leading the charge for CL for life. Taking care of Bosco there, who also has just not been making the contributions that very clearly Wildcard need right now. Kansan, Spiff, and Spiker. Kansan well ahead of the rest of his team with 11 kills. That is matching the total that the rest of his team has combined. Spiff, now he, of course, changes that, getting his 4th, now bringing the total of the non-Kansan players to 12. Bino feeling a little heat here and taking some damage from above. There's Spiker. Packer on the drop, though, will secure his double kill, and now we'll go for the defuse. The coverage there, we see Tristan, perfect. Swing in the corner and finishing the job on Border. CL for life. They clean house and start off this series with a win.
Admittedly not the strongest map for Wildcard, but really, even with the map going the way it did, it was a disappointing performance. I think Spiff finished with 3 kills, maybe 4. Bay finished with 0. You cannot combined go 4 and 16 on 2 of your main fraggers. Kansan showed up, but again, he was often left in unwinnable positions. So where do you even begin to diagnose these issues? You've got at least one more map to get the job done, and it is your map, so that bodes well. Can Wildcard turn it around, or is it CL4L winning 2-0? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
hit a Legion mine?
That's front.
That's,
I think.
like, that's small. They're gonna drop small hatch. guys. Walking through middle.
Yeah, drop.
On the boost. I think they're both here.
Last one's planning.
Planning.
Nice. Fuck him out.
Let's go, G.
Fuck him out, baby. Too easy, bro.
I mean, these guys are fucking horrible. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks. They talk trash real well, and then Laxing starts laughing, so I start laughing. Oh, that's brutal. Look, here's the thing about wild cards. They're not always beneficial, and I think we saw a pretty poor performance from wild card there. CL for life, man. They're a bunch of trash talkers. They're a bunch of killers. I'm scared of them, and I'm not even playing in the lobby.
Yeah, you know, I was a little worried, especially on this defensive half, given how we see how well CL for Life just plays. Their aggressive play style. They were forcing Wildcard out of positions. They were catching them rotating. They were playing a trade game really well. They were getting the man advantages in a lot of these rounds. They were just applying the pressure literally on every single front, using the util effectively, using the crossfires. They were using the map to the best of their ability to really close out this game. And I mean, again, that's exactly what we saw from the C9 Beast Coast game. But for Wildcard, I think they kind of went into this underestimating how well this team actually is, because Los didn't really put up that much of a fight, so they didn't have to work as hard. I don't want to take credit, I don't want to discredit their performance against Los, but it definitely was not a matchup like they are getting now against CL for Life.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is a level of underestimating their opponent here, and that being said, CL for Life just did a great job. I mean, they were constantly getting that opening kill. They were constantly turning opening kills into multi-kills. There was so many rounds where Wildcard just couldn't get any trades back, unfortunately for them. And I mean, if there's gonna map that there's gonna be a little bit of a give and take, it would be Border. But I didn't expect it to be a stomp from CL for Life. Now, I thought maybe Wildcard could definitely lose, right? Because CL for Life just did a really good job at taking a big part of the map, getting that opening kill, and then just constantly, they were so elusive, it was hard to keep track of them, and then they just weren't giving the opening kills back. And I think Wildcard, I mean, besides the the bad performances from some individuals, it just didn't look like they fundamentally are confident on a map like Border.
Just say the name. Just say it. Bay.
I was gonna say it. It has to be said. Bay not having we've seen Bay every single game performing. It's unfortunate that he went 0-8 this game. Even for Bosco, he only dropped 2 kills that game in the spiff. I believe only dropping 3, maybe 4 at the end right there. I mean, Kansan had one hell of a performance. He did try to keep them alive. Unfortunately, this does come down to a team game. Everyone has to be playing and firing on all cylinders, where we saw them yesterday. But it is unfortunate, but that is the beauty of a best of 3. You can wipe this first map away, as we've seen Wildcard be able to do. They can focus on what they need to fix going into the next map. This will allow them, this is their map pick, and this is a good map for them, but it's still a question of, can you stop this aggressive play from CL for Life?
Yeah, that's exactly the big question. CL for Life has just been so overwhelming, and Skyscraper is a map that's a little bit more defender-sided. It's harder to get away with a lot of aggressive attacks. It's harder to find opening kills just because of how limiting it is. And Wildcard historically has been the better team on this map, the better team defensively on this map. But I think CL for Life, the edge that they have is there's no real information on anything that they're going to go to. So Wildcard is really playing in the dark. And when it comes to adaptation at the moment, it doesn't look like Wildcard is firing on all cylinders. I mean, big individual players are not showing up today, like we said, and it is a team game. But I think when push comes to shove,
levitating?
Is this
transcending?
This is like something from Stranger Things.
I was gonna say paranormal activity.
He is literally just transcending right now. He's about to go into God mode.
I don't even know what deals he's making with his demonic entities there for a little bit of power, but he's there. He's shaking it out. Okay, all right, he's good. He's good. Demons vanquished, but
Bosco's even locked in.
They do not, I mean, admittedly, they do not look happy, and I mean, they have every reason not to be happy. It's difficult for me because I obviously wasn't here for the group stage. I only saw them in the playoffs, and I mean, I watched casually as a fan. I just don't understand where they kind of gone here. I just expect so much more for them. Is it literally just that Border was a brawl map and they got smothered by CL for Life, or do you think there's bigger kind of systemic issues that are being pulled out here that Wildcard has just failed to correct over the course of the stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the first one. Just like how big maps don't play to M80 strong suit, I don't think frag-oriented maps play to wildcard strong suit. And we saw that the players that are normally putting up numbers, Bay, who has been a huge lifeblood for wildcard, just didn't show up. And it just happens because, you know, the strategy that they have on it is not the best. The way that they play off of each other is not how they play on other maps. And also, I think one factor that's really catching wildcard off guard is everybody talks about Meepy having the 101 pages of strategy on teams and the counter strats of counter strats of counter strats. But against a team that has limited information on it, they've only played bad teams on it. How do you counter strat anything? And I think this is where we're finding wildcard stuck in a hole, is they have nothing to prepare for. And when it comes to playing on the fly, I really think that's their weak spot right now.
I mean, also, when you look at the reps and the amount of games that CL4 Life has had to play to even get to this point, they have truly refined their game, and we are seeing that being displayed here throughout their LCQ run and in this match so far, and I don't expect them to put any less effort going forward into this map, even if it is Wildcard's pick.
I mean, here's the thing. What's the weakness then in CL4L? You're talking, Fox, a lot about limited information, which I think is a very valid point to make. There's got to be something. You've got to know that there's something to lean on.
Typically, when a team is being overly aggressive, you wait for them to make the first move. You wait for them to make the mistake. You let them peek into you. You play the trade game from there, especially on a defensive half. And that's the biggest weakness when you have an aggressive team, is you have to understand the timing of everything.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think their first step is just getting the kills right, and that making that much better, that they can play off of each other. I think that's step one. Step two is obviously preparing and adapting what the CL4 Life throws at you in the server. I think Skyscraper is their best bet at bouncing back.
Well, it's time to turn you over to your casters, folks, for Skyscraper. You can only see them for a moment, folks, so be sure to bathe in their magisterial glory as you get ready to hear them for the rest of this map.
I gotta say, like, I need you at birthday parties. I need you when I go out, just to kind of, you know, bump me up a little bit. Jonah, I don't know if you feel the same, but
every time.
Cormac is just so great with his words. And honestly, I said this when we worked together last stage as well. It was great to have you be a part of our ecosystem. I noted that you said, you know, you watched as a fan, and it's not always common for a host or a caster to say that they're a fan. But I'll say this, I'm a fan of your hosting. And I'm a fan of these two teams going to battle on Skyscraper. This is the only opportunity that Wildcard are going to have to turn this one around. If they fumble it here, if the whole team does not spawn in, that's it. Lights out for Wildcard. They fold. CL4 Life move on to do battle against OXG. And the winner of that goes to the major.
Border was so chaotic. I think it's easy to lose sight of the severity of the situation here for Wildcard. I mean, you've got a team that was fighting neck and neck all season long in the closed league of the NAL. They go to the playoffs, they just fall short. But then you've got a team in CL4 Life who has not touched proper T1 competition as a unit ever before. Individually, they've been there, but as a team, they are going toe-to-toe with Wildcard. They crushed them on map 1. A T2 team here in the LCQ for the first time in 2 years has a real chance to get themselves to the major over top this T1 talent. Now, LCQs can be chaotic. We've seen this before. It is a place where anything can happen, and that's the kind of energy that CL4 Life really are trying to harness and have been able to harness so far. Skyscraper, though, if there's any place, Parker, where this could look a lot different than Border, I mean, you gotta think it's here. If Border didn't go well for Wildcard, if they were losing almost all of those entry engagements, 8-1 for CL4 Life, if they were losing in those chaotic moments, I don't think there's any better map you could think of to slow things down and to really play a lot more of a methodical style of Siege. This is Skyscraper, after all, a map that has been, for a while, one of the most defensive-sided maps in the game.
Yeah, this is a very structured map. And you and I were briefly talking about this while we were waiting to get into the game. Obviously, we sit and listen to the desk, so we're not talking as much as we could. But the one point that I think really needs to be pounded upon here is Wildcard are going to start on attack. If they cannot use their utility to get early picks, if they can't leverage their utility correctly to get an opening in this map, they are going to be in serious, serious trouble. Now, again, you pointed it out. It's a defender-sided map. Wildcard are starting on attack, which means they're on the wrong side of it. They did pick the map, so they should show some level of confidence and experience and expertise that they didn't show on border. But the bigger thing when you come to map pools is that CL for Life, as an experienced team, don't get me wrong, but not as experienced as the other teams, they might not have the same robust map pool. And that's where you can start to see the cracks form. Now, obviously, they did not get that memo when they were playing up against C9 Beast Coast because they won those. They won their matches. And they won them in a very hard-fought fashion. So, for me, it's utilize your abilities and get picks and make space on wildcard. For CL for Life, if they can keep this matchup close, they're going to be in excellent shape to win 2-0.
We mentioned utilizing all the resources they have in their back pocket to get those picks. We already heard some of those Candelas, at least one, get tossed out. We see the same thing from Spiker with those Rotero drones making use of that utility and claiming that opening kill as a result. It's actually Bosco, the one who comes out on top in that fight, and Bay getting on the board for the first time in this series with a nice early kill right back onto CL for Life. Now Tristan, he answers with one, but Wildcard already applying some pretty good pressure here on the attacking side.
Right back. That 5v3 advantage that a lot of teams tend to have is oh so deadly. Bino's been dropped to remain for wildcard. Tristan is the last player still upright, and wildcard already off to a much better start. Tristan far enough back. He's not able to retrieve Bino at this point. He's just playing by those back stairs. A T5 really is a great gun. Hansen's waiting for the all clear. Seems to have a premonition of sorts. He will smoke to cover the cross. Does not draw out the lesion. Oh, he misses the opportunity. A blind fire from Tristan through the smoke. Bay is still upright, and he will close on in as the bullets were going to fly. Tristan doesn't really have a lot of information. Hansen picked back up. Bino will bleed out. The Ash crosses, and this is winnable. No, but Hansen shuts the door at the final moment, and Wildcard take the first round.
Oh my God, that's a nail biter in the end. I mean, you see that could have gone either way. If that spray through the smoke, that second spray had connected with the down player, and he maybe had some idea, right, that there had been something going on, that the res was happening, but that smoke just staying up long enough to cover the fact that the revive was going down. That was the biggest difference. Had he waited maybe a second longer to go for the revive, well, that's a very different story, and Tristan probably wins that in the clutch. Oof, just missing the opportunity there on the kill, just flicking to the door frame, maybe an inch away from finding the head and ending it there, but it didn't matter. Wildcard winning it at the end of the day and taking the opening round here on Skyscraper to set the tone on the attacking side, no less. Right off the bat, Parker, you mentioned how important it would be to see that utility come into play and them taking that space and getting those kills. I think that first round was a perfect example of that between the Candelas, the Rotero drones using the Selmas to open the wall. They methodically, periodically opened up every single avenue to the site that they needed to get the kills, to really get things going.
It still was a very, very close matchup, and again, that key to victory for CL for Life is to keep these rounds close. Well, what is closer than a 1v1 after Kansan been brought back from the dead? It was good thinking from Wildcard to get Kansan back up. He's a great player. And he's got a lot of bullets in that LMG, where he can do some serious damage. Now, though, they will begin their assault over on the other side of the map, the other top floor bomb site. Skyscraper has 4 sites that can be played. That bedroom bomb site down below doesn't see as much play as the other 3. Well, depending on region. It's seen in Brazil. But here in NA, it tends to be the redheaded stepchild of the bomb sites. Hold on a second. Spiker is just in the site. He's found an entry. He's walked on in. He'll try to outduel the Azami. Bino dies. Spiker's traded out as well. Bay with already another kill. He's up to 3 just in 2 rounds. far exceeding his total of 0 in the previous one. Hansen dies to Packer. Giddy gets a kill on the Spiff before getting traded out by Bay, who finds kill number 4. Bay and Bosco will now need to work together, and they will have their work cut out for them. But they've got a lot of time to execute this, Jonah. 90 seconds still remain.
Yeah, good bit of cushion here. They can even take the time to send out a drone, get some information. That's exactly what Bosco's going to do here. You see the utility they still have in pocket. Not that they need it. The door to the site, this wall is already opened up, so Bosco can keep those Selmas in pocket at this point. But Bay is going to really have to step up here, because at some point, if they want to get this diffuser down, it is going to be Bay, the only gun up in the lobby at the moment. He gets his triple, but he will not find the quad. It is ended there by Packer on the hold, and a much more confident hold that time across the board for CL for life. Arguably the most important kill coming at the very start of that execute. You have the blitz going into the site, getting denied. Had he stayed alive, had the combination of the Candelas and the flash shield been enough to overpower what I think was Giddy on the Azami in the middle of the site, you see it right there, this goes a very different direction. But because the first step of that attack, and maybe the most important step of that attack, Spiker on the blitz went down, Wildcard just couldn't recover.
Again, you got to keep it close, and a dominant round for CL for L in a lot of ways. I do like how quick Wildcard was to get into the site. They assessed that the actual bomb site was relatively free and clear. So get the blitz into the action. Draw the fire. Most importantly, draw their attention. And then while that's happening, get the rest of the players into their positions, whether it be on that Selmond wall that leads to the top of house stairs, whether it be going through drum and eventually through terrace, and then pinch the remaining defenders. Problem was that the blitz died without really making much of an impact, and very quickly did CL for life get their players back into the bomb site to defend against Dragon and that terrace portion of the map, thus stopping Wildcard in their tracks. You got to be feeling particularly confident with what you see from Challenger League for Life, by the way. Adam and Giddy are both in positions to get early picks. Adam was looking for a jump out, and Giddy down below at a potential spawn peak as well, but neither of them will find anything for it.
Yeah, and at this point in the round, about 30 seconds in, you don't expect to see that kind of jump out happening. That early element of surprise now gone as this wildcard attack begin to work their way up towards the objective, at least towards getting some boots on the ground in the map to start. Now, this C4 pre-placed is going to be what, well, Giddy hopes could deny some sort of jump in on this exhibition and office side, but it's not going to help Tristan stay alive, that's for sure. The first player to go down here, now 2 of 3 rounds where Wildcard have secured this opener, a much better trend, and already a direct improvement of what we saw from them on border. So we talked about them bouncing back. That's just one important element. Dodging that nitro cell is another, as Giddy detonates that maybe a half second too soon. Bay avoids it. You see the rest of this team dodging the pressure being applied from below as Spiff is able to get around it as well. So they're going to continue to take this space aggressively, nearly getting the life of Giddy as he fades away. Oh, there it is. As he fades away towards the site, it is Spiker who gets the kill. He could not make that retreat.
Very much in a panic. You could see the panic sprays as he was harassed by the drone and then unable to get away with his life still intact. And that will kill over half of the round at this point. Wildcard bearing their teeth on these executes of their own map far better than we ever saw on border. And now using utility to flush Bino out of his position as well inside of Dragon. Now he's still in a very powerful spot, but he's lost the shield. That's safeguard. And he's lost a very advantageous spot to play in as well. So he'll retreat, he'll stare through the destruction that's been done to the soft wall. Adrenal Surge goes out. A desperate attempt to top up Spiff, who had taken damage early on, while giving more sustain to the rest of these players. Spiker eliminating Adam, and it's CL for life getting picked apart one by one at different parts of this map entirely. They've done some serious damage, but still searching for their very first pick. They've got information on Packer's whereabouts. Over towards Geisha. He's doing double duty, but Spiker is there to grab him as he heads for the hills. And another round for Wildcard, who are nowhere near in a position to be happy with the way that they've played so far today. That border matchup is one that they need to get out of their heads. And with the experience they have, I'm sure it won't be that much of a problem. But here on Skyscraper, it's a completely different ball game. You have to play your own map the way that you want. Do not allow your opponents to set the tone as they did on Border. And right now, it's looking pretty good for Wildcard, at least. Certainly better than map 1.
Oh, certainly. And if they're able to continue to drop rounds like that, as one-sided as that, I don't think they're going to, well, be stuck in their heads too much longer. That's the kind of team that we need to see on this map if they want to take this win. Already off to a fantastic start. Not only do we look at this map and know how important it is to secure those attacking rounds, but you look how one-sided that last round was. Packer, I mean, yeah, got a kill in the end there, but it really didn't matter. A near flawless round for Wildcard as they just dominated on that clear through the top floor, just taking every single defender down every time they tried to peek. Information there, I think, has to be the big highlight for Wildcard, and we saw this play out beautifully as they tracked down Giddy, who was playing, I believe it was the Capcan at the time in that last round. Initially, he was playing down below, had a C4 trying to deny the players jumping in that exhibition and office side of the map. He was unable to find that kill. But when he revealed his position, there were drones all over him, chasing him as he made that retreat back to the site, pinging him actively, constantly, making sure that Wildcard knew where he was. They sprayed him down through the wall and then eventually finished off that kill. Just one example of how good that information flow was for Wildcard in that last round. You don't get kills like that unless your info is buttoned up, your comms are flowing, you're getting that confidence back. So again, we're a long way off from saying Wildcard are back playing like they should, like we know they can, but that last round was a fantastic proof of, okay, this team is starting to get back on their feet.
Well, I mean, it's just the comfortability on their own map. Their experience on Border has not been great. Their results on Border were not good either. So, I mean, it's a situation where you fight for every single round you can get, but you probably already know the outcome. I had a suspicion that CL4L would do better than Wildcard, but I didn't think it would be quite that bad for Wildcard, and really it just does come down to the, I guess, the confidence that you can see on some of these players. Bay thinks that he can win 1v1 gunfights against a team that maybe is being underestimated at the moment. It's not going to work out very effectively for you. The good news is that you got a very different Bay on this Skyscraper map, and he's been leading the charge for Wildcard. Right now find themselves with a lead, though they've lost Kansan, who was the best performing player statistically in the previous map, and you could even maybe make a credible argument that he was the only player who was showing up properly before. The rest of Wildcard will now charge their way towards Kitchen, right now through Pantry. Packer is on the flank. Will they know his whereabouts, Jonah, or are we about to see them get devoured by one defender playing off-site? They'll rush up, eliminate Bino from his position. Bosco, holding that diffuser, now needs the go-ahead to walk into Barbecue. But there's no information. There's no drones whatsoever on the side of Wildcard. This is especially bad.
We complimented the information of that last round. Well, that information, or the lack thereof, could get them into trouble here. Bosco, he is getting that diffuser down, and the coverage initially successful for Spiker, but a good C4 will slow things down for this attack and, well, get Bosco off the plant for a moment. He will reattempt it. The coverage up top from Spiker, good, but not perfect, and Adam is able to get the trade. Diffuser is down, though. Bay in the trenches, but he comes out alive. The drop down from Adam, once again, an opportunity for him to clutch. A 1v1 with Bosco. Eyes on the diffuser. He'll tease it, giving Bosco an idea of where he is and what's going on. But this cat and mouse game now unfolding in front of our eyes. Adam knows this top floor is where Bosco has got to play. But with 20 seconds left on this diffuser, Adam, well, he's got to get active, and now on 13 HP. An uphill battle, to say the least. He's going to give up on the gunfight and just go for the diffuse. Just praying that Bosco cannot land the shots, but he is too good for that. Wildcard, bring it back after maybe a little more of a rough start in that round, securing the defuse and securing already their third attacking win here on Sky.
Yeah, I mean, real credit to Wildcard for being able to pull that one off with no intel whatsoever. And if you're going to praise Wildcard for being able to bail themselves out of a bad situation with limited info, then you have to give the same credit to their opponents for denying that intel in the first place. CL4L were able to devour those drones on the roam. And I think there's always a misconception, especially with people who are maybe newer viewers to this esport, that roamers are designed to get kills. That is not historically what the purpose of roamers were. Yeah, obviously, if you are playing on a roaming role, it's usually because you are gifted mechanically enough to win engagements, because you will often be in harm's way. You are more often than not playing the harder minutes of your team. But the big focus for a lot of roamers, and especially roamer ops that we see that are born and bred to just deny time and stall out, like Alibi, like Vigil, like Mute, if you want him to roam. He was not always a roamer, but now in a lot of ways he can function as one, is to kill time and take away utility. Drones are a very valuable piece of utility. You could even make a very credible argument that they are the most powerful piece of utility that the attackers have access to. So your roam, of course, is going to be centered around hopefully getting a kill or two to set up the rest of your team for an easy mid to late round, so that your anchor players don't have to sweat too much. But more often than not, your roamers are there to kill drones, get rid of utility, and waste time. If you can get away with your life intact and kill 3 drones while wasting that minute and a half, you've been very successful, even if you haven't gotten a kill. So for a team like CL4L on their roam, and we saw it, I think it was Packer who got overwhelmed in the previous round. Your main focus is just to kill time and kill utility. And CL4L did that very well, but Wildcard were better in using what limited gadgetry they had remaining and what limited information they had to pull off a successful plant and win the round.
Well, this is a fantastic spot for them to be, because 3-1, just, what, 4 rounds in at this point on a map that typically is incredibly defender-sided. I know we've said it before, but worth reiterating, given how well this attack has functioned. I mean, they are looking like a team very ready to go to that third map. They don't want to mess around here, let CL for Life even have a chance at closing this one out in 2. And at least so far, that is working. Now it's the defense who is once again going to try to rotate bomb sites here, try to find some place that feels a little more comfortable for them. This is the only site they've been able to win so far. Now it becomes available to them again. Exhibition and Office, the site where we saw Wildcard attempt a bit of a blitz play, and that didn't work so much. This time they changed that up on the attack, and as a result, the defense will try to adapt to it. This is the same lineup they brought last time, so they're going to rely on the fact that it was a strong hold and that Wildcard are going to have to change things up, and continuing to rely on Packer's ability to lead the charge on this team. Can they stop Spiff, though? I mean, he's the one getting in the map next and trying to take this space. But a good start for CL for Life, regardless.
I have to imagine with the slingshot that we just saw, this has been droned out, and they know that there's absolutely no map presence from the defenders upstairs inside of Karaoke. Packer has vacated his position. He'll be on the move. Vigil, one of those operators we spoke of that is designed to kill time. They got a pick earlier anyway. Bay on his entry. He's been excellent. Kansan eliminating Giddy. Does that look like it was Bay who actually did most of the damage, but he's not credited with the kill. Down goes Packer as well. We praised them for their map control in the previous round, but it has not been anywhere near as effective this time. They are getting spotted and getting beat every single time. Last one remains is Adam. They know that he's by top of house stairs. You just heard the sound of that DMR. And what can he muster? User will continue to go against him, and Spiff swings and wins it. Wildcard in full control of this map.
That's just Wildcard laying down the law right there, saying that the only reason that you were able to win that round, the only round that you've won last time on this map, CL for Life, was because we tried to get aggressive. We were the ones that lost it. You were not the ones that won it. That was our bad. They just change up the strategy, and it works like a charm. They have no problem getting in the building there. Once again, we got to compliment the information game in tip-top shape for that attack. Any defender who's off the site seems to be the next one just in the line of sight for Wildcard, the one next to be taken down. Of course, the opening kill, the one exception to that rule. Packer was able to get a nice kill with the Boss G to open things up, much like he was in that last round, securing the opener as well. But it really just doesn't seem to matter for this Wildcard team. They are ready to bounce back, and these attacks continue to look exceptionally clean. Not taking too much time to clear out a map that is typically very big, a lot of square footage, a lot of nooks and crannies to worry about. You pointed this out earlier, Parker. They threw Spiff into the window because they already knew that side of the map was clear. They had already droned that out and were confident enough in their ability to move in and take that space. Map control came quickly, and site control came fairly quickly as well because they just kept getting kill after kill after kill. Not much that CL4L could do to stand in their way. And now, unless CL4L can somehow muster one more defensive win, I mean, they'll be staring a 4-round deficit in the face going into the swap.
Could see two very, very one-sided maps, which would set us up for Labs as an intriguing conclusion here. It's a very defender-sided map now as well by the numbers, but it has had the distinction of being a relatively evenly balanced battlefield for these teams. So what Labs do we end up seeing, provided, of course, that we get there? Wildcard up 4-1 at this current point in time really is excellent, though. Skyscraper, if you go back all the way to stage 2 and you look at Skyscraper, it was the least played map in North America. It was defender-sided, but a smaller sample size doesn't exactly give us the most confidence in saying that it is objectively defender-sided. So if we fly across to a couple other regions, you see that it's exceptionally defender-sided in Europe. It's actually the most defender-sided map in all of Europe. So now you can say with greater confidence, yeah, absolutely, this is a map where CL4L should be winning more rounds, and they, as the camera goes round and round, they're not. They're trying to salvage this first half. They're doing so quite well. Tristan with 2 kills. Bino, another Spiker, is the last one standing. He finds 2 of his own. We'll tempt these remaining players to give him an engagement. They're a bit reluctant, understandably so. Sidearm will now come out, and that is never a good sign. As Spiker is top house side stairs. Looking over towards Dragon. CL4L will be patient, but they will cover all of the vantage points. You see a shotgun right now inside of A. You've got another player sitting at top back stairs. I struggle to see how Spiker gets out of this position in a good direction. He has no information, though. Shows that he's still got 2 drones available, but with 40 seconds left, and since you're the only player, you're not going to go for it. Capkin traps on the doors, as there's the toxic gas to linger. He misses an opportunity. He was a bit too slow on the soft destruction from the shotgun of the smoke, and it's a second round on Skyscraper to finish the first half for CL4L.
Well, you see their phases here. That was a round win, but it didn't feel all that triumphant. They know that they are in a uncomfortable spot going into the switch. As we've talked about, they will have their work cut out for them on the attacking side. Unless they can put together a clean half just like Wildcard did, this feels like it's going to map 3. Still a good bit of this map to play, just potentially another full half to go. But Wildcard, they only sit 3 rounds away from pushing this over the line and getting it to that third map. But this Wildcard, just taking a look at the stat line about halfway through, this is looking like the team that we saw get through that first round, and looking a lot more like the team that we saw throughout the course of the stage, right? Map 1, we mentioned that Spiker maybe wasn't doing as well as he could have, right? We saw Bay did not get a single kill. Now this is what you've come to expect from a team like this. Their game against Los, as we mentioned yesterday, it was Spiker leading the way. Bay close behind, Candon and Spiff doing their thing with Bosco taking up the rear. And that's about what you're seeing right now. Spiker and Bay, top of the leaderboard right now, putting in the work. You've got Bosco, who's been a rock-solid support and continues to be that way. Still getting 3 kills to his name, so going toe-to-toe with Candon and Spiff in that regard. But not to say that these numbers are going to blow your mind, but this is a return to normalcy for Wildcard. This is the team functioning as the team has in the past, as the team has when they've found success against other opponents. It just seems overall that Wildcard have been able to hit the reset button, and they are back into T1 team form for the most part, going into the remainder of this map and going into potentially that map 3. I think CL for Life are going to experience a very different opponent against them in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, you've really let the ball roll away from you at this point, given the way that this map is played out. We talked about the numbers in the previous round, but I mean, Wildcard should be able to lead by example with the next round or two, really setting the tempo. If CL4L can stun us and do their best Wildcard impression, maybe not. I'd say there's an opportunity for this to be a bit prolonged, but no. Adam will die early. The numbers for this CL4L team, not particularly terrible, but not great by any stretch of the imagination either. Tristan and Adam have been excellent at getting high impact kills. Packer's been racking them up as well, though less impactful ultimately. But the big bad of Wildcard Bay is gone. Spiker quietly putting up 8 kills on his own, and he'll make it 9. As he goes for the drive-by and immediately heads over towards Terrace, but doesn't understand that the wall's been shot out all the way from that balcony through Dragon. And just like that, this messy set of engagements has left no team closer to a victory.
Good coverage there from Packer on that Shrine window, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, you lose Giddy, you lose Bino, and now he is the only man left. I mean, 60 seconds is nice, but when you're 1 man against 3, the time's not really the problem. Your ability to actually just take this space and find these kills, 3 kills, when you have 66 HP, that's going to be the problem. The diffuser is also out of pocket, so he has to recover that if he does want to try to get a cheeky plant. He's been such a rock for this team. He always has. He's been that way throughout this map, throughout Border, throughout the series yesterday. But this one, yeah, I don't think even Packer can pull this one off. He'll try. He'll work his way into the site. He's not going to sit back and wait, but first defender he comes up against, Spiff, will win that no problem, and Wildcard continue to look impressive on this map.
Yeah, they're familiar with it. It's a comfortable area. And, well, again, they're on the better side. It is a bit funny now to think back on the comments that were made by CL4L at the conclusion of Border, basically saying that the team is garbage, that they suck, yada, yada, yada. And yeah, maybe on Border it wasn't the best showing of Wildcard. But fortunes have changed. And with a bit more comfortability and a different map pool than your opponents, you can start to find some success. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Wildcard. They looked very poised in that round. They made a couple mistakes. Bay in particular not knowing his position over towards that office wall. Spiker getting picked apart from the opening from Terrace all the way through Dragon, where he probably should have assessed that that was open, and the window was open as well, but he was too fixated on the double window jump out onto the Geisha balcony from Terrace. All the same, even with those small mistakes, Wildcard still ultimately won the round, and they did so without really breaking much of a sweat. The quick to the punch entry that we saw from CL for Life all the way back on Border has vanished. Skyscraper, as we noted, all the way back in round number 1, is a far more structured map. It requires a lot more utility work and a lot more drone work, most importantly. And as we saw from a few opportunities where Wildcard were left with no information whatsoever, drone work is hard to come by here. CL4L stashed most of their drones through that exploratory and discovery phase, so they'll have some information at their disposal, and there's not a lot of operators on the side of Wildcard to block it.
Well, especially because you have the Deimos in play as well. So those drones are going to be pivotal in at least identifying where those defenders are located. Once you scan them once, you recognize them once, that allows the Deathmark tracker to hunt them down and target them, giving you that extra information that you need to potentially get a more efficient roam clear, find those early kills. Now, the difference here and why that may be a little less important in this round is we're not seeing much of a roam at all for Wildcard defense. They are playing fairly restrained here, a bit closer to the objective. Yes, slightly removed in a different room or two, maybe one player a little extended, but right now, as the pressure does turn towards the site, CL4L, I mean, they're not going to find much in the way of early options to get those kills. I mean, just look at the mostly orange outlines here. You can identify that this team, Wildcard, is looking to just lock this down. They have a clash, right? And that's why they can do that kind of thing with so much success in Kansas. I mean, look at him opening up the round with a great shot, by the way, onto Giddy, who will shut down the Flores. Won't get a chance to use any more of those explosives for the remainder of this one.
Oh my. Not great. Another drive-by that we saw as Giddy's been having some very pronounced struggles. He and Bino, in fact, have been having the greatest difficulty, but for Bino, I think that's a bit excusable based on his role and based on his utility work so far. As for Giddy, losing a Flores drone before those Rotero drones can have all of their value be shown, well, that's a pretty gigantic problem. So CL4L are going to have to bail themselves out of a position where, unlike when Wildcard had struggles on attack, this is not an information issue for CL4L. It's just based on utility. And if they're going to just squander a lot of this utility, then it doesn't matter what information they have, as they're going to get picked apart, just as we saw Bay and Spiker do. How about a flawless round to move to map point? That's what it's looking like, unless Tristan can muster up something. Trapped right now inside of Terrace, staring at the hard work that had been done earlier into the soft wall, but he will be bled dry by the Clash, who continues to zap him away, and Spiker will indeed put an exclamation mark on the round, sending Wildcard to map points on their own map and making Nighthaven Labs the decider, looking like a certainty.
Yeah, we said this on Border, but this just may be a GG go next situation. Not for Wildcard this time, but for CL for life. I mean, they just cannot seem to find their stride on this map. They couldn't do it on defense, and certainly when they needed it the most, they just haven't been able to do it on the attacking side as well. They've already taken that tack time out as well, so they don't have that.
All right, well, while we work to get Jonah back into the mainframe, he has, I believe the phrase is, he's escaped the mainframe or the Matrix. I don't know. I genuinely don't know, because I don't follow that kind of stuff. But we will work on getting Jonah back. You know what the beautiful thing is, chat? Listen to me. Come on in real close right here, right now. When I first started casting 7.5 years ago on a smaller T3 organization called CCS, there were a lot of nights where you had to solo cast while also observing. So it's not something that's rare for me to be able to talk through most of this on my own, doing both color and play-by-play. I think there's also jokes that many of you could make about me loving the sound of my own voice, and well, you're gonna have to endure it until Jonah gets back. But alas, in the interim, I'm not exactly sure what's going on here, but it would appear that there have been some minor issues with Jonah. We have Rob Flynn joining us for a moment just to cover this round until Jonah is back from the dead. Rob, how are you?
I think I'm in. I was eating. That's my bad.
You were eating on a day that you were not set to be broadcast, or on a match you were not set to be broadcasting. The audacity is really something. Rob, have you been watching this this masterclass by Wildcard?
I have, but I was watching on the Twitch feed, so I've lost a round. Last I saw it was 5-2, and suddenly I got yelled at to get in here, and now it's 6-2. So congratulations, Wildcard, for winning your defense on Skyscraper. It's not the biggest of tasks to accomplish, but hey, at the end of the day, wins count, and we are very quickly approaching map number 3.
I mean, Wildcard has given us a lot of good reasons to think that they're going to take this map in particular. Whether that will translate over to Labs, Rob, is really anybody's guess at this point. No, I did not expect both these maps to be as lopsided as they are. Wildcard have found their first opening. Down goes Tristan, and the hunt for more will continue now, as flashes will be tossed on in. Adam wants something, but nobody from Wildcard is giving him an inch.
Oh, everyone for CL for life right now, at the moment, holding station as they did get slowed down by that opening pick. Packer running square into a goo mine as well as the flashbangs start pouring in from inside of Drum. Geisha control will be the next obstacle for CL for L to try and tackle. You can see as Bino makes his approach to the Geisha breach that he opened up himself. He's the man carrying the diffuser. Also be pivotal to the success of the round for CL for L, and he gets one onto Spiker inside of Geisha, opening up the area necessary to traverse the map and try to get to the bomb site. They still have to worry about Bay positioned inside of Drum.
And Giddy's been dropped. Bino, holding the diffuser with only 42 HP, finds himself in a very risky position, but Packer is still there, and he gets 2 for his trouble. The numbers now favoring Wildcard, or favoring CL4L. Wildcard technically trailing, but that really hinges on Giddy being brought back from the dead. Bino needs an entry point. He's over top of the bomb site and will have only 5 seconds to get down there. He takes out Bosco on the way down and will find some safe harbor, but oh no! He's stuck caught by the goo mine, and he loses it on time. Half a second faster, and he might have been able to pull it off. But one piece of gadgetry denies a potential plant and gives the map the wild card.
It looked like the coverage was still going to be there from up above with the super shorty as they traded positions from top to bottom position. But at the end of the day, it's wildcard able to push on and match the scoreline they got hit in the face with on border. 7-2, 7-2. We're going to need all three.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that wildcard won their own map, but do they have what it takes to win on Labs, or will we see the comeback from CL4L on their improbable LCQ run? One more map remains. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Going top block. Nice. I got killed Brown. What ran down Brown? Going barbecue. Gonna plant barbecue.
Good mine in him. Let's go! Work, baby, the good mine. Let's fucking go. These guys are awful, bro. These guys are awful. We're not stooping down to them, bro. Oh my god, bro. Greatest game I've ever played in my life, bro. Let's close this out, bro. We're going back.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, these guys, they came alive. That's the biggest thing here, is they came alive when they needed to. This was their map, and that's definitely a good result for them. A 7-2, I think that's the best that you could possibly get out of this situation. And something that really stuck out to me, Fox, here was more so the fact when we were talking, well, when the quarterback asked us, what do they need to do in order to muster a win, to have a better performance? I said they needed to slow down, wait for CL4 Life to be making those mistakes, to get over aggressive. And sure enough, on that first half, that's exactly what we saw. And what I can also really appreciate is the second they switched to that defensive half, they immediately started playing a little bit of aggressive, but then would pivot and then start to play passive. And they were just constantly switching on a dime throughout those maps, well, throughout those rounds.
Yeah, I think to simply put it, I mean, Border was just a situation where it didn't play to their play style, didn't play to their attributes. They looked a lot more comfortable on Skyscraper. I think that everyone expected this game to be a lot more wild card favored. I mean, obviously going up 4-2 on attack, that's the hard job done. Being able to constantly get those rounds, get those opening kills. They were able to manage CL4 Life's aggression. They weren't letting it get to them. And I think the map had a big play in that, because on a map like Border, you can absolutely get overwhelmed by the individual picks. But on a map like Skyscraper, it's so much harder to make that happen. So Wildcard, a lot more well-versed. And then once they were able to swap, I mean, we already know their defense is lights out on this map. So it really was nice to see them all come alive. There isn't too much to dissect about it, but the fact that all of the players are feeling a lot more confident now, especially Bay coming back, getting some kills finally, it puts them in a great position going into map 3 to not only feel a lot more confident, but feel like they're back in that driver's seat, that it's no longer them playing CL4 Life's game, but them playing Wildcard's game.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, I think, making a really good point that it is the map, and we know that Wildcard loves this Skyscraper map. Looking ahead towards Labs, do you think they're going to be able to translate kind of the same success there? Love that.
Oh my God, they're doing it again.
You're stretching. They're stretching out. This is very responsible of them.
They're selling their soul.
That's how they climb back right there.
They're doing breathing techniques. You can see the breathing techniques. Hey, I respect it. I know we never did this. We didn't have, some sort of team bond like this where we're all standing, levitating. But I mean, if it works, it works. It gets the job done. We clearly see a 7-2, so it's working.
Dude, it is. I mean, they got the 7-2. It was a good match, as you guys said. I mean, they looked, as you mentioned, far more comfortable on that map. But like I was saying, looking ahead to Labs, does that comfort translate, or is Skyscraper really just like, quote unquote, the home stadium here for Wildcard?
I mean, I think it's a good middle ground for both teams to participate on. I think Wildcard, if they maintain the same level of aggression that they had on their attacks, I think it should go to them regardless, just because of how well they were handling the aggression. And it doesn't necessarily seem like a map thing at this point. If they replayed Border as a third map, I think the situation will be different. I think now they've gotten a handle of what CL4L is going to throw at them. They've understood how to play against it, and I think they have the method for it going forward. So it doesn't really matter to me what map it is. Yeah, I think they'll be in a good position. Now for CL4 Life, I think to them, they just can't let it mentally get in their head. I mean, we saw the camera of Packer. It looked like he was kind of, he's got that passion, but he was kind of screaming at the team a little bit, it looked like. So they can't let this loss affect them and hold them down, because I mean, they got them this far just doing what they've been doing. So I hopefully don't want to see them get in their heads too much.
Absolutely. And when both these teams recently just played this in their most previous matches, I mean, Wildcard beating Los in that 7-1, looking extremely dominant, and then them beating Cloud9 Beast Coast, winning at 8-7. But a lot of that came down to very big players stepping up, like Adam dropping 18 kills, I believe, that game. I think maybe Giddy or Bino, one of them maybe dropped 14 behind that. I mean, it was a team effort, but other players were really stepping up. But again, what is really good for Wildcard here is they understand, like you were saying, they understand how CL4 Life is playing and what they want to do. So now to transition now into CL4 Life and what they need to do, they also need to realize, okay, our aggressive plays, we're getting overzealous. We need to start playing together to be able to go for a trade. We can't just rely on these aggressive plays, because this isn't a map where you can just get super aggressive. You are going to be in very tight spaces. You are going to be getting traded left and right. It's just about having that trade game, keeping that man advantage. And as you saw in that game, the man advantage was extremely close in terms of opening kills for both the teams versus what we saw on that Border map. And I expect that kind of to be the same situation in this game. But for Wildcard, I think they have what it takes to completely close it out here and shut out CL4 Life and get the job done and push themselves into that grand final against Oxygen.
There you have it. The scene set. Labs, the final map. And now for your casters. Two individuals so talented at casting Siege, they might as well have been built in a lab for it. Here's Jonah and Intera.
Well, thank you so very much. There's nothing about me that's been built in a lab. I wouldn't have such a weird body shape and proportions if they were to actually design me, Jonah. I don't know if...
Fair. Yeah. And I think if they built me in a lab, they'd have my computer not blue screen in the middle of a cast as well. That would be big. That'd be a big improvement. I casted, 31 best of ones and a best of 3 in LATAM with 0 tech issues. Last night, the internet in my entire neighborhood goes out for like 45 minutes in the middle of the cast. Tonight, we blue screen. I mean, hey, that's just life, baby. But we move. We get into this best of 3.
You think you're cursed by any chance?
It's possible. It's possible. I don't know what I did in the last 48 hours to get that curse on me. I maybe spent too much time talking to Lynx. That could have been it.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, which happens to be Lynx. So I wouldn't even wish... Actually, no, my worst enemy is probably Rob, and I'd let Rob talk to Lynx. I'd let Rob suffer.
Okay, that's fair.
Rob's too busy doing whatever he's doing. I don't know, living in his basement. So... Probably watching the Toronto Maple Leafs absolutely dismantle the LA Kings right now. That's probably what he's doing. Do you want to talk about the bands, or do you want to?
I mean, we could go into this one. I mean, it is the map that will decide this entire thing and will determine, right, if a T2 team is going to come into play here and advance to the finals of the last chance qualifier. I mean, we can mess around all we want, but that doesn't change the reality of the situation. We go to labs with the Deimos, the Monty, the 2 attacker bands, the Tuberal, the Mira, the defensive bands here. I like the Deimos getting that taken off the board here from Wildcard. I think that's a good decision given what we've seen from both teams through those first 2 maps, how pivotal that information has been in the early round at getting those kills. Deimos, especially on Skyscraper, was a huge part of that. Wildcard also used that well, but definitely CL for life when they faced that kind of information trouble. Deimos was someone they turned to counter that, and he won't be an option here. Nor will the Monty, and of course in the Siege meta, that does mean quite a lot, because if we're gonna see some shield play, you doubt you're gonna see Fuse Shield. You're probably almost guaranteed at some point on this map to see the Blitz Shield. Won't see that here on round number 1, Parker, as it looks like CL for life won't be playing for a more direct aggressive attack. You can tell because of the RAM, right? Because the Boogie Drone, that kind of tells you that CL for life want to take that map control, work their way above the site, and get that soft destruction going.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the loss of the Deimos will be very interesting for these teams to grapple with. The Tuberau ban is pretty normal here because, the main thing is keeping this IT wall, which is unreinforced. You're about to see Packer send a Boogie Drone right through it, closed. That's typically your main focus on Tuberau. Mira is very good on every single map here, and if a team is going to aggressively hold that top floor, contesting it with anywhere from 2 to 3 roamers, Mira is an operator that makes it so easy to hang on to. This is just something that Wildcard has dealt kind of a bad hand to CL for life. The advance, though, will come over from this portion of the map near IT and on Rafters. Giddy dies first. Wildcard actually get 2 very quick kills. Both Giddy and Packer die. There's a bit of disorientation from the Gizmat mine of Spiff. You don't see Ella all that often, but it'll give information to Wildcard that they can potentially act upon.
They've already acted upon a good bit of that information, gotten a couple of kills with it, but this time Adam will be the one to come out on top of the next engagement. Tristan, though, he won't get a chance to do much of anything as Spiff will swing him. I mean, look at this aggressive defense now for Wildcard. Little too much movement there for Bay, trying to relocate. Didn't necessarily know where Bino was positioned, but still, despite the advantage, despite that the site is all the way down in the basement, you still see Spiff up above looking to take yet another engagement. That one backfires on him, definitely overstaying his welcome, getting a little greedy, right? That's just the nicer way to say that. And it'll be a 2v2 going into the final 50 seconds. Wildcard so successful to start this map, really shutting down the entry, and again, as we said, the map control that CL for life were trying to obtain. And now, without the Boogie Drone, without the Ace, it's gonna be the Ash, right? The Striker, right? to try to make something happen here for CL for Life. They'll get the breaching charge down, and they'll make a move here trying to get some pressure going on the site, but 2 men against 2 with only 25 seconds. This one definitely favors the defense, no doubt about that.
Adam will patrol the area he just opened up. Goodbye to one of the bulletproof cameras, and he is losing time desperately as he and Bino will hit this bomb site directly. Wildcard will rest a lot on Kansan, but Bino finds a 3rd kill. Bosco looking and prepping and ready, wins the engagement, and the boss goat is named such for a reason. A huge spray transfer, and the 2-piece is good enough to give Wildcard the 1st round.
That's why time can be so frustrating to deal with as an attacking team, because even if you have the 2v1 there in the end, you're hanging on to that advantage after, say, they really brought that one back, doing a great job to get themselves out of a very, very tough spot. But even though they did that, even though they got it to a winnable position, it just takes one player to take out that planter, to deny the time, and you have very much no other option, no other way to respond. One player's got to be buried in the diffuser, typing away. You don't have any other option. The other player, if he can't win the fight, it's over. So even though it was a 2v1, because you're the attack, because the time was so low, it kind of felt like a 1v1 there, and that was 2 easy gunfights for Bosco, no problem to clean that one up. So Wildcard, they'll get things started strong here on Labs. Great place to begin. I would have liked to see them win that round maybe a little more handily after the strong start. Didn't love the fact that they did give that advantage up and give CL for Life more than just a chance. They gave them the advantage in terms of the man count by the end, but they did come out on top. That's all that matters at the end of the day, is they can move on to this 2nd round with a win already under their belt and move up top as they change the bomb sites around as well.
Well, again, we talk about the Mira and the impact that operator can have on every single one of these bomb sites. And I mean, the top floor is usually the best indicator of how a Mira is going to affect your ability to defend. Because that rafters position, that catwalk, if you want to call it that, that's the main focal area for a Mira. You'll usually have somebody aggressively holding that spot. They're going to be really challenging to get them out of there, delodge them from that position. Just a shout out, by the way, to, I believe that's Pox on Lox's charm being ran by Giddy. Always nice to see support for the streamers in the game that have charms. There's quite a number of pro players at this point, and even one man on the desk who happens to have his own charm in the game. This is the juggle that goes on that a tuber round makes so much easier, and it's onto that IT wall, which will get opened up successfully. Giddy underneath takes care of the bandit batteries. There were some EMPs being brought by Daddy Thatcher himself, and then, of course, Thermite getting it open. This has now put Wildcard in a bit of a precarious position, as Spiker's in this weird no man's land where if he tries to get back to the site, he could very easily get pinched. There's nobody actively holding the IT breach, so maybe his safety is a little bit more doable.
Well, and he knows that too, because you have Bosco there on the Clash, right? Who is not literally a wall, still has a gun, still can shoot back. But when that shield is up, might as well serve as one. An impenetrable point of access that CL for Life would like to push through, but instead you've got Bosco staring in your face, communicating your position to every single one of those defenders, and telling Spiker that he's okay to maintain that position for a little bit longer. Now, Bosco has rotated, identifying, rightly so, that CL for Life are trying to apply pressure from both sides here. It's not just walk into IT and pray. They're working their way around to the other side and doing what they can to surround both sides of this site. That's a great concept, of course, but in execution, it also depends on your ability to get some pressure going from below. Giddy's doing that here with the skeleton key, and as the Candelas come out from Packer, this is that moment where CL for Life are looking to make their move.
Packer's just waiting for the all clear to hop into electrical. He's lost Adam. It usually is a solid 1-2 punch for CL4L that has been absent for the last 2 maps. Spiff is blown to smithereens by Tristan's grenade as Bosco will now back away. Not far removed from Bay. Spiker holding that same angle. A very similar position to where he's been all game long, or all round long, rather. He's punished for it. Kansan takes out Giddy, and now it's the Ying of Packer dropped. Tristan and Bino, last 2 remaining. The Thermite knee, Fragmite, putting in some serious work. Bosco and Kansan, the Clash and a Warden. A shield is not necessarily the operator that you want in this particular position. Bosco drops the shield, pivots, and he loses the duel. Tristan and Packer collect the final 2 kills. And this match might be closer than we anticipated.
Yeah, this one could come down to the wire here. Always love seeing Packer's reaction after the round. His hand is always running through his hair. It looks like he is just so stressed out of his mind. It's probably why we saw, Wildcard just taking a few moments before the game, just to breathe, just to kind of shake it off, get the pressure off their shoulders a little bit. I know, it's funny to watch because you don't see that very often, especially, from, esports athletes, but we see that. And I think should commend them for that, for recognizing that, it's okay here to take a moment, to step back, to breathe, and realize that they are, on paper, the team that should win this matchup, right? And maybe that pressure getting to them on map 1. You saw them do that before map 2. It worked well. Doing it again here before map 3 and keeping their cool. Didn't, of course, do them much good in the very end of that second round, as you did see Packer, you did see someone like Tristan and Bino able to overpower that defense and take that first win, but you definitely can see a difference in the mindset, difference in the approach of these two teams, just by what they look like on camera. You've got one team pedal to the metal, grinding out every single round, and the other one, right now at least, while things are close, after a Skyscraper win, they do seem nice and comfortable. Trying to keep that going here on the defense. Kansan maybe looking to get a little jump out here.
He's got a body to his right. That's the thermite of Bino. If you can knock him out very early on, in great shape. I don't know if he'll hear Packer coming on the shield not too far away, but out of all the operators that you'd want to vault out on, this is probably not the one. Oh my! Kansan missed his golden opportunity. I think he was waiting a drone, but does not cross his path. Missed opportunity for Wildcard. Blow this round wide open.
Well, they'll blow the breach wide open. CL4L will, at least. They've got their chance to look in through IT and identify the position of Spiker behind this shield. That's a noticeable difference from the last time he was here. Still the very same position, but this time supported by additional pieces of utility. Of course, the top floor, not where the objective lies, not where the diffuser will be going down, but still the point of egress into this map. And, well, the focal point for the start of this CL4 Life attack. They got to deal with this shield. They got to deal with this position, as well as the Melusi, who is now trying to make her escape. Bay able to drop down, avoiding Packer. Adam, though, taking care of Bosco, and still yet another player. Is that Bay? Did he come all the way back up the Aqua stairs, taking this fight, this time winning it? That's actually Spiker. Outline's confusing me there, but Spiker still gets the win. Ends up taking that gunfight and winning it. Adam with 2, nay 3 kills on this round, taking care of Wildcard as they retreated. Nice choice for him to play the cutoff.
A long rotate with still a minute to go. Spiff and Bosco will rotate through the default cams. The Nitro Cell tossed up by Kansan, a desperate attempt to keep these numbers close, but a small miss. Giddy is poised to strike. Adam's gotten all of his kills outside of the building, by the way. A very impressive situation. He's just been an immovable object at this point. Bay and Kansan now against Giddy and Tristan. Diffuser in the hands of Tristan. He's going for it. Kansan getting in this position. He's worried about a jump in from the window. Bay swings up, and it's Tristan with the double piece. Neither of these teams the clear favorite on Nighthaven Labs. CL4L wins their map of Border in dominant fashion. Wildcard do the same on Skyscraper. This one will probably go late into the night. What we do know is that there's no map after this. This is where the road ends for one of these teams. All the while, in the earlier matchup today, Oxygen dismantled M80 2-0, and a team that finished dead last in North America is only 2 maps away from making it to the Montreal Major. It is really quite a fascinating situation that OXG finds themselves in. They are watching this matchup with bated breath, I'm sure. CL4L's 2 rounds in the row have now given them the lead, and with the numbers being what they are, Wildcard should be taking 4 rounds on defense. That leaves just 2 for Challenger League for life. The fact that CL4L is already at that number bodes very well for them moving forward.
Well, I like that you mentioned that Oxygen game because we've actually seen a weird pattern emerging since the start of 2023 when it comes to the favorites in the LCQ. We always say that the LCQ, it is a place of chaos and unpredictable results, but part of the reason for that is that since this new ecosystem in R6 came about, since we brought Blast into the picture and this new structure, Stage 1 of 2023, Beast Coast was the top seed. Sonics end up going to the major there. 2023 Stage 2, Wildcard came in the top seed. SSG end up going to the major there. We saw the same thing again at the start of this year. OXG, they came in as the top seed, and again, it was SSG to end up winning that LCQ. So we've seen such unpredictable results before, and that pattern holds true. M80, the team that had 2 chances. They played in 2 best of 3s. Had they won either, would have gone to Montreal. They weren't able to win those there, and they were not able to take down Oxygen, meaning that yet again, now for 2 years running, last chance qualifiers, the favorites have not bode well necessarily. So far, Wildcard, of course, we were concerned about that, at least the favorites in this particular matchup. After map 1, map 2, of course, bouncing back, but here again, in yet another potentially uncomfortable position. CL for Life already claiming, as you mentioned, Parker, those 2 attacking rounds that they were looking to start off with, and now, well, looking to see what they can do to try to do a little more damage here to this wildcard defense. You got someone like Packer already sneaking in on the Nook, trying to make something happen. But luckily for them, they won't have to deal with much of an extension. All 5 outlines, you can see it. Everyone from wildcard down below.
This is one of the few bomb sites in the map where there's more than enough room to be quite comfortable in the site, though you will see players a little bit far removed, extending out to that cargo section that doesn't actually have a bomb inside of it. Also, you could see them potentially holding down on those exo stairs, as they're referred to as. Again, another spot where it's a very critical avenue to the bomb site, but doesn't actually hold the objective. I will say, there's an extensive amount of drone work that's being done. All 5 of these remaining drones for CL4L being put to very good use as they assess the soft destruction that's been done down in Exosuit and as to where they want to go with next steps. You've got more soft destruction that can be had, but you are running out of utility right now if you're CL4L. When the execute actually happens, all you're really going to have is that EE1D to aid you. Adam says, I don't need it though. Jonah, 30 seconds to go, and both he and Packer playing from above, toppling these players from wildcard. The drop will now come in. Spiff in Exosuit, waiting to catch one of them off guard. He's compelled into action, and an easy-to-control gun takes out Giddy. Adam had died moments earlier. Packer on the diffuser, surrendering it with 2 seconds left, and now wildcard just needs to play the waiting game, and they take the round. Tie game.
Well, we've said this before, and now this is the second time where the clock has gotten the better of the CL4L attack. The 2 rounds they've lost, same site, same problem. The time just gets too low. At that point, there were still 2 attackers alive when the round ended. There was nothing they could do because they just ran out of time. A moment where they're trying to get the diffuser down. Maybe they take too much time droning before that, but they think, all right, we've got a chance to put this diffuser on the floor. Let's do it. Let's get the coverage, and let's get into the post plant. Denied by a beautiful swing from Wildcard. And at that point, with a diffuser sacrificed, at that point, it's just chaos, right? You're just like, all right, we got to find these kills. We still have 1 player upstairs who was hoping to play for the post plant. We thought we had enough of an advantage. But you got to give credit to Wildcard for being able to bounce back there. And well, some really good kills there in the end that gave them the chance they needed to cross the line. So again, this is going to be back and forth. I think we've both said it at this point, Parker, but in that last round, it was Spiff with those 2 kills, his first on the round on the map, but the 2 most important kills that, well, anyone's found so far in this game, tying this one up at 2.
That's what I expected in map number 3. God, you know what the beautiful thing is that I don't actually need to do any predictions whatsoever, Jonah. I can just assess what's going on and be like, see, I was right this whole time.
That's perfect.
Yeah, of course I knew map number 2 was going to be a cakewalk for Wildcard. Duh. in all reality, this is looking more like a Nighthaven Labs that we saw all the way back in Sao Paulo at the SI, in Manchester, where it's a coin flip map. You know, it really comes down to the teams playing it, the operator bans, and the bomb site rotations. Wildcard have shown that their confidence that they had on Skyscraper, which was well-deserved, it was a very familiar map for them, is absent here. But they've still got the tools that are good enough for them to win rounds. Like I said, the only worrying thing I find, Jonah, is that the defenders should be doing better. And right now, Wildcard have drawn even with CL Pharrell.
Spiker again, he's in this position. He wants to take these fights from the warehouse rafters. Won't get a chance now as Packer has taken up his position. Quite literally just stepped on in and stolen it. He's now supported by Bino as well. So you see CL for life, they're really trying to make this push happen and take control of this top floor. When they attacked this in their game against C9 BC, this was the only site that they were able to attack successfully. So you like their chances here. I mean, we've seen them have success on it before, but Wildcard putting up a decent hold that first time around, but still not able to win it. We'll see if this blitz move from Packer's gonna be enough. He's currently spotted by Kansan. He's got him clearly in the line of sight thanks to that bulletproof. He knows that he has to worry about this, but there's no better player to counter that. Warden and Blitz, a good old-fashioned 1 versus 1, but instead, the first gunfights occur on the other side of the top floor. Adam, he'll go 1 for 1, and Kansan will end up losing his life, but so will Bino. 40 seconds now. Giddy with that kill will open things up for CL for life.
And the kills will just come in from all of them. Wildcard was hoping to stitch together more than just a single round. They've been unsuccessful so far. Spiff, a terrifying encounter, as it's actually Tristan to get the final kill, not the German blitz that we saw on our screen. The lead goes back to CL Pharrell, and this is where things get quite tricky. If you go just off of the numbers and consider that this is a defender-sided map, then things are bad in Wildcard Town, as they've now surrendered this first half. They have squandered the better side. Obviously, things can change when the side swap comes in, and we've seen teams buck the trend before, where a very defender-sided map ends up going in favor of the attackers. You'll look at a map and say, wow, 60% of all rounds won by the defenders, and then it will literally be 11 attacking rounds to 1 defending round. It does happen. I think what we are looking at is not an attacker-sided map. I think we're just looking at a very even map between two teams that are freakishly evenly matched. Which, honestly, hats off to CL Pharrell. You pointed out earlier on the show, formerly known as Makers, this is a team that has a lot of experience, and they're showing up. They're showing up huge, and they're surprising people. If you do not watch the NA League, or even if you do watch the NA League, you have no idea who these guys are, I bet. Well, if they topple Wildcard, will the streak that OXG is on hold? Or will we see a team make a major that does not compete in any of the Tier 1 leagues? Because that would be quite the moment.
Actually, going back to the last time these two teams played each other, which was in the off-season tournament Element 3, in slightly different form. Tristan and Adam are now new to this team. We obviously see Bay on the wildcard side coming in. It was CL Pharrell who won that matchup. Again, asterisk on this because the rosters were slightly different. But this map was one of the two they played. They played Nighthaven Labs and Skyscraper. Skyscraper was close. That was an 8-6 win. But Labs was a 7-3 win for Makers at the time. Going 3-3 on the attacking half and then winning every single defensive round after that. I bring this up because we are on pace for exactly the same trajectory. Again, that is assuming that Wildcard can win this final defensive round here. But CL for life, they are proven on the defensive side of this map. It's not just expected because we know this map can be defender-sided. We've seen it from this very team before. We've seen attacking struggles from this Wildcard team before. Now, it was in the off-season tournament. It wasn't quite the same environment. The stakes were not as high, but the performance was very real, and you're seeing that problem rear its ugly head again here for Wildcard as Bay, not finished off, but dropped to his back.
And these are retrievable. That's the question, Kansan. was hoping to accomplish something. He doesn't get anything for it. Spiff and Spiker double up on kills. Spiff is still on the run at this point. Bay is retrievable. He's bled out halfway, but as long as he holds himself together, he can prolong that process. Unless Giddy finds him first. A 3v3 with 1 minute to go. This is well situated for both teams. In terms of utility count, there's one Adrenal Surge remaining for Tristan's Finca. Well, there was. Bosco shreds through Tristan as the vault happens. And now all of these holes that were being watched from down below will prove to be a huge headache for CL Pharrell. Wildcard have been unsuccessful when it comes to winning consecutive rounds. If they win this one, they best hope that when the side swap comes in, they can find themselves some breathing room because they're constantly on the ropes. It's a good round for them. But Spiker and Spiff were just too much. Spiker in particular having a very, very good day once he escaped border. And the first half is 3-3. Neither of these teams better than one another.
Well, not just yet, but at the swap, you gotta think that CL for Life are feeling pretty good about this. Obviously not able to win that last round, but 3 rounds on the attack is plenty. So if they can keep their cool, keep their heads about them, they could well be on their way to taking down Wildcard here. Still a lot of Siege to play, as we've talked about, but given their history, this is certainly possible. I want to give Tristan a little bit of love here before we move on to this second half. I think someone we didn't even talk about enough on that first map of the night on Border. He ended up being slightly overshadowed by Packer initially, but at the end of the day, ended up matching the kills that Packer was able to drop. Went 10-2, it looked like. That's very impressive for him, especially given the operators we've seen him playing, the role that we've seen him on Border. Of course, we saw him playing the Nomad, the IQ, the flank watch on the attack, a little bit of the cap can on the defense. Here again on Labs, it's a very similar story. In a more flexible role, still definitely in a position where he can collect those kills, but somebody who's responsible for both fragging and providing a little bit of that flexibility, a little bit of that support. So good to see him at the top of this team right now. 7-2 overall. Again, not a player who you can take down easily. That at least has been very clear. But on the attack, something that Wildcard will need to remedy. Tristan rotating over to the Fenrir this time as we see Wildcard mount their very first attack on this map. They'll have to deal with tank and assembly down below.
I like the sledge pick as well. It's a bit unorthodox when there is a ram on the board. In previous matchups, myself and Jesse and Nick, even when I still worked with him, talked a lot about how Ram has kind of supplanted both the sledge and the buck when it comes to soft destruction. But this is a very almost nostalgic lineup. As you've got a sledge, you've got a buck, you've got Nash, and this is exactly why Hackerster himself takes out Bosco. Kansan trades him right back, and Bay is fearless and unrelenting as he looks for another opening over towards Exosuit. They'll bull rush right on in. The bomb site looks to be theirs for the taking. And Bay has an opportunity to get the diffuser down. Where are these defenders, Jonah? They are nowhere to be found. The kill holes above will obviously give you some pause, but all the intel inside of the site has now been removed. Giddy looking for a small opening above with that super shorty, putting it to work. There goes another logic bomb, the last one now used. And it's Giddy picked off by Spiker. Bay getting the diffuser down as Spiker trudges above. Gumine in his foot, but he will not be slowed down at all. Adam with 1 kill, but here's where things go from bad to worse for the defenders. The timer will be their nemesis, their adversary. Bino searching for something. He's at bottom of those cargo stairs. They've still got those cams up. They've still got intel. But things are not looking good in the slightest. Very, very quiet, as it's just Wildcard locking them out. And they go from 3 for 3 on those final picks. Wildcard win back-to-back rounds for the first time all game.
And winning one on an attack to start, it is a perfect way to set the tone. Really sets the expectation here that this one may not just be favoring CL for Life like we think at the swap, but they are very much here to play. That one something we don't see on Labs too often. It kind of felt like a Clubhouse rush on the Armory and Arsenal site. Let's go there in our minds for a second. Obviously, this is Labs, a very different map, but when you think about Clubhouse, you think about that roam on that basement site, extending all over that map. One great counter for it is sneaking right by it, going in through dirt and making that push. We saw a very similar thing here in this round, and it's part of the reason, Parker, you brought it up at the very start, why they brought the Sledge and the Buck instead of the Ram. Great thing about the Ram is you have so much power, so much vertical soft destruction available. The one problem is speed. You can't just smack a wall open and walk through, or shoot it open with the skeleton key and move through instantly. It's a bit slower of a process. And there, the combination of the Sledge and the Buck allowed them to just power through the map. Wall after wall would crumble, and they snuck right on into the basement. So yes, great map control for CL for Life, did their best to hold the map, but it did not matter, because much like that little cheeky Clubhouse rush, we saw it again here on Labs, just sneaking in the back, catching CL for Life off guard, and once that diffuser went down, I mean, we all recognized it. At that point, the round was pretty much over. I mean, there's not much you're going to be able to do. The remaining defenders off the site, even man count, post-plant situation, time ticking away. So props to Wildcard for recognizing the opening and taking advantage of that.
"30 seconds have already flown by as we are in the discovery phase now. Wildcard are hoping that this is actually an attacker-favored map. Only time will tell, but their rush strat is not something that's easily replicated, and it's not as well consistent. You can't rush every single round. I mean, CL4L certainly tried that on border. Long time for them to gain information. You got your regular drones, and then you've also got the Twitch drones to help out too. Not a lot happening though through the 90 seconds so far that we've seen, Jonah.
No, this is, again, that information phase where Wildcard just looking to identify where CL for Life are positioning and how aggressive they are willing to play on the defense. You see that Bay has been able to step in without dealing with an immediate swing, and that's one good sign for Wildcard, already able to take some space. But it's also a sign that CL for Life have changed their playstyle a little bit, Parker, right? The last round, all about the roam, all about the extension, and it backfired. A reasonable adjustment here is that you play a little closer to the site. You allow Wildcard to take the space with the assumption that when they do execute, you are going to take those gunfights, that 5v5 all-out brawl on the site, and you're going to do your best to stop the attack at that point. Of course, much easier said than done. You're going to have a lot of utility in your face. The frag grenades coming in. You've got Kansan building a push and finding a kill with the frag. But this is where this hold becomes so critical. Sitting back, waiting, holding these angles, and at some point when Wildcard move in, CL for Life, you gotta hope that they're gonna be ready.
And that's the hope. They lost Kansan. The only player so far that CL4L's been able to take down. Bino taking some damage too. Now it's Spiff returning fire, and a flank from Packer finds one. They draw even though. Down goes Spiff, and Spiker will follow shortly thereafter. This one is going to go the whole distance. I bet you anything. You take that bet, I take that bet. CL4L denies a third in a row from Wildcard. And again, we are tied.
We are going back and forth the whole way. That much is very clear. But we said it, and that's exactly how the round ended. CL for Life, that time doing their part, not to panic when that execute came through. They lost the opening pick, but no big deal. They sat back and they waited. They were patient. Always like complimenting a team for patience, because typically it's the flashy plays, it's the roam, it's the, oh, are you going to get 3 kills and whip around, do a crazy 180? That's easy to compliment. But the things you don't see, or the lack of movement, well, in Siege, they're almost equally as important sometimes, and some really good discipline there for CL for Life on the site, letting Wildcard come to them and then shutting them down before that execute could really find purchase on the site. So the blows continue. Again, CL for Life and Wildcard. I think 2 rounds in, Parker, you made the prediction that this one was going to be close and potentially go the whole way, and that is exactly what we're seeing here. I mean, we're not seeing any repeat of history in terms of one team running away with this map like they did on both Border and Skyscraper. This one, I mean, to advance to the final of the LCQ and play for a spot in the major, it looks like this one may just come down to an overtime performance.
I mean, this honestly feels like this third map, like this is the grand final, but these teams are so intent on beating the ever-living stuffing out of each other that you've got to save some of that energy for OXG. This is just the appetizer. The main course is up next. Oxygen has looked like a very formidable foe for every single team that's crossed their paths. And you could either have another North American League team compete, or you could have this upstart team that honestly could make waves in the NAL, but is not one of the 9 teams that is competing at the top level, though the team obviously has enough experience and enough raw skill to make some noise. They toppled the defending major champs, and they could knock out Wildcard now as well. They have to get there first. Either way, very critical round for both teams. And just going again off the numbers, CL4L should be on the better side. That doesn't mean anything because you don't play the game on paper, you play it in the server, and even if on paper it says, hey, this is a great map for the defenders, you actually have to achieve that. So far, both of these teams have shown struggles on attack and defense. We reached the halfway point. Discovery is almost coming to a close. Drones have been swatted away. Wildcard will, just like they were a couple times on Skyscraper, find themselves with very limited information for the actual execute.
Again, it gets so difficult to actually make that push if you do not know what lurks around the other side. They seem to know that Giddy is up above trying to apply some pressure. Spiker just about to walk into that, but he was aware of it, smartly so. And that means that Wildcard are faced with a decision. Do they force these top floor players out and go for these kills, or go for something a bit more direct? Bosco, well, he's in a bit of a pickle here. Thankfully, he's got some support from Kansan, so these two players collectively should be able to come out of this alive, let alone maybe with a kill or two. Spiff, he will open things up, and there goes Kansan right on cue. Takes care of the bandit who was a nuisance in IT. Giddy, still a factor though, has not given up this position, at least without a fight. He'll take another kill, and so will Tristan. And so the back and forth happening between the rounds, but also within them, we are back to a 3v3. Parker, just like that.
There's the creep up now from the Nook of Spiker, who doesn't pull trigger for the moment. He lets the Fenrir of Tristan get away, and he doesn't manage to get some follow-up. Tristan gets a kill because of the late reaction from Spiker, and now it's all up to Bino with 10 seconds left, sitting inside the bomb site. Bosco has diffuser. He's expecting a vault in through the window. There goes a nade to get him out of that position. He could get pinched here. The rush on in, and the plant needs to happen from Bosco. He gets it down. Bino will swing, but he doesn't have any visibility on it. Bosco successful in getting that diffuser off. Nitro cell tossed out by Bino. They know the location of it, and Bosco does it all himself. Wildcard go back on top.
And we continue the roller coaster of emotions that both of these two teams are experiencing. Heck of an effort there for Bino, there's no question, but faced with a very difficult 2v1, and he did not have the opportunity to have eyes on the person getting that diffuser down, nor could he really reach with that C4. I mean, they really didn't have an angle to do it. So smart choice of where to plant that diffuser. Mind you, getting it down at the last possible second. I think less than a half a second on the clock when the diffuse was at least attempted for the very first time. So cutting it close, coming down to the wire, but they pull it out nonetheless. So Wildcard, I mean, take a look at these last few rounds here. Yeah, there were a couple of rounds where we saw 2 in a row for Wildcard, 2 in a row for CL for life. But other than that, this has been as back and forth as you could really ever hope. But an important moment here, a potential turning point in the map. And CL for life have recognized that because they do not want to allow Wildcard to get that 6-4, get that match point, and have a chance to close things out. So they walk into a tactical timeout, followed by potentially here a technical pause, but regardless, we'll have that 60 seconds they were looking for to talk things over and figure out what they need to do to get this back to even.
Being told that after the timeout, it was Packer who unfortunately suffered a disconnect, so we'll try to get him back in the lobby as quickly as possible. It's not a team-wide issue. This CL4L and Wildcard game has been surprisingly absent of any tech issues, which is honestly cause for celebration here. I don't know if you saw this, Jonah, but there was a post on the subreddit a couple days ago assessing how many tech pauses have been called by every region, and unfortunately something is in the water in North America. as our region had led the way in terms of tech issues.
Did they tally up LATAM? Because it has been brutal over there.
I think so.
Okay.
But I mean, have you watched NA by any chance?
Some indeed.
Some.
Yeah.
Yes.
The
I know you
M80
and
stuff
Flynn
has been
have been
wild.
holding down the fort in LATAM, and we appreciate it for you. We appreciate you for it. So the LATAM LCQs still upcoming, by the way. At the end of tonight, for those of you that are watching, we will have locked in all but 2 of the last chance qualifiers for Montreal. That means only 2 teams will remain in the roster of all that will fly to Montreal and do battle. So LATAM and Brazil are the 2 that remain. So both in South America. Japan, MENA, Oceania, South Korea, all locked in earlier on. Europe locked in earlier today, and North America will now follow suit in the next couple hours. You and Flynn, Jonah, will be calling the 4th and final team from North America, joining Sonic's Dark Zero and Space Station, all of whom qualified last week. This is a good lineup. I mean, obviously, there are some notable organizations that are absent, Bleed, or whichever they are going to be branded now, because the org is in very serious trouble, it appears. Did not make it from Asia. Elevate took their spot. There is no PSG Talon who will make it either. As for Brazil, the world champions, defending world champions of Furia, have not locked in their spot. FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, and W7M, not the same team, same organization, with a different roster, have made it. So there are obviously some surprising results here. You have to think down in Brazil that Furia is going to be the favorite to win it all, but I mean, who knows? Evo Keedstars could potentially have an outside shot. I think NIP could also make a good run for their money. It'll be fascinating to watch. And then, of course, that old Bliss roster that is no longer playing under Bliss, they struggled to make it. Chiefs ended up winning from Oceania. So, unfortunately, that's just how they roll. And this is the last event for the year before we go to SI that was announced to be in Boston in February. I, as a Torontonian, hate the Red Sox. I hate the Bruins. And I especially hate Chowderhead, who's from Boston. But it's a great city. And I am very
reason
excited.
enough not to go, right?
I mean, Chowderhead being there alone is reason enough not to go. Yeah, he's just that guy, you know? But no, Boston's a great city. If you are listening right now, I'm not shilling for Ubisoft. I'm genuinely saying Boston is a terrific city. It's walkable. It's got a good bar scene. It's got a great food scene. The weather in February is not going to be terribly better than Montreal, but it will be slightly better. You should get your tickets if they're still for sale.
Yeah, went to college there for 4 years, so familiar with the town. It's gonna be an exciting place to have, well, the best event of the year here. But as you said, still have to figure out the final NA team joining the already stacked roster, heading to the international event in Montreal. SI still on the horizon in the distant future. Montreal, the focus, of course, for Wildcard and CL for Life here after the TAC timeout, the tech timeout. CL for Life doing what they can here in round 10 to try to bring this one back and get this one to even to prevent Wildcard from going into match point and what will eventually be series point, potentially the final point that CL for Life will have a chance to get themselves into the LCQ final. But fighting back here in this round, losing the opening duel and then winning the next one is Giddy, is able to take that fight and win it. So here on defense, fighting back, well, the old-fashioned way, with a couple of bullets in the face of this defense, not just sitting back and waiting like we've seen from these teams before.
This round has flown by. Wildcard could land the knockout punch, but Giddy has other plans, as does Tristan. Wildcard's advantage gone up in smoke. Spiff to hold this one together. He's got a target-rich environment, but he doesn't see Tristan to his left. Shortened field of view might be the culprit here. We will need all 12 rounds to settle this one, as series point for Wildcard is denied by a great set of anchor plays by CL for Life.
A little bit of both there, a little bit of everything from CL for Life. I like that we saw both success on that roam. We saw that with Giddy, and then success Yeah, in terms of the anchor play, when it came down to the execute, despite the back and forth that we had seen in that first half, and really through the middle of that round, Wildcard just could not get past the remaining anchors there of CL for Life, who closed it out, and I suppose we should not be shocked that we are going to go the distance here in regulation at the very least. We're going to need to see all 12 in regulation, and as we've said, potentially more into overtime to decide our victors here. It's been back and forth the whole time. It's no secret that this has been an incredibly competitive matchup, but we head now here back to a site where CL for Life were successful on last time to defend, so they're hoping that this could be their opportunity to take 2 rounds in a row. Last time we saw a little different defensive lineup here. They were bringing the Goyo last time, in addition to, well, most of the lineup that you see now. The biggest difference is the introduction of the Frost into the mix from Bino instead of the Goyo. So both, you could consider trap operators, although those Vulcan canisters are a lot more focused on area denial and plant denial than, say, a bear trap is just about denying somebody's ability to hop into a window or doorway. So we'll see what Bino is able to do with that if he decides to just, place down those bear traps, which we can see he has already done, and then decides to take up a position and get a bit aggressive here. But with the IT breach open, that Wildcard already have an opportunity to start taking these gunfights, but it looks like CL for Life, much like that last round, Giddy not shying away from getting into an engagement or two.
Well, my favorite round in all of Rainbow Six, which has become a bit of a meme among itself, which is that because it's, no matter what happens, one of these teams goes to match point and series point, in fact. A lot more on the line than just winning a map. Your dreams of making it to Montreal will continue. Bosco won a world championship twice in Montreal. Once as a console player when the Xbox Pro League still existed on that Elevate team, and then another time on Space Station, for which he still wears the charm that was given to them for winning it all. Bosco even retired and came back, and is still proving that he can hang, albeit in a much tougher environment than when he last played. As for the other side of the coin, not just Wildcard, it's CL4L trying to make their first live event ever as this organization. And if memory serves correctly, this would be the first event, period, for all 5 of these players. I need to be fact-checked on Adam because I can't remember if he made an event with Sonics, but if memory serves correctly, he did not, but I'm willing to be wrong. Look at the standoff right now between Tristan and Bay. Tristan's got the Bailiff. It can do a deceptive amount of damage up close, but he will not bother to engage. Bay gets baited in by Bino. And now the next one up will topple him. Hansen taking all but 6 damage. As Wildcard win 2 engagements, Adam trades that one right back. Jonah, this is fast and furious.
I mean, it's going to come down to, again, this flurry of gunfights in these final 30 seconds. We saw the anchor play from CL for Life winning out in those final 30 seconds last time. Wildcard hoping to just get things over the line now. Kansan low HP. This is going to be a tough fight for him to take. You got to vault through the breach here. They'll work their way around, crouch through it. That's Bosco, a goo mine in his foot, delaying the plant, and a perfect amount of delay for Packer to strike from below. C4 goes up and sends Bosco sky high. Packer does it again. A double kill from beneath the floorboards. Doesn't matter that Spiff is still alive up top because they have run out of time to make anything happen. Of course it's Packer, the difference maker in that round. When it matters most, the king steps up.
Lock in, boys. This is the most important round of Rainbow Six you have ever played. CL for Life, 3.5 minutes, plus the 40-second timeout, away from making it to the finals, where then they would play the most important match, getting better than this one, to see if they can beat OXG. I mean, OXG's got to be watching this and will be, probably quite happy about this. If you talk to teams when this situation arises, you will find that teams are kind of split 50-50. Yes, there will definitely be some fatigue there from either Wildcard or CL4L, just based on how much they're playing. But they're also going to be warmed up. And if you've ever seen in Rainbow Six and in a wide variety of esports, but I find it's most notable in the FGC, is that the teams that go on heaters in the lower bracket runs tend to do better because they're already warmed up. OXG will not have touched this game in an official capacity, because they're probably going to be warming up and scrimming, in about 3.5 to 4 hours, which means at this current point in time, OXG aren't necessarily going to be coming in as hot as either Wildcard or CL for Life will be. And there's something to that. Yes, you might be tired, but there's adrenaline, there's energy drinks, and there's the goal of making it to a live event that will be fueling you for at least the first map and a bit. The idea is that you don't crash at some point during that second or third map. The one thing I will say is that Wildcard might be on the outs at the tail end of this round. Win or lose for CL for Life. Whether they actually make it through or whether Wildcard wins this round and we go to overtime. This has been a tremendous run for these 5 players. Packer, Tristan, Giddy, Bino, and Adam should be exceptionally proud of the way that they've played, win or lose. But right now, win is what looks most likely. And then, they'll have a date with OXG, with a potential major spot awaiting them. We'll see. Nitrocell goes out, and oh my, Bosco almost dies to that one. What an entry that would have been in the history books for this match, had that worked.
Well, not going to find it there, and now missing that Nitro Cell for the remainder of this round for CL for Life. So a valiant attempt, and that would have certainly been, well, it would have felt like the dagger that ended this for Wildcard, but very much still alive. Bosco avoiding the majority of the damage there, and then able to make swift work of that wall with the breaching torch. So getting that thing open and making some progress now for Wildcard as they begin what appears to be a good old-fashioned top-down clear. We can tell as well that this has been the plan the whole time because Bay is on the ram. You've got that boogie drone, and you've got all that utility coming above the site. That's not going to be free, though. They can't just walk in and take it. Giddy, who's been kind of spearheading every single extension for this CL4L defense, well, he's doing the same thing again here on the Legion. T5 in hand, goo mines out, waiting for this wildcard entry to stop it. Same thing for Tristan, who has now moved himself kind of incognito here to 13 kills, leading the way in the entire lobby with Spiker close behind. We gave him his flowers earlier, but again, reiterating just how impactful he has been on this map when his team needs it the most. But CL for Life, they've been in a situation like this before, just yesterday, in fact, when they took down, or almost took down, C9BC in 2-map fashion. Instead, had to go to 3, and now Nighthaven Labs actually is where they brought it back and sent it to that 3rd map, I should say, with Adam crazy clutch in the end, an ace to bring it out in overtime. But here, a chance to win it in regulation, Parker. This is a much better spot to be if they can hold off this wildcard attack.
Nitrocell goes out, no real damage done. Bosco still worse for wear, but through much of this matchup, he's been wearing it pretty well. There's a bit of issues as to where Spiff wants to go. Down goes Bay. Could that be the first card in this fantastical run that we've seen from Wildcard? Topple. They're posted up waiting for it. This is really good patience from a team that doesn't have a ton of experience. Bosco killing Adam. That's really big for Wildcard. Adam has been able to take over games in the past, but he's not been the big bad so far for this team. No, that's been Tristan. Eno dies to Kansan and Wildcard, having a great opportunity to prolong this match. They might have just done it with the diffuser going down. Spiker getting rid of Tristan, and now it's Giddy in a 1v4. 2 of these players very low on HP, but Kansan gets the job done in that round. And we go much farther into this. 2 more rounds guaranteed. Of course we don't escape in regulation.
I'm getting Brazil League vibes all over this, but only fitting that we are seeing the teams that want to go to the international stage take the fight to teams in Brazil, some of the best in the world. Only fitting that they also want to go to overtime and fight toe-to-toe. Totally 50-50 here. Really just no way to identify, well, which of these teams is going to have the advantage going into the swap. I mean, going into overtime now, I should say. 3-3 on both sides. Really, not defender-sided, not attacker-sided, not CL for Life-sided, not wildcard-sided. This thing is a dead heat as we see CL for Life. They get the privilege of defending this top floor to kick off OT and wildcard. Well, they're the ones who are going to have to attack it. Now that we've seen some success, obviously this has been back and forth the entire time. But the one site that CL for Life have a 100% win rate now on the defense? Well, it was this top floor site of Command Center and servers. They won it in round 8. They won it in round 11 to get themselves onto match point. So if they want to get themselves onto that match point again, well, same site, same place, and what it looks like, almost similar defensive lineup with some slight changes, bringing the Ella out here for Tristan.
I do like the Ella a lot. We saw it was played by Wildcard earlier, and I mean, the idea is to give you a little bit of information with those Gishmat mines, but you've also typically got the Scorpion, which isn't as strong as obviously it was at its peak, but it can still do some serious damage. Tristan is going to run with the shotgun, which is really only good at about 5 feet in front of you. It is a bullet hose, so you can fire very quickly, but the recoil will send it straight up to the moon, and it does next to no damage once you're past that 5-foot margin. Obviously, I'm joking about its actual effectiveness. Those are not the real numbers, but the point remains that it's good for very close quarters combat. And if you're going to actively defend IT, or you're going to defend that doorway on Catwalk, Ella is a very good operator for dealing with that because of what the shotgun can do. And if you've got particularly good aim, the pistol's a sidearm, can engage at farther range, albeit less reliably. Wildcard is struggling now. They've opened up IT. As for next steps, doing their due diligence, droning. We've got plenty of drones now, with the Flores using all Rotero drones to knock down the same Kiva barrier over and over again.
Just the circle of life that I guess continues here with the utility in this round, but Giddy happy to take advantage of the opportunity to actually step up and deal with Bosco, who got the breach open, but he will not have his gun up for the remainder of this one. No way! He got that kill as well. Takes Giddy and Bay in a 1-for-1, a direct trade between the two of them to get this one further into the round. Still the advantage for CL for life as a result of that direct 1-for-1 in the fire. Giddy somehow persisting and getting that kill. So tough moment now for Wildcard without Bosco, without Bay. Thankfully, Kansan and Spiker leading the way in terms of the kills. Those are the guys you want alive in this moment, and they still are very much a threat. But do they have the right amount of information to know where these final few defenders are positioned? Looks like that may not be the case, as Adam will take the life of Kansan. That's one big loss, leaving just 2 attackers up alive.
Oh, the shotgun now eliminating Spiff, with Tristan following up as we see the damage that an Ella can do with that engagement. And now Spiker finds himself in an awful spot. And he'll rotate very slowly over towards Fish, where yet another shotgun will be pointed at his chest. That's Packer holding that spot. Over towards the window, Tristan gets the job done with the sidearm, and once again, CL for L moves to series point.
Another opportunity to take down Wildcard. This is unexpected, to say the least, but it is an opportunity that you gotta think CL for life are hoping to take advantage of this time around. Couldn't do it in regulation. Can they do it now? Their first chance in overtime. We saw them choose to defend that top floor site. We mentioned their 100% win rate so far this series on Command Center and servers. They keep that up, winning it when it mattered most. But Wildcard on their defense, a similarly good win rate down on the basement site, tank and assembly. So naturally, they will head back here. Part of the reason why they were so successful on this site was that they did such good work at utilizing that clock, making the time work against the attack. Both times we saw CL for life approach this site on the attack, they ran out of time. Once they were trying to stick the diffuser and they just lost the fight to Bosco, who swung and took care of the coverage and took care of the planter. The other, they didn't even have the diffuser in pocket when the time expired. There was still an attacker left up above. So the one thing that Wildcard know is how to exploit the clock. The one thing that CL for life should realize, well, they've had this same problem twice in a row. They better take pretty clean steps, direct steps to address that.
Camera feed up and running. Do or die for Wildcard now, and you gotta be sweating bullets if you're a fan of this team. But boy, oh boy, are you eating well if you like the underdog. If you like the story that's being written right now by CL for L after no longer being represented by Makers, as you can see, both Bino and Giddy still have the tag in their name. The one person, you're right, we haven't really talked about, Tristan, who should have been playing in Tier 1, but for a variety of reasons that still seem somewhat shrouded in mystery, he didn't end up competing on the team that he was set to join. But what a renaissance it is through these LCQs for a player who very clearly has the ability to go toe-to-toe with the best of the best. Great to see him doing well. Good to see this whole team doing well. Don't count them out, don't underestimate them. Defenders have the advantage so far in overtime. That single round, wildcard hoping that stays true until what would be the 15th and final round. CL4L has not made this an easy road. Their matches have been very hard fought, except for that border that we saw where they absolutely pummeled wildcard. But beyond that, this is a team that just doesn't seem to be killable. They are always hanging tight, and that is so challenging to deal with. Wildcard struggled to win consecutive rounds. They only did so twice, I believe, in this entire map. This is typically not good enough. You can't be going back and forth with a team that you deem to be below your skill level. As we see, though, this team's the real deal. 1 minute to go. CL4L, 1 minute away from a grand finals berth.
How special would this be for them to come into this last chance qualifier, not through the NA League, not through automatic qualification like wildcard, but through the open qualifiers, then the open qualifier playoffs where they beat Los twice to get to this point. They take down C9BC, and now they look for wildcard to be their next victim. Bino, he's the one to start things off. He claims the kill onto Spiker, and another one, this time for Adam, potentially the next. It's Spiff to fall. This wildcard defense, well, where is the discipline? Where is that hold that we've seen before? Bay, the next to go. Bino now getting this diffuser down. Bosco, we've seen him stop the plant from this position. Can he do it again? Oh! Yes! The same denial with 20 seconds left. The clock continuing to tick away. CL for life. You see them getting a little panicked here. They have to stay together. A chance to win this map right here. Blindsides Bosco. Cans and hits the floor. And it is CL for life who take down wildcard and have a date with OXG to play for Montreal.
Oh my God, what a way to finish that one as well. It wasn't just done and dusted, it was the way it was done. And oh my, Bino is aware of how rough that matchup was. All of these players elated, but you can see just how much it took. That was by no means an easy matchup. They worked for it, they grinded for it, and we have a team that's not even the North American League now in the finals, Jonah. CL for life will be 2 maps away from a berth of the Montreal Major despite not playing against Tier 1 squads. What an astounding result. Wildcard are gone. OXG versus CL for life. They battle for a spot at the Montreal Major. Up next.
think he's above.
I think we just push this bandit. Push this bandit.
Push. 10 seconds. Push.
Push it.
Bandit
Nice. Push it.
No!
Finals, baby. Let's fucking go, baby.
Go, Adam. Come on, baby. Good match. I just flipped off the camera. Oh my fucking god. Let's go.
One more game. One more series.
Oh my fucking god.
Holy
shit.
Oh my
I'll be back.
god.
Hey guys, everybody take a breather. Everyone take a breather.
I left him here, bro.
Take a breather, boys. Take a breather. Take a breather. Everybody, I'll be right back.
They're all talking at the same time. You can't even tell what's being said. Also, yeah, the guy who flipped off the camera, I don't know who that was, but you're done, mate. That's the end.
That was Adam.
I'm sorry, Adam. That's it. Nah, I'm just kidding. CL for life, living the last chance qualifier dream right there. You literally couldn't script it, right? This is when teams make it out of the qualifying bracket. They come into the LCQ. This is what they dream of. They're making it happen in real time. What can these guys not do at this point?
I mean, we highlighted it before yesterday about CL4 Life. I mean, they have several players that have had pro league experience. They've had players that have had pro league tryouts, players that have been a part of this ecosystem for a long time. Now, have a lot of them gotten their mark to shine, or they've always been kind of the fifth man out, the odd man out when it comes to pro league teams. But now it's almost like a ragtag group of players. And it was a similar story to how C9 Beast Co started last stage. A team picked up of players that have the potential, but just haven't found a home. And they've been playing so good on Lab, specifically in this last map. The back and forth and the way that they're always focused on the trades. I love watching how focused on the objective this team is. They're playing quality Siege, and there are current pro league teams that do not focus on the objective, that are only worried about kills, only worried about the KD, not playing off of each other. These guys not only have the energy and the passion to play off of each other, but they have the right goals focused, the right goals in mind. And obviously, they've earned their spot in this finals going up against OXG. They've earned it.
Yeah, Tristan was having one hell of a performance once again. I mean, Adam closing out the series just like he did against Cloud9 Beast Coast on that Ash, getting those 2 kills. Unfortunately, he couldn't get an ace. But I mean, this team truly impressed me. I mean, this was quite the ping pong match. This was a back and forth. But one thing that I really can appreciate from CL4 Life is their ability to adapt and understand what needed to happen next. Whereas before we recently saw that border game, it was nothing but aggression. They were constantly getting in the faces of Wildcard and taking these gunfights. Then obviously losing that Skyscraper, they immediately pivot into this Labs match. And what you saw on their attacking half that we clearly was a different factor from their border was the fact that they were slowing down. They were taking their time. They were understanding this is how we want to start the execute. This is when we will explode. We don't need to do it in the early round. We don't need to do it into the mid round. Let's get the map control. Let's get the understanding of what we want to do. And then once we go for the site execute, that's when we will explode. That's when we will take these gunfights. But even in the mid to late rounds, they were still playing those trade games extremely well. They weren't letting Wildcard get any freebies, to say the least. And if there was a freebie made, then they would immediately trade that out and find a kill of their own and then keep trickling down that number. And it's truly impressive to see a Challenger League team. Yes, they do have pro experience on it, but to just be able to bounce back and understand and change their style of play and change the tempo overall.
Yeah, it's true. And, you know, it may sound a bit funny for me to say it, but honestly, it felt fair. It felt fair. Like either of these teams could have won. It was CL4 Life that played better on Labs, and they won the match because of it. It never felt like it was out of hand for either of them. There's a world where it's Wildcard we're looking at in the bracket here in the LCQ final, and there's not a lot between the two of them, but it is CL4 Life going up against Oxygen. I think it's a map that none of us expect, a match that none of us expected, but it's certainly a good match.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think if you would have shown the bracket at the start of everything, I don't think anybody would have predicted the T2 team to come out of the bottom, let alone OXG surpass over LG and M80 as well as they did. And obviously, both teams deserve their spot in this final. It will be a great game, and I couldn't pick a better opponent on CL4 Life's side that would give Oxygen a better fight than themselves. They earned every single step of the way. And you're right, they've really been the best team. If it comes to any map, they're good on every map. If it comes to any situation, they make it work on any situation. They are playing better Pro League Siege than most of the Pro League teams that have come to the LCQ.
I completely agree. I don't want to regurgitate anything that Fox is saying. I mean, this is it now. This is where the Cinderella story starts for CL4 Life. If they can get this win over Oxygen and keep the performance up, obviously Oxygen has been waiting in the backline, watching this game, watching what this team does. So it is important that they can keep their foot on the gas and really, really bring it to Oxygen going into this grand final.
No, definitely. And, you know, I think they're playing better than what, about 5 Pro League teams just based on looking at that bracket.
I mean, realistically, yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. But we are going to be back with that CL for Life versus Oxygen match. I know it's late, folks. We're going to take a slightly longer break so that the teams have chances to talk to one another, get a little bit of rest in, but we will be back in about 10 to 12 minutes to get that match underway. We'll see you then. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, so let me think. Oh, Dream Team. NA. Okay. I have some players in mind. I'm gonna make a full aggressive team. I don't really care about the roles, so it's gonna just make a shooter team. Ambi, Spoit, Ashen, and só troca tiro mesmo. Não lembro o nome dele. Bota aí. Diffuser. Yeah, it's him. So, okay, I'm gonna.
Diffuser is really good.
Oh, I need one more player. It doesn't matter the team. And JR. So, my dream team is Ambi, Spoit, Ashen, Diffuser, and JR. Coach can double up. Preciso de coach. Callout? Callout. Okay, so my coach is Callout.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave! And I think he might just find it!
CL for Life has spent the last 2 days living the dream. Their quest has been catharsis, triumph, and ambition all rolled into one. Only one team remains between them and Montreal, Oxygen, determined to redeem themselves for a stage that was seemingly squandered before they got to this point. Their battle will be legendary, and we as Siege fans are lucky to witness it. This is the NAL Last Chance Qualifiers Grand Finals. I am Corbeck. Alongside me, Laxing, Foxay. Guys, I honestly wish there was a world in which both these teams could go to the major, but of course, only one can.
I mean, I wish CL4L could be in Pro League with how well. I mean, Patrick said it yesterday.
Yes,
they're a
very
Pro
much
League
so.
team. I wish they could be a Pro League team because they have been absolutely putting on a stellar performance. But Oxygen, on the other hand, also has been doing the exact same. They have been performing extremely well just in their matchup today against M80, and they're sitting fresh. They're rested. They have been waiting for this game, which that can be a little bit of a double-edged sword. But given how close that CL4 Life game went, that can be also another sword or a thorn in the side for them because they haven't had a lot of time to rest.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they haven't had much time to rest, but at the same time, it could be a double-edged sword for OXG. You know, they're sitting, the time goes on, they played earlier, they could have their energy depleted, so it is a marathon game nonetheless.
I mean, Oxygen, they have been absolutely electric here in the LCQs. They have made a great case for why they should go to the major. They look better than they have been at pretty much any time previously in the stage.
Yeah, I mean, OXG definitely has come alive, and it's the team that we've been desperately waiting to see. I mean, obviously, in the last 2 days, it's been a whole new OXG. They've been playing together. Their attacks have been super clear, super crispy on the way that they want to be able to attack. And they beat, arguably, the favorite, M80, coming out of the LCQ. So now they're in a position where no matter who they face, they have the confidence on their side. So not only does it amplify them because they have the confidence, but it finally makes sense with their strategy because everything is going right. The way that they are playing off of each other, everything is fully in sync, and it just makes it all that much more better. And all of the energy that we see from the players too is a huge impact. We talked about it, Newers being alive, everybody in the team looking like they're enjoying themselves, being there for the game completely. And I mean, it was such an amazing domination win. And a little bit of the teamwork. I think it's nice to see their teamwork coming together too.
Yeah, I mean, their teamwork has definitely been the biggest factor here that has truly made this team perform well above and beyond. But it's a question of can they keep that going now that they have kind of been sitting, waiting for this game. But truthfully, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we are going to get a crazy matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, I have a round to show you guys that exactly displays just how good OXG's teamwork is. This was in their last match, the last round against M80, and look at this CCTV take. They decide to just rush it in the breach. Everybody hits red from below and above. This is not your conventional CCTV take where you go through garage or you go through master. It is a play called based off of the opportunity that they see themselves, especially late in the round. They keep things fresh by calling a sporadic rush, and the whole point that I want you guys to see is that everybody on the team attacked red, everybody on one page. And that's something that we just haven't seen during the regular stage from OXG. And now there's so many rounds that I could have picked from, but that one was just the best example to show you that once they call something, everybody's listening, everybody's focusing on it, and they make it happen.
As for their opponent, CL for Life, I mean, what more can we possibly say about them? This is the dream run for them. They have looked on fine form. They are incredibly dangerous, and I hope Oxygen knows that.
I mean, this is the Cinderella run. This is where it starts now. I mean, the commentators talked about it yesterday. The casters, they said they already broke a record here. As of 2 years, a Challenger League team has not beaten a Pro League team in an LCQ. They are now sitting in the grand final, and that is solely due to the fact that they have the drive, they have the passion, they have everything in what it takes to not only be a Pro League team, to be a top competing team, possibly going to Montreal. I mean, we saw it in that last performance against them, especially in this map on Border. It was nothing but aggression. Wildcard could not handle this aggressive play from them, and this is what was a scary thing that this team has. But then we transitioned over into Skyscraper, which was Wildcard's map. They were strong on it. We did see a different team. But then we looked at the last map. Like I said, they changed the tempo of how they played this. They got aggressive when they needed to aggressive. They played passive when they needed to play passive. They understood the dynamic and how they wanted to approach that game. And this is a true result and a true testament of this team. Since September 7th, when they started their qualifier run, they have played a total of 252 rounds in 23 maps. where on the opposing side of Oxygen, starting their stage September 5th, they have only played 13 maps with 150 rounds. So when you want to talk about that passion, when you want to talk about the drive, when you want to talk about the sheer resilience of this team and how they want to get this done, they have proved it on every single level since the start of their qualifier run up until this point.
I mean, that's just a ton of playtime, like a ton of experience as well for that team. A really good opportunity, obviously not against tier 1 talent, but an opportunity for them to hone their craft, to figure out where they want to go, what maps they want to play, how they want to play. I love that stat, actually. I think that's an absolutely fascinating comparison.
Yeah, I think the X factor here for CL4 Life is that they can kind of go anywhere. So at this point, it's up to OXG on what they want to pick, their comfortability, where they want to go. I think picking up Lair is a map that OXG has been very comfortable on playing recently, especially throughout LCQ. So it makes perfect sense. They take a good map for them. CL4 Life is going to take another good map for themselves. So it's just mutual respect when it comes to the map bans, just going to the even playing field. And that's what I like about CL4 Life is they are taking teams to their best map. They're not trying to win based off of just maps. They're trying to win based off being the best team. Now, the one edge that CL4 Life has going into this game is OXG. So far, they have been struggling a little bit when it comes to the utility game, but when it comes to in the server gunfights, that is where OXG has been firing on all cylinders, but that is exactly where CL4 Life wants teams to take them, is to that gunfight department, because that's the most level playing field that they have going into the match.
Yeah, I am curious to see on this Lair map. Obviously, they have the VODs on Oxygen, see how well they play it. And that aggressive playstyle I am expecting to see here that we saw similar onto that border map. And if Oxygen, I mean, they like the gunfights. We've talked about through this entire stage. They like taking these gunfights. They like these 1v1s, these 2v2s. So it is going to be a true testament for these guys to be able to do that, because even when Cloud9 Beast Coast or Wildcard, they don't have that same aggressive playstyle that Oxygen has known throughout in terms of all 5 individual players here. But again, now you look at that second map, which I believe, what was that second map? It was Consulate. Yeah, Oxygen hasn't looked too strong on Consulate, to be fair. So that's no surprise to me that we're going to see that coming out of Challenger League for Life. But that Clubhouse, both teams, more so I'd say for Challenger League for Life, they at least want to make it to that third map, just solely due to the fact that, again, that is a very default map. And like we've said, if you're better than a team, you don't want to bring a team to that map. So the fact that that is the decider, it is simply going to come down to sheer mistakes, and who makes far less mistakes will be walking away if we get to that third map and punching their ticket to Montreal.
And now we are both picking OXG because I think in any situation like this, you have to pick the Pro League team. I mean, we did it 2 times before, and CL4 Life has upset us 2 times in a row, but OXG has looked a lot more alive, so I feel confident in putting my eggs in the OXG basket. That being said, I think every fan at heart wants to see the underdog story, go through.
Yeah. I think that would be amazing, but I'm going to ask one more brief question. You're both pros. I know that you've experienced situations that are very stressful, intense. Is it going to be a problem that Oxygen has not played for such a long time period now? Or, on the other hand, is it going to be a problem that CL4 Life has played such an intense match and had only 12 minutes to catch their breath?
I'll let Fox answer that. And then
it can go both ways, because OXG has been sitting, but they've been gathering footage, but at the same time, they have been cold. So it could go both ways. Same thing for CL4 Life. You could say they're warmed up if they're winning, but if they're losing, then you could say they used all their gas. I mean, at the end of the day, it's really just going to come down to the mental of both of the teams, because at the end of the day, if you want to be the best, it doesn't matter what situation you're in, what map you're in, you have to come out on top.
I mean, the fact of the matter, you want to look at Oxygen, they're all experienced pro players. They've all competed at majors outside of HAT. They know what it's like to either start fresh or start hot. So these guys should be extremely familiar with this situation. And because of that and everything else, I just have to choose Oxygen just solely because of the in-depth experience.
Well, let me send it to 2 casters that I have the privilege of working with. Happy to see them here. It's Jonah and Flynn.
Well, thanks, Korbeck. This one, well, the moment I think we've all been waiting for, Flynn. As cliche as that is, it is very true, because we have one more team to join the North American representation at the Montreal Major, and it's going to be one of the 2 teams we have in front of us now. It is either going to be OXG, who come off a rough stage, or CL4 Life, who come out of the open qualifiers, then the open qualifier playoffs, and now, after 2 best of 3s, they have a chance to make international competition for the first time. It would be an incredible underdog story for this roster coming in, not having played in the closed league, here from the trenches of T2 for the most part, to take down OXG, riding high after that win against Wildcard Flynn. But we said it on that cast, Parker and I. We said that was not just the main course. That was just an appetizer. I'd go so far as to say that wasn't even the appetizer. That was just the amuse-bouche, because Oxygen, they've been waiting in the wings, watching it happen. They're prepped, they're well-rested, and they're ready to take this fight to CL for life on their map pick of Lair.
Well, we were following the script, honestly, for operator bans until we got to Oxygen's defensive ban. They opt to remove the Vigil, which is certainly an operator you could remove from play. Obviously, getting rid of the possibility of a Boss G on defense, which has been wreaking havoc more and more as each day passes. But for Oxygen starting on the attack on their own map pick of Lair, they seem to have some troubles with Vigil. They opt to completely remove him from play. Yazami getting banned out, a little more standard, but we get to see the defense for CL for Life begin their journey towards the Montreal Major. Upstairs, Master Office and R6 room to begin things. And again, like Lax said, if you had showed people the bracket beforehand, I don't think anyone would have believed you. I think they would have thought it was AI generated, and yet here we stand with no matter who ends up winning this series and going to Montreal, it will be considered an upset. I do agree, though, that there's probably a large contingent of fans out there hoping for the Tier 2 team to make it, hoping for the complete Cinderella story to go to the Major. I will say, though, I've been very impressed with Oxygen's play so far, and for them to pull off the run to also end up winning in the grand final and going to Montreal, I think would be very, very impressive in its own right.
Well, those are two things we didn't expect to be saying coming into this LCQ. One is really impressed with what Oxygen have been doing so far, because man, they did not have a great stage. And on the other side, CL for Life, we did not expect to be saying their name this far into the last chance qualifier. We know how impressive these players can be. Obviously, Packer and Adam, we've seen them at the T1 level, albeit briefly. But this team as a whole, they are capable players, but have not been in a situation of this significance before. Never in a situation to play for an international event, of course. So here on Lair, this is their opponent's map pick, but of course a chance to set the tone as they will be the ones on the defense. They will see what they can do to stop OXG from making their way in and slowing down whatever this attack may bring.
You can see some similarities coming out in the previous best of 3 for CL for Life up against Wildcard, where attacking philosophies seem to mirror a lot of what Oxygen was bringing in the Nighthaven Labs matchup from our first series of the evening, in which Oxygen was victorious, and now Giddy will get the opener onto Yaga. So the buck removed from play, no more discomfort felt at the feet of the defenders, courtesy of the skeleton key. Packer as well, roaming around downstairs, trying to apply pressure to anyone else who will try and linger below and dissuade anchors from holding power positions. Nonetheless, waiting on Gomez to get the breach going, and Newers sounds like a one-tap onto Tristan Bovino. Reads the swing from Gomez. Diaz now taking damage, but Newers, a double on the round. Beginning to wreak havoc with the 417. Now on 5 HP, Giddy has nowhere to go. Hat cleans up. And now it's Newers taking damage, and Hat on the periphery of the bomb site. Newers, give him 3 on the round now. The shotgun turns the corner from Adam. He throws out the smoke in response. It'll start choking out Diaz. He'll have to back off. 1v2 for Adam to try and retake the bomb site that he has surrendered. Newers with 3 on the round, recovers the diffuser and begins to put the plant down. Now the coverage being assessed by Diaz. Air jab at the door for Adam to contend with. Peering into the bomb site, but he hits the air jab. They will know his position. Damage done, but no headshots hit as of yet. Jiggle peeking the corner, trying to hit a headshot at range. The SMG-11 against a heavy-hitting DMR and an ARX. Last smoke grenade goes out from Adam to cut off visibility from one side to try and disrupt the crossfire that's being established by Oxygen, but it's Newers with the 4K and the plant to put an exclamation point on round number 1.
Yeah, talk about a way to start off a map, getting 4 and making it look easy while doing it. Lair, that site, I mean, so heavily depends on your ability to take control of what we frequently say, right? That mezzanine position, a place that can get very hairy for attacking teams because you got to worry about, well, the doorway to your left, the two walls to your left, and this position that you see Bino in right now, holding that angle from the protection of the hard wall, from the protection of mezzanine itself, but eventually able to overcome it. Oxygen took control of that position, and then the site as a result. Great use of the utility. The Grim Bees were very effective at identifying the position of that player and forcing them to retreat, forcing them to back off and not be in a position where they could maintain the crossfire, prevent that team from stepping up into the site and actually getting that diffuser down. So exactly the way you want to start if you're Oxygen, as it is your map pick. You want to get as many of these rounds as you can right out of the gate. I mean, that's how they were able to be so successful against M80, especially on that second map where they cleaned up shop. But here against CL for Life, we talked about momentum and how important that could be for this T2 team coming in with a big win in that semifinal round. But to start, Oxygen will stop CL for Life from getting any of that momentum to continue.
Oxygen looking to carry over some pretty successful attacks we saw earlier this evening in their first series to wind up here in the grand final. CL for Life, they've been quite aggressive on the defensive side. The majority of the map played so far, looking to take the fight to any opponent who tries to enter into their purview. And Yaga, outside of the display window, might make first contact with the bathroom window. But for the time being, Selma's come out onto the dorm's wall. That'll be the first breach opened up with no intervention being made by CL4L on the defense. You can see there's 4 attackers all stacked outside of the breach. For Oxygen, they will now disperse as they've completed #1 objective on their checklist, which was facilitating the breach into dorms. Now everyone else is going to have to try and rotate around the map and push anyone from holding above, as we see so much verticality employed on this bomb site specifically. You can see there's not much of a ceiling left above bunks. Not much of a coverage for a plant to be attempted. So lots of work left to be done here for Oxygen, and Gomez will begin that with the clutch drone in the middle of the bomb site.
Yeah, one of those important steps in dealing with utility is, well, in some cases, stealing some of that, getting yourself an additional information, taking over those cameras, making sure that CL for Life do not have any additional, well, idea of what's going on down below on the site. What makes this top hold so strong is that if they can identify where that diffuser going down, all it takes is a few bullets, maybe a little explosive power, to shut down the diffuser before it can successfully hit the floor. In this case, you also see them holding these angles on the breach. They don't even want to let this team walk into the site.
And being attempted now, Bino from up above. He's able to get the coverage of Gomez, and finally Adam, in the dying moments, is able to hit the headshot onto Hat and put the diffuser on the ground. Yaga now recovering, as we did see vertical smokes coming out and horizontal smokes deeper into the bomb site coming out from Yaga, with the Capitão's bolt's specific ability being able to send those smokes skyward. Now holding off on the flank, being attempted by Giddy, but no, Newers turns away. The most inopportune moment. Now Packer whipping out a shotgun, ready to turn down the corridor. But here comes that flank, and it's read well by Giddy. Nice pre-aim onto Newers' head, and now the shotgun at the end of the hallway. It's going to dissuade Diaz from trudging any further along the top of the green stairs. Instead, he will descend. Yaga, though, picks up Giddy, so the diffuser inside of the bomb site, recoverable for the time being, but time ticking away and very low health at the disposal of Diaz, who will be picked apart by Tristan. It's just Diaz left alone, and Adam on the response inside of the bomb site will reject the entry overall, and CL for Life, they've leveled the score once again.
And a great display of exactly what you want your defense to look like when it involves holding 2 floors at the same time. We talk a lot about this on sites that depend on that top floor extension. On pretty much every map in the game, there's something like that emerges. Maintaining that map control, not just by sticking yourself on the site, not just by running around the map and doing what you can there, but instead by holding a bit of utility up above and making sure those players cannot step into the site or get that diffuser down. CL for Life, they did that incredibly well, not just by staffing that top floor position, but by having the wherewithal to make sure there were 1 or 2 defenders still on that bottom site to defend it if those top floor players didn't have an angle. We also see that as a common pitfall on sites like that. If you're holding those angles so fast up above, maybe you miss your chance. Maybe the attacker runs past your line of sight, and all of a sudden you're left panicking in a post plant. Instead, CL for Life, I mean, they got every kill they needed to shut that down. And when it came down to it, it was a player on that bottom floor to get a kill onto the attackers down there that actually ended things in round number 2. So an early back and forth, and CL for Life, they get on the board.
We once again see Oxygen, much like we saw from them on Nighthaven Labs. Strict refusal, honestly, to go for a full map clear. Really trying to employ as much site direct pressure as possible and avoid attempting clearing out some of these offsite holds. And it's worked pretty well for them on a map like Nighthaven Labs. On a top floor defense like this, there's not going to be much of the contingent of the defense away from the bomb site itself. That's why you can see Oxygen being successful attacking onto this one. But for other bomb sites here, CL4L are definitely going to be utilizing some verticality that's going to trip up Oxygen here and there. They're going to continue to have to adapt and try and find new ways and get creative if they don't want to actually face the brunt of the hold head on the opposite floor. They want to continue to push directly into the objective itself and try to brute force the plants. They're going to have to continue to invent ways of disrupting the vision from up above and removing the utility from play that CL4L will utilize to try and deny the plant attempt. A walk into operations, though, for the top floor defense being reattempted for CL for Life does mean that we're going to have to evacuate mezzanine once again. CL for Life were originally attempting to contest this position. Instead, they will fall all the way back to the top of the main stairs and make sure they keep themselves alive later into the round.
Yaga, skeleton key ready. Waiting for maybe some information to act off of here. We like to see Oxygen making sure they do their due diligence before actually making the move. Opens it up right in time, but Giddy will not fall victim to it just yet. He backs away from the wall, knows that this is a risky position to now attempt to bandit trick, so he will smartly fall off. The Selmas, as a result, now get to detonate on the wall, and this is exactly how you make good early progress from Oxygen. First of all, recognizing that Giddy was there and needed to be dealt with, and then taking the active steps to dealing with it. Giddy, of course, still alive, but the utility of his circumvented. We mentioned the importance of that mezzanine position before and was part of the reason why Oxygen were able to win this attack on this site last time they were here. This time they seem to have already taken most of the control they needed on that side. So Gomez is seeing what he can do on the other side. He's given the diffuser to Hat, keeping it over on that mezzanine side of the map as, well, this attack gets ready to go. The flashes come in and Bino, you see him dropping back.
Everyone for CL for Life having to vacate the position, but it's Giddy who gets the opener. Lots of chip damage done to OXG attackers, but Yaga on 46 health is able to persist. Gomez on that flank through storage, able to pick up another one onto Tristan, but the Nitro Cell comes in from Packer. It detonates post-mortem, but it puts the diffuser on the floor. Yaga scrambling to recover the diffuser and put it down, and he cannot put the diffuser on the floor to extend the round timer. The clock strikes midnight in CL for Life. They pick up back-to-back defensive rounds.
Sometimes one piece of utility is the difference, but that time it wasn't subtle. It wasn't a, oh, was that just one camera that changed the whole round? No, it was a Nitro Cell right in their face that shut down the plant before it could get completed. In a round that was looking like Oxygen were about to take the advantage, maintain it, and get it into a post-plant, well, a perfectly placed Nitro Cell shakes that up and keeps CL for Life in the lead. Now it looks like they're the team here to take attack timeout, which is a bit unexpected early on in this game, especially given that they have the lead. But when you look at the result they've had on this map in the past, they struggled here yesterday against C9BC in a map that they would eventually win, or rather a series that they would eventually win. This was the map that gave them the most trouble, only able to get one successful defensive win under their belt before the match ended. This time, maybe hoping to talk things over before they head back and see what they can improve.
There we go. Like you said, tact kind of coming out somewhat early here for CL for Life. I think realistically, it's an opportunity for CL for Life after being victorious on back-to-back defenses to assess what the game plan is for Lair in terms of the tertiary bomb site. We've seen some armory, and we've seen less and less of the basement bomb site in recent days as comparison to the early days of Lair coming in at the beginning of Stage 2. There were quite a few Blab's defense is being brought downstairs, but nowadays they're a little more rare. And CL4L, all they do, they do narrowly escape that round and come away with the victory topside. They still have some difficult choices to be made, and this bomb site has become a lot weaker as teams have identified the ability to push in from any direction that is unguarded onto the bomb site, especially if there is a roam being employed by the defense. It just leaves the bomb site itself way too vulnerable, and a lot of picks are given up on the bomb site, forcing the retreat of defenders who are then cut on rotations. Becomes a bit of a nightmare. So we'll see CL4L not employ much of a roam, not attempting really to control much of the map beyond the basement, which is also going to give Oxygen free reign on the top 2 floors to employ as much soft destruction as they can. They've got the Buck, they've got the Ram, they've also got Yaga back on the Blitz, so this could be a very precarious round for CL4Life.
Yeah, they'll have to watch out for that explosivity of the attack, right? You have the Blitz at any time can step up, get in your face, and make things very difficult. Of course, Packer, as the Warden, won't have as tough of a time dealing with that flash shield, but it'll still be a problem for this team if Oxygen choose to spring into action here. Of course, they're going to do their due diligence first, and soft destruction is going to be one of those steps on that checklist between Newers and Gomez, the skeleton key and the boogie drone. You bet that they absolutely have enough utility to do it. It still does take some time, though, and they still had to work their way in through the top floor of this map, actually get the space, and realize that it was clear before eventually making this move. Any kill they find here would be a nice bonus. You can maybe spot out those defenders down below, catch them unaware, and find that kill. But realistically, CL4Life are going to be repositioning here, avoiding these angles. The biggest danger is walking into other angles that Oxygen may be looking to hold. Of course, we said the Blitz is a factor. Yaga, a very important factor for CL4Life to think about. And as this rotation begins and Hat and Yaga shift down below, well, this attack may get underway just as soon if this wall can get opened. Looks like Hat, well, that's his task next.
He's going to have to contend with the Zoto canisters, and you can see with the information being gathered by the CL4Life defense with the Valkyrie cameras and 4 nitro cells in the back pocket, pretty clear to see what the game plan was for this round, but none of these nitro cells have gone soaring or connected onto any intended targets as of yet. Red ping's coming out upstairs, up to the hatch, so that's definitely for some Valkyrie camera intel. It's being relayed to the rest of the team. You can hear nitro cells being ripped. Packer holds one in his hands, waiting for the plant to be attempted, but Hat, he'll get the opener with 20 seconds left in the round. He's able to find the opening pick and try and facilitate Yaga going for the plant on the Blitz. He's now being frozen out by the 2 Barao Zotos, so escape is near impossible, and now Adam will be able to use the first nitro cell. Diaz trades out Bino, and yet again we have Hat. There we go. Finally able to put the diffuser on the ground. The nitro cell, it does not detonate, but Adam still able to spring up and utilize the sidearm to put the round to finishing times. It is CL4Life, 3 straight defenses in a row.
Well, this is how you know this team is powering up and reaching a level that we did not think possible, based on not just what we know about this team, but what we're seeing from them in this LCQ. They played C9BC on this map just 1 day ago, and it did not look this good. The defense, they were only able to secure a single round. This time, well, they've already secured a third. Talk about a fantastic place to be on your opponent's map pick. On the desk, they addressed a classic question. Is the momentum that CL4Life have coming into this game going to be better than the rest that Oxygen had, the break that Oxygen got between their first best of 3 and their second? CL4Life, after all, are just coming off a 3-map thriller against Wildcard that came down to overtime on map 3. Sure, they're not running around on a field and getting exhausted in that sense, but it is incredibly fatiguing to be playing Cutthroat Siege for back-to-back-to-back maps, and then to do it again, potentially, for 3 more maps. That is a big ask. A truly difficult undertaking for CL4Life, but right now they seem to be more than capable of doing that. Defense on layer right now, it's going well.
going well indeed, and Oxygen is seemingly having some difficulties putting the plant down into the dire seconds. With consecutive rounds now, we've seen an attacker recover the diffuser inside the bomb site, and yet stare violently at the floor without getting a whole lot accomplished. I'm curious as to what's going on there with Oxygen, but one way to alleviate that number one concern is to escalate your time scale and try to amplify the tempo in the round. Try to get to the bomb site sooner and have a better setup to afford yourself more chances at that defusal attempt. But the Nitro Cell stacking coming out from CL for Life in the previous round, and we see 2 return here with the aid of 2 bulletproof cameras. And now Gomez returning with the Brava Clutch Drone. They did get a lot of work done the last time they attacked this specific bomb site. Storms is one of these opportunities where you can establish a crossfire from both inside and outside the building, and you can see the Clutch Drone has already got to work, hacking away one of the Malusi Banshees. Exterior breach opened up, bulletproof camera in the exact same position as the previous time CL4L defended the site also hacked, but it's the top control that remained ever present the last time that this site was defended, and it'll be the next obstacle for Oxygen to try and overcome.
All right, it's all about that vertical destruction. You see how much CL4L have done on their behalf, but are they maintaining those angles? That may be the operative question, because Oxygen, look at what they're doing right now. Sneaking into the site, trying to get the diffuser down. Hat 1 HP, and there he goes. Packer is able to clean him up. Bino and Tristan, they each get a kill as well. And down below, Oxygen tried to get something done, tried to surprise this defense, and boy, oh boy, did it miss its mark. Gomez still alive, downs Adam, meaning that this round is not over just yet. Single-handedly keeping this one an even fight, thanks to Newers as well. A 2v2. All of a sudden, CL for Life, they had this control, they had the round almost buttoned up, but Gomez and Newers, their power has brought this game back to even. Keep an eye on this as well. Gomez rotating, Newers still down below. The diffuser is in Gomez's pocket here, so very much a possibility that he could try to get this down. The big question, can they avoid the sightline of the players above? Tristan gets taken down. A great shot from Gomez. Bino, now the only player left for CL for Life. Good kill onto Gomez, though, finally dealing with that threat. Now it is Newers in this very uncomfortable 1v1. Has to look up through the floorboards above. None of these fights easy to take. Baits the defuse, gets off it and repositions for his final time. Bino waiting, dropping, and ending the round just like that. It got hairy, but CL for Life win their 4th defensive round here on Lair.
Man, Oxygen talked about it in their first matchup this evening. It nearly came back around for OXG once again. The perseverance in the round, a 5v2 man deficit, to be able to pull back into the round and have it be up 2v1. But 9 HP, hitting the goo mine, dropping down to 5 HP, trying to enter in with the diffuser, was quite the insurmountable task for Oxygen. And then in the 1v1, well done by Bino to be able to play the clock. So OXG now taking their tack timeout after dropping 4 rounds in a row. The defensive side of Lair, which we do know should give CL4L a slight advantage, but this was Oxygen's map pick, which means that they were feeling pretty confident about their abilities to attack onto the map and play it as a whole. Seeing an Oxygen team so far that seems very unwilling to contend with an offsite hold and very much in tune with a site direct approach. Every single round right now is about avoiding as much top control or bottom control as possible and just getting into the bomb site, just trying to brute force the plant. And even in the midst of smoke, inside of the bunks, where there is that little cutout that you can plant in, the toes were exposed for long enough that they could be fired away by Packer above on the Warden, who could see through the smoke. As again, OXG, the necessity to continuously innovate on ways that they can go site direct, because we're not seeing an Oxygen that has any inclination to try and fight this head on upstairs. That they're going to continuously run into the objective to put the bomb down by any means necessary. And unfortunately, in that round, as well as previous rounds, it's cost them a lot of lives, and it's cost them a lot of utility. Now it's cost them a lot of rounds. Last round of the first half gets back underway. CL for Life return for the 3rd time upstairs to Master Office in our 6th room.
Well, a great spot for them to be, as we said. CL for Life feeling that confidence that we've seen from them before, and a marked improvement over their performance on Lair yesterday. We'll keep saying it, but it is pretty significant because if this is the turnaround that we're seeing from this team on the very same map just one day later, well, what do you think is to come on map 2? What is Consulate potentially gonna...
Well, we'll have to wait and see what Consulate looks like potentially. This is OXG's map pick in the final round of the first half. We'll see if Oxygen can salvage the 4-2 half, but nonetheless, this is an opportunity for CL4L to continue to push the dagger in and be able to come away with a 5-1 lead at the side swap, which would be an opportunity. We're trying to decipher where Jonah went. I think he's gone again, so I think it's just me now. And I think right now, for Oxygen as well, the opportunity to slow things down and reassess the positions. They've attacked onto this bomb site twice. They've become very close to winning the attack onto this bomb site in consecutive attempts. They did win the first one, albeit through some individual heroics from the side of Newers. And then in the second round, if Yaga was able to initiate the plant and extend the timer past the zeros on the clock, then it would have been an okay. So I think right now, for an opportunity for CL4L, this is my opportunity to say good luck, Godspeed, as there is a blitz approaching once again. And Yaga has been quite the nuisance for every opponent he's run into this evening on the blitz. Hat, on the flip side, has not had as much success on the blitz, as that role has changed hands a few times. Surya Gate's getting burnt in the bathroom windows from the flashbangs, and outside of the display window, Hat will drop, not on the blitz, thankfully, on the Grim with the bees. He will assess the positioning outside of Server. Diaz is the first one to fall, though, on his backside outside of the bathroom windows, potentially recoverable. As you can see, OXG ramping up the tempo and hoping to try and initiate a plant earlier on in the round. Newers able to turn the corner, but Tristan on the crouch angle is able to tear through him with the MK14, and Diaz still has yet to be recovered. Damage done from Hat as he pushes in and has control of the display window, looking into Server. Gomez as well cleans up onto Adams, so technically a 3v4. The bees, they reveal Packer's position. He still commits to the swing, and Hat tears right through him, but at the cost of a majority of his health points, down to 18 HP as the man carrying the diffuser. 2 nitro cells still remain in the back pocket, and Diaz, man, he spent a majority of this round bleeding out outside of bathroom windows, and he gets revived back into the action. He hits the headshot onto Bino. Tristan on the response with the DMR ringing out of the bathroom hallway. Give him 3 on the round with the Mark 14. Giddy as well from within the bomb site shuts down the advances of Yaga, and it is just Gomez trying his absolute hardest to push into Server, but there is nowhere to go. Call it 5 in a row for CL for life. And they will head to the attack up 5-1. An absolutely remarkable performance so far for CL for life. A Cinderella story for the ages that continues to march onwards with no end in sight. Oxygen have been a much improved team relative to their group stage performance through all of this LCQ. And unfortunately, on their own map pick, at least on the attacking side, things have not fared very well. They've already burnt their tack timeout. Now it's an opportunity to swap sides, get onto the defense, and see if you can mimic a little bit of what we saw from CL for life. And I am pretty sure that Jonah's back. Are you back? Oh, he's dead again. Okay, well, we tried. We tried. Okay, we're going to keep going. OXG on the defense. Top floor, Mask, and R6 room for their first defense. Packer getting off of the blitz, which I do think is interesting. Over to the Glaz for now. There's still plenty of swaps that can be made. For the last 2 seconds, we can see Oxygen immediately veering into a trap-heavy lineup. Capcan, Legion, Ella, Smoke, lots of opportunities to be able to disorient and also slow down your opponents as they make their entryways through the building. Sorry, I'm reading the chat about Jonah. He was back for a second. I said he was back, and then he immediately died again. So rest in peace to Jonah. As a great man named Parker and Taro Mackay once said, we must move past Jonah. There is no more Jonah. He is gone. You know, taking some early damage in an off-screen engagement. Now for CL for life, the ability to get on a roll here on the attacking side and put themselves on a match point on map number 1. It's the best of 3 with their own map pick of Consulate on the horizon as map number 2. Still plenty of time left in this ball game for Oxygen to get back in the driver's seat and take control, but it all starts with this defense and not allowing CL for Life to press upon their advantage and get onto that match point scenario. It's the Glaz coming out from Packer as he did swap off of that blitz for it. Nitro Cell comes out from Yaga who attempted to deny the Ace Selma breach on the exterior wall into Mask. And now you can see everyone for CL for Life a little hesitant to enter into the building. A lot of their designs and intentions are being disrupted by Oxygen's defense at the moment. Not a lot of control inside the building in a similar vein to what we saw from Oxygen's attacks. CL for Life on the attacking side, not making a whole lot of early round progress. Hat will acquire the opener onto Adam as well, staring down the barrel of main stairs from the server hallway. But now we finally have someone traversing the dangers of mezzanine. And it is Bino, who is able to utilize yet another Selma. And the last one will go out onto the interior wall from mezzanine. Shots attempted, and finally Newers will be able to destroy the Selma. So no successful breach that is traversable into the bomb site. First Selma on the exterior wall was disrupted before it could detonate twice, which means you got a peek hole from the outside that doesn't really give you a lot of visibility. No holes from the inside, and now really no map control. Giddy staring at the base of the main stairs. Capital Firebolts, though, this could be critical in being able to force defenders out of the position at the top of mezzanine and being able to facilitate a push in towards the bomb site. The flames come out, but nobody taking any damage as of yet. Newer still staring down the top of mezzanine, and you hear the chorus of goo mines all entering Kitty's foot. He's got a third one that he shoots out, thankfully, but Newers, he hits the headshot all the same, sprinting down the corridor. Newers absolutely rejecting everyone on entry. Whips out the super shorty. Give him another 4K. It's a flawless round for Oxygen. Is he back?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Jonah?
Hello?
Stop lying to me. He's not back. He's never coming back.
Hello?
Stop lying to me, production. He's gone. Let him die. You hear him. Oh, I don't hear him. Jonah, are you alive? Is production lying to me for a fourth time?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is your Discord muted? You're crazy. I'll be right back. Testing again. Hello.
Oh my God, you're back. There we go.
Incredible.
Okay.
Incredible. Okay, I'm going to say whatever I can in 10 seconds because my internet could drop out again at a moment's notice. But you've been killing it on the solo. You're killing it. You're in the trenches here, and it's going great. But
listen, it's
what
quarter
we're seeing
after
right
midnight.
now
We're having a time,
from CL
all right?
for Life is absolutely absurd. We are having an absolute time. And, man, CL for Life, I mean, this is the team. Thankfully, my data on my phone is still working, so I can have the feed up. Thankfully, I swear, I think I'm going to go out again. But they've been looking so clean, the energy that they are bringing right now, and Oxygen just have not been able to match it. Obviously, they get one back there, and that's big. And this has been an insane back and forth just to add to the chaos of the night. But man, it is now getting down to the wire here as we get later into this map.
Well, welcome back, buddy. It's good to have you. It's nice to have a co-commentator, and honestly, it's been quite the time for Oxygen. They do respond, though, with a flawless round. Another 4K coming out from Newers, though it should be said that 8 of his 10 kills thus far have come in 2 rounds. Gomez attempts to swing with DCSG into Warehouse, but it's not even the broadside of a barn, as 2 attackers had their backs turned towards him, and yet no damage was done. And now Packer will refill the position as red pings come out onto Gomez in his position, and he'll retreat to lockers and try to get back to the bomb site as fast as possible. Trying to do a little bit of battle with Packer on that blitz, who sticks it this time, and see ya, dude. Well, Jonah's gone again. Packer's inside of lockers, and it's an opportunity for the blitz to have some success, but no, instead it's Gomez. Sidearm on sidearm action as Packer is able to hit the headshot. And this is an interesting one. Sorry, we are having a time with Jonah. Shotgun comes out in the hands of Giddy on the Deimos. Adam picking up a headshot onto Hat. Yaga, though, with one Packer rushing into the bomb site. Newers, he'll have to play the hero in consecutive rounds, and he does for one. Can he get them both down to 11 HP through the blind? But Packer is able to hit the ADS on the blitz and be able to collect match point for CL4L. It is so close in these rounds, and Newers nearly did it again, putting on his cape. But now it is match point 6-2 in favor of CL for life. And I think I have officially lost my co-caster for a prolonged period of time. Packer is dancing. Packer is celebrating the death of one Jonah J. Zwillinger. And I'm sorry, Jonah. I'm sorry you're gone. We must continue on. We must move beyond Jonah once again. I really thought Newers was going to get this, though. Even through the blind, I thought the sprays to the feet, one more shot into Packer's cankles, and that would have been lights out. Unfortunately, not. So, now we go back to bunks. I think we're trying to assemble someone to come and join me, so that it's not just me alone. See what happens. Once again, Dorm's defense coming out, this time from Oxygen, and we see quite the hefty top control being employed by OXG on the defensive side. CL for life on the attack will have to contend with a top control that they were very familiar with in employing on the defensive side, and we'll see if their attacking philosophy mimics what we saw out of Oxygen. And I think I do have a co-caster. Is it Foxay with me now?
Hello?
Hey, bud.
I mean, I know you can hear me here, but can the viewers at home hear me? That's the real question. We have me. Okay. All right. Well, nice of me to come in right when everything's getting hot, huh? I mean, you were doing most of the talking.
Yeah, we're having some fun here. We're having some technical difficulties. Once again, I am missing how Bino is taking some early damage in these rounds on the ace, but he's still been able to persevere. Whether it's Oxygen trying to employ spawn peek and take the hard breacher out of play, or whether it's some team damage being dealt, as we've seen in the past from some of the tier 2 teams in the LCQs. Nonetheless, he's still able to survive on the ace, keep the Selmas at hand, and I think this is going to be an opportunity now for Oxygen. Try and resettle in, gather some more momentum, and Foxay, they've been very good so far, Oxygen has, at being able to repel all of the aggression that CL4L have brought. How are we going to see the rest of this round play out for CL4L's attacks?
I mean, I don't know if good is, I think that's a little bit of an overstatement. I mean, they really only have gotten one round on their defense. And so far, I like how CL for Life has slowed the pace down. They really want to make sure that they make it count. Pat's going to get the opening pick elsewhere on the map, and that is the Thatcher down, which can be a big of an issue because Yogg has been commendable on that bandit, but it looks like the push is going to come in off of the back of the blitz, slowly walking through the smoke to cover his play. And I'll let you take this one away, Flynn, for the play-by-play.
Absolutely. Here comes Packer rushing his way into server, and just the presence of the blitz is going to intimidate the defender from the Oxygen side to immediately peel off. Diaz, though, has not vacated the storage hallway. Here's the clanking of the blitz coming down the hallway, and Yaga will pick up Adam as well, and a double with the Nitro Cell. On to Tristan. Bino on 29 HP rings out shots, but cannot connect. Packer on full health from up above. Can't really accomplish a whole lot as the blitz. So the top control being faced head-on by the attacking side of CL for Life, and instead, everyone for Oxygen. They get theirs, and they get the hell out of Dodge. Packer in the midst of the bomb site, carrying the diffuser, but on vision of the bulletproof camera that he will destroy. Attempting to go for the plant in the 2v4. It leaves Bino alone on 5 HP up above, trying to complete the round coverage. The plant is completed for Packer, and he goes for the ADS, hitting one. But 3 more bodies still stand on the defensive side of Oxygen, and they will hit the counter defuse. And for now, Oxygen, they stay alive on their map pick.
All right. Well, maybe what your original comment about them doing a lot better at staving off the attack is becoming a little bit more true round and round. I mean, OXG at the end there, that retake on the top floor, I mean, even though it was a 4v2 man advantage, OXG constantly identifying what the win condition is in the round And so far, they're going to need to keep doing that in the defenses if they want an opportunity to stay in it. Ooh, let's look at this shot. Wow. Wow. That was the opening kill. I mean, Oxygen on defense is obviously going to find a lot more value for the way that they play, just because on attack, they couldn't really get anything going. CL4L, especially on a map like Lair, was just so claustrophobic all over the map. And now Oxygen kind of changing up the tempo. They're making CL4L have to execute. And in that execute, they're losing bodies all over the map, all around the map. And there hasn't been a moment where CL4L on attack is able to isolate one individual person from Oxygen. And if they want a chance to be able to close this map out, they have to be able to start there. Focus on to where the individuals are from Oxygen, split them off from the rest of the map, and take them out one by one. Because so far, Oxygen is doing a really good job at keeping away until it's too late.
Well, now the opportunity persists for Packer on the blitz to be the instigator, and for Oxygen on the defense, like you said, to be able to gather some momentum and really bring this one back. We've seen them time and time again, especially in their first series of the evening, be able to persevere and persist and survive amidst the most challenging of circumstances, and yet here they find themselves in the grand final. Not the greatest of positions of all time, being down 6-3 on your own map pick, but it's better than 6-2. Oxygen just need to take this one round at a time to get back into it. For CL for Life on the attacking side, they will be attacking the top floor bomb site this time around, which we've seen lots of aggressive play against and be pretty successful so far. I think right now for the side of Oxygen, this is an opportunity to continue to repel any entry to the bathroom and display window side. There hasn't really been a whole lot of storage side takes other than one round where Gomez hit the back flank.
Absolutely, but one key difference here is we don't have the Thatcher on the board. Oh, but the Thatcher in the previous round, which is Giddy, gets the opening kill onto a roaming Newers, and that's going to alleviate some pressure so that they can use the verticality to get rid of this mirror from below. And that's what they needed to do because they don't have the Thatcher. And now this is where the Bandit is going to be so pivotal because these walls are arguably the most difficult to get open. But CL4L understood that the previous round that they attacked on this, the shield is what stopped them. So now Oxygen, going one step further to adapt, is bringing the Bandit to deny the wall so that if they lose this shield, which we just saw the Flores get rid of it, now you have the Bandit tucked in the corner. There's nothing for CL4L that can get the electrified Bandit wire off the wall. And so now CL4L is stuck in a standstill where they have to find out if they're going to use the verticality or go for a play on the other side of the map. And it looks like that's going to start.
Well, Hat's going to level the man count onto Giddy again. Multiple attackers trying to push their way up the main stairs. And just at a moment's notice, Hat is able to escape into server. Tristan, though, will pick up Yaga. Shots ring out from the top of Mezzanine, but they will not connect. And the shield of Packers absorbing plenty of focus and damage from the side of Oxygen's defense. It's a man disadvantage for OXG with their back against the wall on match point, just trying to survive a little bit longer on their own map pick. The flash shield, it's still standing directly in the middle of the server hallway, but Bino with another one onto Hat. The spray comes out. Adam collects from inside a bathroom. It's just Gomez alone. There's a blitz in his face. Somehow the blitz gets down, but Tristan has the coverage, and CL4L steal away Oxygen's map pick of Lair. They win it 7-3.
Wow, what a game from CL4 Life. I mean, the little engine that could, the dark horse for T2, they played phenomenally well, keeping Oxygen at their limits, constantly shutting them down, opening kill after opening kill. Honestly, very impressive run from them, but they haven't cashed their ticket yet. There's still a long ways to go. Still a lot of maps to be played, Flynn.
Well, it's one map down, 2 maps to go potentially. Oxygen, they lose the opening map, and now CL for Life are 1 map away. We'll hear from you, Foxe, and the rest of the desk after this break.
One down.
Reset.
Another display.
Both display.
Stay up. I'm getting the bomb. 50.
Yeah,
75.
Literally on me flash.
Oh my god, I shit on that guy.
Tristan,
I
you
just fucking
shit on that fucking bandit, bro. Oh.
I mean, all I'm gonna say is, I killed Newer, so it's like 3 kills right there.
Guys,
just another
day in the office. Just another day. Just another day.
Reset, bro.
Tristan, you are so fucking good, bro.
Just another day. That's the words there at the end of that. I mean, is it though? You just took out Oxygen 7-3 on Blair. It's well past midnight on the East Coast, so I guess technically it is another day. I mean, I'll be honest with you, gentlemen. I do not have the seat smarts to tell folks what's going on, other than there just feels like there's a whiff of destiny around this CL for Life team. They're just unstoppable right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it almost feels written in the stars. And of course, I mean, saying it's just another day. I mean, Bodega, you hear in the background, obviously a coach that has taken a ragtag group of players on previous exit and brought them to majors. Now he's taking the #1 CL team and trying to take them to another major. So he's done it in the past. And you may be scratching your head and thinking to yourself, how is this possible? And that's how. Good coaching with great talent. And what do you get? You get a team that has been an unstoppable force, constantly getting opening pick, constantly playing the positions and the situations correctly. Every one of these highlights from CL4L was a masterclass, just being able to rack up that lead on defense by constantly pressuring OXG, not letting them inside the map without a fight, not letting them inside a map without an opening kill. And they had the round the whole time. Of course, you know, got a little sloppy. They slowed it down as OXG started mounting a comeback, and they closed it out. No pressure, pure discipline from a pro league caliber team. Hopefully they get there one day.
I mean, I'm honestly at a loss for words right now with how well Challenger League for Life has just been playing. I mean, they have been playing tremendously with every single game that we've been seeing. They keep improving for that matter. I mean, I already talked about in the beginning that they've already played 23 maps, now 24 maps, but still 252 rounds overall from this team, and they just are not letting their foot off the gas. I was curious, you know, do they still have anything left in the tank? And they absolutely do. To take it to Oxygen's map, winning 7-3, going up 6-2, closing out even in that last round. I just want to highlight Packer, how well Packer has been playing on that blitz, just taking so much attention away from these defenders in that last round, never knowing when he's going to aggress upon them, and then allowing his team to slowly edge forward and catching these opponents off guard, over rotating, forcing them out of position, and then they all just getting aggressive on a simple count of a 3-2-1. I mean, this team should be in Pro League. I you know, they have made me put my foot in my mouth as of yesterday when I was saying, well, they aren't fully a Pro League team yet. No, they have been putting up a performance that would say otherwise. Their individual prowess as players, these guys should be in Pro League. There's no doubt about it. And now we're going to their map of Consulate, where Oxygen has not looked great. And we've talked about it in that game against SSG that they lost to in that 7-5. It was solely just based off gunfights. That's all Oxygen was able to do. But now going into this map, they are going to have to be showing a lot more than what we just saw on their Lair map.
Yeah, a little bit of a bittersweet first map from OXG. They've been playing so good, and I hope that doesn't affect their mental game. Obviously, big performer, player of the game was Newers with the most amount of kills, but unfortunately, the rest of the team is just lacking a little bit behind him. I mean, he's been putting up such a performance at getting OXG into these rounds. He's been really playing above the most, and we talked about it with OXG since yesterday. What they need to do, what they need to do to be better. And it was Yogg being at the top. We highlighted him, staying at a good consistent to be able to do his job. And so far, they just haven't been able to keep up with the gunplay from CL4 Life, the trade game from CL4 Life. And if it doesn't come down to a nice little pixel peek or a shot, more often than not, OXG is getting overwhelmed by CL4 Life, and specifically that blitz that you talked about. And on a map like Consulate, you can absolutely abuse shields. You can absolutely take advantage of the Monty or the blitz, abusing the yellow stairs, abusing connector, and those situations. OXG, I mean, not to be the bearer of bad news, but Consulate's not a map that they're too comfortable on. I remember playing against OXG on Consulate with my pickup team for qualifiers a couple months ago, and we almost beat them on there. And we were just a pickup team of casters and ex-players. So it puts you in a situation where if OXG hasn't brought a whole new bag of tricks, they could get overwhelmed. This is a map that thrives for good, aggressive players. And so far, CL4L has the advantage there.
Yeah, and I think that was showing us too. I mean, Lair was Oxygen's map pick. So obviously CL for Life feel comfortable taking them to Consulate. I mean, even on that last round, we saw kind of, you know, Blitz just being such a thorn in their side. I'm genuinely worried for Oxygen. I don't know what they can do at this point in time going into a map like this to stop this steamroller. I feel like it is truly CL's game to lose.
It's really just a mental reset at this point. We did see it in the last matchup with Wildcard and Challenger League for Life is, you know, both teams immediately once it pivoted into a different map were winning their outright maps or winning their opponent maps. I can maybe see that here, but again, that really does come down to Oxygen finding their footing, being able to work together and being able to stop the aggressive plays, and kind of similar to what Wildcard was doing, and understanding that CL for Life wants to get aggressive. They want to take these gunfights.
Yes.
So this is where Oxygen needs to slow down, take a breather, let CL for Life make that mistake, over-aggress, take advantage of it, take up the round count, take the man advantage, and keep trickling that down. But if they can't do that and they can't seem to change their tempo, they are going to lose this outright, and it's going to be CL for Life clenching their spot to Montreal.
Well, this could be it, folks. Here, potentially the last map to be played in NAL Stage 2. Oxygen back to the wall. Let me turn it over to your two casters, Jonah and Flynn, for the call.
Thank you, Corbeck. And yeah, it's... you jumped in the camera. Yeah, it's definitely me, and we'll see how long Jonah lasts. Welcome in to map number 2, CL for Life. Like the desk mentioned, this feels like it's written in the stars. This feels like it is destiny, and that this is CL4L's time to shine in the spotlight. Oxygen, they lose their own map pick of Lair 7-3, and as Fox talked about as well, they've demonstrated some weakness on this map in prior games, especially to pick up stacks, although it was a similar scenario in EU with Fresh and Friends having some very competitive games against T1 teams, and those T1 teams, they're still tier 1, they still exist. We'll see what progresses and transpires here. Hello, Jonah. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing so great, man. Listen, it's crazy because I really want to cast this game. A T2 team having a chance to beat Oxygen and go to the major. How do you not love that storyline? And I want to be here for it, but my internet in my entire neighborhood is once again just not working. So hopefully it stays up this time. I will ask, can we get some W's in the chat? W Flynn. You know, you never ask for a W, but let's get some W Flynns for soloing the majority of that last map, it felt like, and for potentially some upcoming rounds if my internet goes out again. I really appreciate it, man. Covering there, Foxay sliding in there to jump in on the action, but hopefully we stay up on Consulate, because this is a huge moment for CL for Life. A chance now on their own map pick to put this game reach into winning their opponent's map pick, winning Lair, a map they fumbled on yesterday, is just so impressive. The way they did it, 7-3. It's exactly the way you want to start the night. I love what we saw from them here. This map, it also has a good amount of similarities to Lair. CL for Life, they are really set up well. Great position for them to be in now as they head into what could be the map that gets them to Montreal.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, Jonah, but Parker has mandated that no one is ever allowed to say anything nice about me ever in any Twitch chat dealing with Rainbow Six. So we're going to turn those W's into L's real quick, or Parker will return and be very upset. Speaking of someone who might be upset, it might be the side of Oxygen as a whole. They've been pretty mellow throughout this LCQ. Like I said, they've been put into some precarious situations in rounds, and yet they have persevered and shown, honestly, a willingness to survive that we did not see through the group stage. Just a whole new team and a whole new ethos when it comes to Oxygen here post-group stage disaster. Now we see them on Consulate. They will be on the defense. This is CL for Life's map pick, but like the Desk touched on lots of opportunities to make some fun plays. Packer initially showing the blitz, seeming to replicate the performance of Lair, but instead he gets onto the nook. He's immediately to the top of the spiral stairs, evading the purview of any of the cameras that will be left standing behind him, and nobody's walked in front of him at long desk as of yet. And now the idle shell, it gets picked up, and they have no idea where Packer is, and he nearly gets 2. Puts Gomez's first shell down to 8 HP. Thankfully, he will be able to transfer to the other shell and restore some of that health, should he want to. But for the time being, Packer making his presence felt at the top of the spiral stairs.
Well, Giddy looking to make it happen here on the admin side as CL for Life will continue to try to make their entry. But on the other side, right, we've seen this defense, at least so far, able to stop the pressure. Packer, he was able to get the 1, but then it was eventually denied. You see Gomez, of course, playing that scope, so he has the ability to quickly rotate back to the site. You see that shell up above. Once he feels the pressure, maybe it's a little too much, or simply maybe the time gets nice and low, and he wants to be on the site to deny the execute. That's what the Scopos is all about. So watch out for Gomez to do that in just a bit. For now, your eyes should remain on CL for Life, because they still have a good bit of work to do here. So they'll actually have to get into the building and make the move, and they will successfully at that. Dealing with Ya, that's Tristan who claims the kill.
Tristan able to tack onto the advantage, and even though Gomez's idle shell was dropped to 8 HP, he has returned to the position where he had his first engagement with Packer, but with the second shell this time around, so he's restored to 110 health. Still holding the mantle of long desk, making sure that this admin push coming out from CL for Life is not successful at garnering any more foothold in towards the bomb site of the meeting. Flores Rotero drones coming out now, as most of this desk is ripped wide open, and Gomez will catch the Rotero, a normal drone though at his feet, relaying intel to the rest of the CL4L attack. And now the Deimos Death Mark coming out. Gomez stands still, now doing battle at the top of the spiral stairs once again. Another attacker is reached, and this time it's Adam pushing forward. Tristan emerges from the top of yellow stairs and claims another life. It is just Diaz alone against 4, and he cannot get even 1. CL for Life, they continue the rampage of destiny. They are up 1-0.
This is unbelievable right now, what we're seeing from CL for Life. We said that coming into the game, and we are seeing it again here. But I want to take a quick deep dive into the annals of Siege history. Not too far back, in fact, just to the beginning of this season. Before Stage 2 began, well, a special tournament was run for the first time called a Wildcard Restart. This was Jacob's off-season tournament, just with some wildcard branding behind it this time. But we actually saw these two teams play one another. Flynn, you and I actually had the privilege of casting that game. Again, the context. Off-season tournament, you don't want to reveal too much for the upcoming stage if you're Oxygen, but important to note the circumstances, because not only did these two teams play each other, but at the time known as Makers, CL for Life, they won that game. Same rosters on both sides, but they won it on a combination of 3 maps, Bank, Skyscraper, and Consulate, losing Bank, but then winning Skyscraper, winning Consulate. So here we sit on Consulate again, the same matchup between these two teams, but the stakes as high as they've ever been. A spot for the major on the line. This is no off-season tournament. This is a T2 team coming in with a chance to dethrone a team who has looked hot so far in the last chance qualifier, and a team also looking in Oxygen to return to the international stage for the first time in 2 years. Big moment here for both of these teams. But through this very first round, already like what we're seeing from CL for Life.
We saw map number 1 on Lair, the Vigil ban coming out from Oxygen. And this time around, they opt to remove the Ying from play, returning to a sense of normalcy as CL4L have been hard stuck banning the Montaigne seemingly every map they've played through this LCQ. The Vigil this time around, even though that Gomez has it in his hands with a Boss G at his availability, he cannot be successful on the projector balcony run out. Instead, he gets shut down. Now the opportunity continues for CL4L to progress through the building without as much resistance and without any fear of a potential flank from a Vigil they could not cordon down. Deathmark comes out from Giddy to assess the positioning of Newers, but you can see on the bottom left side of your screen that there are 4 Bs in front of everyone on OXG's name, meaning that everyone has retreated to the basement for Oxygen. With the midway point of the round, everyone for CL4L will have free access into Piano next position to continue to apply pressure to the bomb site.
Well, you see the notification at the top of your screen. Mute has been targeted by Deimos, but that's what the mute is all about, of course. You can run into those mute jammers, avoid some of that tracking coming in from CL for Life. But they've got the Jackal as well, so the Inox scanner will tack on to that additional hunt, applying towards this defensive team, trying to do what they can to get these opening kills, but get the information, first of all, to get them those potential kills. Already you see that they've gotten that opening kill. They have information at their fingertips, but next step is actually getting this wall open. Exothermic charge down as it looks like the Electro Claw now has been dealt with. Zoto canister, too late. All will open up. So with less than 40 seconds to well, your C4 Life team ready to in a winning position. The Ram doing good work up above, clearing as much space as possible, forcing this defense to move around, and down below, well, this is where the execute will happen next.
Checking in behind the pillar will be Bino, but Packer collects onto Newers, the mute, who has been tracked down by seemingly every attacking operator. Finally meets his demise. The LMG rings out from the base of the yellow stairs, but Yaga gets one. Tristan is downed and finished off, and now the flank coming out from Giddy wanders into a Goom line with 5 seconds remaining. A Nitrocell being ripped as the plant is being completed by Bino. The plant hit will be stuck all the way to completion. Giddy picks up Yaga. It's just Diaz alone behind the red car. Bino continues to pop heads on the Fragmite, and CL4L take a 2-0 lead.
And they got that diffuser down, and like you said, Flynn, they got it all the way to completion. But it's not always about the finish line. Well, the journey is pretty significant as well, because if you're not just setting up perfectly and getting ready to hold that in the post plant, like, there's only so much you can do. I mean, yes, the diffuser went down, but what did it get them? They were panicking, only a couple of seconds left, and then the swing comes in from CL for Life. 1 and 2 kills there in the end, though. And it will be Bino. Look at the hype that he is bringing right now as this attack just set it up well and followed through. So tough, right, to get user down in that moment, but it was all about the protection that was being provided. That is what CL for Life were able to commit with that. And Oxygen, I mean, they tried to stop it. They really did. You saw the swing coming in. You saw the attempt, but it was 1, 2, 3, and CL for Life, they get on the board again.
Back-to-back attacking rounds on their own map pick. This is more of what we anticipated seeing on Lair, which was Oxygen's map pick, the opportunity for CL4L to pick the starting side. They chose to start on the defense, and we expected to see Oxygen have a little more success on the attacking side, because they didn't choose it. They would have known that they would not be starting on the defense. Yet, we're seeing CL4L operate on a playbook that we more expected to see coming out of Oxygen. I'm seeing Tristan, swift entry in through visas. Oxygen try to find a defensive objective that satiates their needs for some cover for the defuse and being able to withstand the pressure from up above. They'll now turn their attention to Piano and X position. Swift entry, like I said, for Tristan, but he immediately bails out of the position, potentially either aware of Gomez on the cardiac sensor or the call being made from inside the team of CL4L. They're going to rotate the push. This was looking very Visa and admin-sided on the initial entry, but now everyone turning their attention and sights towards CEO, maybe trying to isolate onto the bomb site itself, as there are 3 defenders, Tellers and Visa side at the moment. So Oxygen playing away from the bomb site, trying to horizontally spread on the first floor, not trying to control too much top floor control up by meeting in CEO.
Well, unlike the confusion and the chaos at the end of that last round that CL for Life took, this one off to a much more, well, calm start. No opening kill just yet. Map control as usual. The focus up above for Adam and the likes of, well, the rest of this team. You saw how successfully they were able to get information in those first 2 rounds. Force those defenders back to relocate. Tristan, the Lion, that's what he's all about here. Those EDDs already used. to get that information and get into the building safely. They're here, though, and they've taken that space. But as we talk about, so important to continue to do that, actually get the diffuser closer to the objective itself. The work with the skeleton key above will begin. That's Packer doing the work here. You see Oxygen down below now reacting to that. Gomez, the pulse, all the information that he has at his fingertips, he's going to try to relocate and get himself in a position below X position, below Piano, where he can actually deny, not necessarily the plant, but at the very least, give the teammates some info to work with in the meantime. Right now, the plant not going down quite yet, so we're going to wait to see Gomez and that C4 in a little bit. Right now, it's the information that is most important, as we've said. But as always, I mean, 3 rounds in on Consulate, CL4L have been locked in terms of where these defense are rotating, and now they go for the plant.
Plant going down from Packer, hat cut down as he tries to launch a smoke grenade into the incorrect position, and the nitro cell from Gomez misses. Diaz falls. It's a 5v2 in the post plant in favor of CL4L, trying to put 3 in a row on the attacking side on the board. Yaga and Gomez, the last men standing. A couple of UMP warriors, and they both fill the kill feed with headshots. Suddenly a 2v5 becomes a 2v3, ascending the yellow stairs and trying to take aim, being shot in the backside. Gomez laid to rest now by Tristan. It's just Yaga alone as he retreats to the bomb site, but there's 11 seconds ticking down. He has no idea where the diffuser is. He gets a nice shot onto Tristan, but now the timer has passed 7 seconds. There's a lot of talking going on in the all chat, but it's only CL4L talking on the scoreboard.
I mean, why? Is there anything that Oxygen can say right now to try to get themselves back into this one? Look at this attacking team, Flynn. It is unbelievable what we're seeing right now. Hat cannot believe it. Head in his hands. CL for life. Well, maybe not for much longer if this stays up. Montreal only 4 rounds away. And they have taken the first 3 in a row on their own map pick on the way there. Of course, this is when you see that attack timeout. It was bound to see it eventually, and here it comes at a do or die moment. Oxygen on the defense here have been unable to find a single round. The attacks have just been absolutely ruthless from CL for life. On a map like this as well, that is no easy feat. And frankly, Flynn, they've made it look relatively easy. It's been scrappy in the end, of course, don't get me wrong, but they have looked like the team that is going to win this game unless Oxygen can turn this one around. This map has gone 50-50. Looking at how it's been played over the course of the closed league phase, 9 separate instances, almost exactly 50-50 in terms of attacker versus defensive sided. 43 rounds to the defense, 42 rounds to the attack. This is such a good spot for CL for life to be.
Bino's even calling the attack for OXG, throwing up the hand, saying, this is the time, you guys, you need to burn it right now. Things are spiraling out of control for the Tier 1 team, and for the Tier 2 team, things could not be better. 3-0 up, already up 1-0 in the series, 3-0 up on the attacking side on Consulate, which is your map pick. And we see a return to the basement now for Oxygen, Garage and Kitchen to try and get on the board. This is not the Oxygen that we saw participating in the series earlier tonight, or honestly, throughout the majority of this LCQ, this feels more like the Oxygen throughout the group stage that just really wasn't able to bring the fight to their opponents. Packer with a shotgun immediately starts, and that's not a boss G. That's an M590 onto Yaga at the front door, shutting down the Legion. That's a lot of utility taken away as well, as Newers will refill the position with a boss G at the front door, and he might take aim against Packer, wandering out on the Vigil, cloaked away from any potential drones. Packer just around the corner to his left. Got a drone inside of Tellers, but for the time being, they will still wander on the opposite sides of the hard wall from one another. Another drone comes out. Here comes Newers now, wandering out of the front door to level the score. It's a 4-4 man count now, and the shotguns raining terror throughout the server. Gomez as well gets in on the action as this roam for Oxygen is certainly bringing the fight to CL for life.
Well, you're seeing right now a perfect idea of how Oxygen have chosen to respond. Out of the attack timeout, they felt the pressure that CL for life was applying their way. The dismantling of the extension. the power they've moved through this map. How do Oxygen respond? Well, they counter it with a little power of their own. They get more active on the roam, and they say, Newers, go kill. Another kill for him on the round. That's 2. His first 2 he's found on the map, but 2 kills in combination with Gomez here that have really opened things up for Oxygen for the first time. Now they hold a 4-2 man advantage, and now finally they can breathe for a moment. Don't have to worry about losing this one right now. Right now, all they need to wait for is to see what Adam and Bino can do. We've seen crazier things in the past, and they do have some information to work with on this attack. But with those early kills, Oxygen have decided to fight fire with fire, and there is another one for Newers. Give that man.
Well, there we go. Oxygen on the board on the basement defense, and yeah, Jonah wasn't exactly flatlining completely there at the end, but it wasn't great. So we're gonna carry this one for a little minute. I think right now for CL for Life, they're gonna have to respond to the aggression that's being brought by Oxygen, as this seems to be a complete 180 in terms of ethos, in terms of identity for Oxygen. They call attack timeout, and instead of playing reserved bunker strategies inside of the bomb site, refusing to go for a roam or control off the objective, they immediately occupy all 3 floors, get in the face as much as possible, and it doesn't work out for the opening pick. Unfortunately, Yaga gets claimed by the M590 of Packer on the Deimos at the front door, and for the majority of the rest of the round, it was just Oxygen putting their foot onto the gas pedal. I think right now for Oxygen as well, finding some comfort and finding some leverage on one bomb site at least can give you some momentum to attempt to salvage the first half. Like Jonas said, before he disappeared, there was an opportunity for them to go 50-50, aligning with the stats that we see more often than not. But for Oxygen, it's going to require 3 rounds consecutively of their own. And while we say goodnight to Jonah for what feels like the 5th time, we say good evening to Foxay for the 2nd time.
Oh, it's your guys' favorite stand-in caster. And yeah, I mean, from my expertise opinion, Gomez is going to get the first kill onto the projector window. And that's what I was going to say. They needed exactly that. They need to stop the hemorrhaging of first opening kills. CL4L has been dominating that feat. And last round, the only reason they were able to bring it back was because of heroics from Newers being able to get that kill back. Now they're starting off the round right. They're starting off the round correct. The first round where OXG gets the opening pick just to make their defenses a little bit easier. Consulate is still not a fair playing ground for both sides, but it is a little bit more defender-sided. It looks like CL4L is going to go for an Amaru rush, but the smoke is going to push him out. He's not going to be able to put the case down, so he's going to jump out, play the time. Good utility usage from OXG, a little bit of a standstill. CL4L won't be able to go for this again, but they're going to try one more time. Another smoke's going to come out, and the same answer happens. You want to try for a 3rd time? Once that 3rd smoke is used, there might be a 4th C4 there to get rid of the player. They're going to have to try to add a little bit of mystery, an element of X factor, maybe a player coming from below, a player going down spiral. There needs to be something else, as it looks like a player from OXG has positioned himself behind the desk to get rid of this Amaru. The Amaru is going to stand in. Case is going to go down. He doesn't know that Hat's here. Hats is going to stand up, and he's going to take him down, and the Case is down in Nomad's land. As a pick goes off on the other side of the map, Yaga gets Packer, shuts him down, and now a 2v4 for OXG persists as the Case is down in an unwinnable spot. Nade's going to come out from below. Little damage trickles out. But now it's all going to get quiet as OXG have the Case. CL4L has to figure out how they're going to get a leg back in this clutch.
Well done, and yes, now Tristan from down below, utilizing the DMR to fire up through the floorboards. Hat, though, continuing to duck, dive, and dodge away from the oncoming fire, and he's still able to persevere. The rappel in from Giddy, it's good for 1, but no more than that. Tristan on the CEO rappel. Like you said, Fox, the diffuser surrendered into the territory of Oxygen, and now OXG, they put 2 defenses back to back. And this is an opportunity for Oxygen to try and quell the momentum that we've had coming out from CL4L. You're going to talk now, Jonah. Okay.
We're here, and I got to listen to that Foxay play-by-play round, and I was loving that thing, dude. The guy is built to be a caster. I mean, he's got that experience as a player. He brings that extra bit of wisdom that even I can't bring. So really, really good stuff from him there. And again, yeah, internet dipped out, but for a second, we're back. What a round there in the end. Of course, you saw the explosivity. You saw Tristan get blown up in the end there by Yaga, and that is enough for Oxygen to take their second defensive round win, 2 big ones in a row here. And CL for life. Well, you saw all that momentum they were able to build early. It slows down here as Oxygen have managed to stop the bleeding. Obviously, an attempt there from CL for life to change up the rhythm there, Flynn, to try to get in their face a little faster. We've seen that kind of plan all the time, quickly through the window, get that Gara hook going, get the Amaru in. But as you might expect, Oxygen, they're a quite experienced team. And even though they haven't had necessarily the results they wanted throughout the closed league this stage, they knew how to counter that and shut it down well.
Well, we're also going to see Oxygen travel the world on Consulate, and opting not to go back to Piano and Exposition, a round in which they had the plant go down and resulting in a 2v5. They had to attempt to fight at it. They got all the way down to a 2v1 at the end, so it was a valiant attempt on the retake post plant. But now we're going to see a split site come out for the 4th and final bomb site that Oxygen will play on Consulate, lest we go to overtime. You can see an initial entry from Adam into the garage, and he was wary of the piano hatch. That could bring forth a defender, but also just add leverage onto the situation downstairs in the garage and prevent Adam from progressing any further. Drones coming out. You see the return of the Valkyrie, the Pulse, the Vigil. There's a heavy emphasis right now from Oxygen's defense on intel gathering and intel disruption. And for a split site, you're going to need a lot of nitros. 3 of them on the board with the opportunity to gather information on an attempted plant from both the Pulse and the Valkyrie, but it seems that Packer has evaded all of these intel gathering devices and utilities, and he's all the way at the middle of Spiral Stairs.
Well, you see Tristan carefully positioning here, awaiting, well, a chance. I guess what? Maybe looking to make a move up above. Down below, of course, Packer, he's sending out that Deimos Deathmark tracker, trying to keep an eye on this player. Very close inside of Tellers. There he is, still a factor. Giddy will claim the first kill onto Gomez in the meantime. Diaz retaliates, and oh my goodness, Packer, unfortunately, let that defender get away. He's just fine, though, because he's taken control of this site, so he's in a pretty good spot to be right now. The problem is, of course, you've got a Pulse down below and a couple of C4s lying in wait. Bino will start this diffuser, getting this down on the desk. Good coverage from Adam. First nitro cell goes up, but nothing is found there. Adam, the pressure he's applying down below, overwhelming. Oxygen, well, their 3rd defensive round, it may just elude them, unless Yaga and Diaz have anything to say about it here. The retake begins with Yaga working his way up and getting the kill onto 1, but Bino on the coverage there, he takes care of Yaga, and Diaz now, well, what can he do? Eyes on the diffuser, but with a player close around the corner, it is Adam who tears Oxygen apart and makes it work as CL for life take their 4th win.
Oxygen attempting to run it on the 4th bomb site of Split, Tellers, and Server, and unfortunately, while you had all the utility at play via the Pulse and the Valkyrie and the Nitro cells to try and repel a plant, that util only works if you A, use it, or B, it survives. And we saw the Valkyrie cameras get shot by Packer on his entry into Tellers. And then we also saw, unfortunately for Hat, him downstairs not using the cardiac sensor while the plant was being attempted. It was an elevated plant at the end of the day, but just knowing that there was someone inside of the bomb site would have been useful for the side of Oxygen. And now we find ourselves in a position where CL for life are 3 rounds away from the major. We are inching closer and closer to D-Day for Oxygen, unfortunately. They need to, again, provide some of that resistance that we saw earlier on. This is really coming down to the wire for CL4L in terms of being able to put it across the finish line. 3 defenses stand between them and being the first T2 team in the Blast era to qualify for a major via an LCQ. Obviously, there are teams who have done it in the past via minor events, a la Secret, a la Fours, but since Blast has come in, this will be the first one in a long time.
Well, I think it'll be the first one since 2021. That's when Makers was an organization in EU at the time. They made it to SI, and Parabellum in NA made SI as well. But it's been, well, 3 years. It'll be 4 by the time SI comes around. But for the Montreal Major, that's the focus here, and it would be something that has not happened for 3 years. A team that is not in a active closed league, pro league position, making an international event. On the defense now, their chance to do it. A 2-round lead right now is nice and comfortable, but they are going to stay on their toes, of course, as they have all series long, all night long, including in that first series. They know what they're dealing with here. CL for life, they're not under any misconceptions about the caliber of their opponents. They know they are going up against the best that NA has to offer, and so far, they've been able to go toe-to-toe with it. A C4, that could have been a big blow to start things off for the defense, but it will just miss. Oxygen now, wary of this, will cut Tristan down to a sliver of his life. He's got 7 HP remaining as he makes his escape from this admin-sided take that is going well so far for Oxygen.
Tristan somehow evades the Grimbies, the frag grenades, the assault rifles inside of admin, and his nitro cell came narrowly close to claiming the life of Newers for the opener. Dropped into 66 health, but it wasn't the lethal blow that he was desiring. Good news is, like you said, Joni gets away on 7 HP, and now nobody manning the spiral stairs camera. But as I say that, Diaz is actually the first casualty at the base of the Visa stairwell. Shotgun to the face. He's using that shotgun on both attack and defense. Is Packer. He's using it for some good for his team. Yaga, though, will equalize onto Bino. Tristan on 7 HP, still on the bomb site. But there's a flank downstairs from Packer. He descended those Visa stairs. He gets caught on the flank, though. Oxygen able to quell everyone maneuvering around the map on the side of CL4L. They do need to recover the diffuser, but they still maintain a 1-man advantage as Giddy cuts down that number count, and the swing comes out quick. Gomez is better inside a connector. He will be dropped at the hands of Giddy. Will have to win the 1v3 in completion with a 4K on the round to win the round for his team and make it a 5-2 scoreline. The plant goes down to the hands of Newers, and with 3 death marks in his pocket, we talked about it before, he may be the mute and there may be jammers strewn around, but this still feels like an insurmountable task when the attackers have virtually wall hacks against you for the length of this death mark. The nitro cell, it falls well short of the intended target as well. And from inside of break room, Yaga will drop Giddy. The run back attempted for CL4L, but Oxygen, they get back on the board.
There is another world there where Adam wins that gunfight top yellow, and that is a CL4L round. That was one of those 50-50 moments where if one of the many bullets dumped downrange by the Vector connects with the head of the IQ there, I mean, it is a very different story. But an interaction we don't often see in Siege, and that is the deathmark tracker of Deimos actually being used in the post plant. I mean, how often has that sentence really been said? Fantastic time to use it. I mean, rarely do we see a single deathmark tracker still available. I mean, why would you keep one around for that time? All of them. You typically want to get those out of the way, clear the map, get the information you need when the diffuser is going down. But it was a happy accident that there was still a deathmark tracker remaining. He could identify the position of the final defender, who had already been identified, of course, so easy enough for him to do. And yeah, as you said, Flynn, with pretty much wall hacks in a 2v1 post plant, I mean, what are you supposed to do as a defender there? There is really no option at all. So a great way for Oxygen to start there. As always, scrappy on the execute. As we said, in that 2v2, one gunfight goes the other way. If Adam gets his 8th kill, I think CL4L walk away and lead 5-2 at the moment. But instead, it is 3-4. Oxygen have reduced this deficit to just 1.
Listen, it's narrow margins out here, but this is more the Oxygen we saw earlier this evening in their first series. Precarious rounds, close rounds, nail-biting rounds, they were still able to get it across the line and be able to persevere through tricky circumstances. no resistance on the garage wall. Not something you see every single day on a garage defense, but CL Pharrell opting to utilize and prioritize other utilities, such as the Valkyrie cameras and such as Giddy on the boss sheet. We saw Gomez take a crack at that and last about 30 seconds as he attempted to run out the meeting balcony. We see Giddy in a similar position topside, up in manager. He's waiting for the approach of, that looks to be Diaz. He's opening the hatch inside of Visa, and those pellets will be shot off. So coverage being assessed by Giddy into Visa, making sure that nobody is able to open up the back hatches and try and facilitate a reverse server push, which means that CL Pharrell, even though they left the garage wall undefended in terms of countering the hard breach, they still have ejected mirror windows staring directly at the garage, and the server push for now is being halted in its tracks.
Seeing how this defense is reacting to this, right? Do they get aggressive? Do they re-swing? Or is it about sitting back and waiting? Gomez, he's the one waiting down below, right next to the site, mind you, so at any point, if he hears some movement, could try to take care of a defender before they can rotate to safety. Up above, though, our eyes remain on Newers. Looking to get that skeleton key into play here in just a moment, but instead, the action down below is where things kick off. Adam will stop Hat from making his move, but Newers immediately answers, and with a full minute remaining, Gomez attempts the defuse. Adam says absolutely not. He swings, denies it, still an advantage for CL Pharrell.
Giddy attempts the flank through Piano, and everyone right now for Oxygen seemingly attempting to recover from Hat's decision to preempt the motion, and unless that was planned by the team, it did not look well orchestrated. Pings come out to the top of the yellow stairs and into exposition, and Newers through the wall is able to pick up Packer on the retreat down yellow stairs. The diffuser is still surrendered behind the yellow pillar, and now sprays being taken towards Diaz, but Yaga off screen picks up Tristan from outside the breach. Adam on the response has a heads up 1v1 outside of the meeting doorway, and there goes Newers for his 4K on the round. Just like that, Oxygen have tied it and brought a round back from the depths that did not look like it went according to plan.
Well, what's one big difference, right, that we saw from those first 3 rounds and then after the tack timeout that Oxygen took? Newers is the man. Immediately after that tack timeout, he absolutely turned up and started to go a little crazy there. He's woken up. Yaga has woken up. He's now, what, got 10 kills plus to his name? I mean, you just saw it there. Such impressive work. I think that was 11 now for Yaga as he makes his move. It really is just a matter of this team finding their stride at the right moment. And what was looking like dire straits, 3-0 CL for life, it's now 4-4. This thing is a dead heat. And we are seeing that, well, I suppose this map and its 50-50 nature, well, may just be coming into fruition here, just not the way that CL Pharrell had hoped, with an immediate 2-round comeback for Oxygen, a victory attacking the top floor and a victory attacking the bottom floor. So CL for life, despite being on the defensive side and, you know, showing some comfort here and there, they still have to find a bomb site they're comfortable with and can find a victory on.
Seeming like some mirror images between the two teams in terms of their defensive stands thus far. We saw Oxygen, like you said, Jonah, go 0-3 on their defensive set to open the map. Now we have CL Pharrell going 0-2 on their defenses. Now heading towards Piano and Exposition, like you said, to try and find a bomb site that can feel like home and give them some comfort to be able to bounce back and push this thing closer to a match point. Hearing a lot of mute jammers come out, and Tristan will light things up nice and early on to Newers, who, like you said, has also been quite the difference maker as of late for Oxygen. He'll be laid to rest on the Deimos as well, courtesy of the Nitro cell, which means there's still 2 Nitros in the back pocket of CL Pharrell, and that's one of your key intel gatherers and entry players removed from play on the side of Oxygen.
Well, a brief correction to a statement I made earlier. Instead of being 3 years since a T2 team has made an international event, it would have been 2 years. We forgot about M&M in SI 2022. I can only have so much information in the mind at once. I was still combing through the Liquipedia pages to see what I missed. And it was M&M who made that SI, but it's still a huge deal. T2 teams don't just waltz in to international events. It takes an insane run. It takes, well, some unpredictability and a little bit of surprise. Speaking of, Bino and Adam, where did that come from? 2 back-to-back swings that take 2 more lives. A brutal smoke thrown right at Yaga. He gets a kill on Sagitty to retaliate, but this one will now come down to Hat, and Adam is on a heater. We've seen this from him before in the most clutch moments, but he does it again to give CL for life the win.
It's back-to-back attacking rounds for Oxygen where it feels very disjointed, almost like they're trying to attempt 2 simultaneous pushes, one that is direct to the bomb site and one that is away from the bomb site. And the attack towards Garage, it was the Hat and Gomez contingent that tried to push in through the bottom of Yellow Stairs doorway. And then it was Newers up above with Diaz flanking server-sided. In this round, it's similar. We've got 2 attackers trying to pour into the top side into CEO, getting rejected without a whole lot of intel, and then attempting to walk straight into Piano from the Yellow Stairs corridor. And all of it just gets rejected on entry. Absolutely denied by CL for life. Now we see them, much like we saw from Oxygen, take a minute on the defensive side, but find a home that could feel comfortable to pivot off of. And now they do secure their first defensive win. They'll look to do it again and set up match point, series point, this time once again attempting the Garage defense that was able to withstand that early entry from Oxygen. The Newers able to play flank control and really take control of the round the previous time attacking this bomb site.
I mean, how intense, how scary is this moment? I suppose for either team, but especially for, well, CL for life. I mean, Flynn, I don't know, you know, your experience as a player, right? It's been a minute, but you've been in lobbies in intense moments like this with big results on the line. I mean, what is it like to be in a situation like this where you are 2 rounds away from a major? How does one keep your cool?
I would say the lobbies I were in were aggressively medium results.
Yeah,
on the line.
but you played in there. You were in some lobbies, you know?
Hey, when the stakes are this high, you really get to see the difference between the team's mental fortitude. And I think I've been consistent on commending Oxygen for their mental fortitude through the entirety of this LCQ. Every game they've been in has not looked like they have been deflated or like they have been completely figured out and demotivated to the point that they are unable to compete. Even in this map, where it started 0-3, they have dug and clawed their way back. And honestly, it does look very different than the team that we saw in the group stage. So to be in the lobby, I think we heard it from CL Pharrell as well at the post of map number 1, which was it's just another day in the office. Both of these teams just taking this one round at a time. For CL Pharrell, obviously a lot less at stake as they are not the T1 team with the expectations. But I mean, for Oxygen, the way they began this stage, you got to think everything since then in this LCQ has been icing on the cake. Going to the major would be lovely. Losing to a T2 team would be sad, but so is everyone else who's crossed paths with CL Pharrell at this point. It really just does come down to who can have the better mental in these dying few moments. The rush immediately in from Adam and Tristan. They both light up with the nitro cells, again rejecting the entries of Oxygen.
I mean, you're seeing this team get the kills they need to in the perfect moment. Newers has been the man of the hour, as has Yaga. Newers is going to have to be the one to do it himself as his teammate is already gone. He's got 9 kills to his name. Getting Oxygen back in this one will require something big. Nitro Cell Packer gets himself killed. Diaz will clean up Tristan, and just like that, this thing has swung back in the favor of the attack. Bit of a blunder for Packer. He's going to want that one back, especially as Newers lines up his triple. Heartbreak for CL for life in that one. They held the advantage and just could not hold it out. Packer, hate to see things like that. We're tied up, though. It is still anyone's game on Consulate.
Yeah, that Nitro Cell caught me off guard. I'm not going to lie. And I think, unfortunately, for CL Pharrell in that round, a storyline that's very reminiscent of what we saw in the C9 Beast Coast game against CL Pharrell, especially on Bank. We saw a majority of rounds going 5v3 in favor of Cloud9 Beast Coast, and CL Pharrell being able to dig out of the trenches and secure the round victory. This time, we see the flip script on them, and it done to them in return. A 5v3 advantage, thanks to the Nitro cells that absolutely rejected anyone trying to pile in through the garage breach, and instead we stand at an even scoreline on map number 2. A much closer affair than we saw on map number 1 of Lair. Nonetheless, we're going to need all 12 in regulation and possibly some extra frames to decide if CL4L is going to walk away with the 2-0 or if Oxygen are going to continue their trend of this LCQ and dig deep to find a way to find us onto Clubhouse, which is map number 3.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Right, elimination, of course, the problem for OXG, but a win here would get them to that third map. It would not be the end of the line for CL4L, although it feels like we are reaching that exciting conclusion, that flashy finish. We could still see one more map. We could still see this go, what is it, 1:20 a.m. Eastern time? We could see this go all the way to 3. I mean, if we go OT here, go OT, map 3. I mean, we're still in for quite a finish here. So if Oxygen can pull this one out, find their stride again, and these next 2 attacks. I mean, we've seen plenty of incredible stuff from CL for Life. Adam, these last few rounds, has almost single-handedly been giving the entire CL for Life team that energy they need, been giving the entire CL fan base a bit of hope. But there is still potentially that third map on the horizon. No opening duel just yet. Gomez looking for it. The EDD out, rather the EE1D out. See if he can find something. But so far, the defense avoiding capture. In fact, capturing one, 2 of their own. Adam has 14 kills and cannot be stopped.
Adam was being hunted at every turn. It felt like there was some piece of intel being gathered on him, whether it was the death mark or the Lion EOD. So much intel gathered by Oxygen to try and hunt him down and acquire the opening pick. But he gets 2 for his trouble, divides it into 2 1v1s, and hits the headshot with the Vector on both. Now evades the last Lion EOD, and still holds out inside of the locker's hallway. There's 2 more attackers in the basement hunting him down, and he continues to waste the clock and waste the lives on the side of Oxygen with nowhere to go. Diaz is the man holding the diffuser as well. And after their 2 minutes of endeavoring to find Adam downstairs, they cut their losses and head flying up spiral stairs, trying to return their attentions towards the bomb site. The objective of the game is to put the bomb on the floor, and Packer will weather the frag grenades and flashes, all flying towards him. Shotgun point blank once again, his weapon of choice today. Again, avoiding the flashbangs, waiting for the approach, but now Adam on the flank. Packer gets 1, Adam gets his 3rd, and now it is just Diaz alone to prevent match point and series point against them. The fire will erupt in front of his doorway, meaning that there is no escape from the pain that is coming. Tristan is able to duck back into meeting, and now Diaz will watch the timer tick away. A frag grenade out to the vending machine, and it will not connect onto any defender. The fire continues to burn. He'll hit yet another goo mine for his trouble. As he pulls out the needle, he will be shut down by the super shorty, and CL4L match point, major point.
Adam, are you kidding me with this? I mean, the 2 kills he found early, borderline impossible. He then wastes another 30, 40 seconds down below after already taking a minute of the attack's time. And then he comes up on the flank just to get 1 more and drive that dagger deeper into the backs of OXG. What a hot streak now for this CL4L team. And now they sit on major point. They would buy their ticket right now to the Montreal Major and a chance to play an international competition after being on the sidelines all stage long. What a story this would be. It's hard not to pull for this. I know, we want to see that third map. We want to see this go down to the wire, but how can you not want to see the Cinderella story take place in front of your eyes? Attack timeout here taken by guess who? CL for Life. They take this moment to regroup before heading into the final round, looking to put this away in regulation.
Oxygen just needing to tie things up to send it into overtime, to prolong this game. If they can get to Clubhouse, we saw their performance on that map earlier this evening. There is still hope for the Oxygen side, but it all rests on this one attacking round towards Piano and Exposition, in which they were unsuccessful in the previous attempt. Really just trying to rush their way into the bomb site without much information on where the CL4L defenders were. Even with all the information in the previous round, it didn't net them the opening kill. Instead, 2 opening deaths that Adam carried all the way to the end. The triple kill on the round, being able to maneuver around the map freely, even at the cost of the death mark and the Lion EOD. There was nothing that could stand in Adam's way. And now for CL4L, it's again employing a lot of top control in stark contrast to what we saw from Oxygen on their defensive hold of this bomb site. Not trying to head down to the garage as of yet. We may see a return to the basement later on in the round, but for right now, CL4L trying to amass themselves topside, CEO, meeting, projector balcony, trying to lock down the top floor and make sure that any entries from the Oxygen are shut down swiftly. And you can see the rappels being amassed for Oxygen over towards the admin side. This seems to be the initial point of ingress that Oxygen have chosen to keep their hopes alive.
Newer's on the hunt for some information as well as some kills. He and Yaga, as we've said, not only leading the team in these kills all season long, doing it again here. Needing to see some more contribution, though, from the rest of this team. And they're just not getting it from Gomez, Hat, or Diaz right now. It's been a problem. It's got them to the point where they are right now. I mean, they're doing everything they can, but Yaga, gun out of his hands. Now he's playing the blitz. So the flash shield will have to be his weapon of mass destruction here in this round, as he, well, will likely be the spearhead of this attack. Bino, of course, the Warden. We're going to keep an eye on him, as he will need to be the one to stare down Yaga and hopefully win that fight for CL4L as far as their defensive hopes are concerned. But again, this early round, Flynn, it's just about biding their time and waiting for their moment to strike. Smokes go out, though. CL for life, wary of this push. Adam, at 15 kills, is looking for his 16th. It might just be around the corner here, but instead it is Tristan who steps up first. Yaga now, the next player to make the move. He's got some information, but now he has to act on it.
All the goo mines being strewn around inside of Connector are going to halt Yaga's progress, as he has the assist from the Grim Bees, but he doesn't have the opportunity to spring into action and get aggressive. A crossfire being established up top between Bino and Giddy now. As 3 attackers all amassed, the shots ring out, but they won't do any damage to the side of Yaga. He continues to press, Tristan taking more damage off screen, but Giddy and Bino continue to lock down CEO, absolutely denying anyone from Oxygen from making their way in. More goo mines at the feet of Giddy will continue to slow down the progress. The frag grenade, it sails wide left. Giddy perseveres. Bino undetected in the position. Down goes Yaga, being lit up through the wall. Newers will at least trade out one, but the vault out from Giddy. He hits the rotation of a lifetime, gets back downstairs and gets cleaned up by Hat. 3v3, health advantage barely onto the side of OXG, but they need to get the plant down. 15 seconds tick away against the tier 1 team to press into action. 2 defenders stacking on the yellow stairs. Hat goes running face first into them, and that is the diffuser on the ground. All of Oxygen full. There was a Cinderella story that took over Manchester. There is a Cinderella story going to Montreal. CL4L, maybe not for long.
Oxygen goes down. Oxygen goes down. And Packer, Adam, Giddy, Tristan, and Bino are Montreal bound. What a moment for this team who has been through the trenches and comes out on top in this LCQ. An emotional moment, an incredible moment for this team who just can't believe that they are headed to the international stage.
North America, you have another challenger. There were 9 NAL teams that participated in Stage 2, and 3 of them will occupy the 4 major spots represented by North America in Montreal. The 4th spot in North America for the first time in the Blast era will be occupied by a Tier 2 team. Challenger League for life. Like I said, maybe not for much longer. They qualified to the Montreal Major, slaying dragons and toppling the demons in the top of North America's best all along the way through the bracket. But that is all we have for you in the LCQ. Thank you. And as we head to a break, we will get the thoughts from everybody on the desk. They picked Oxygen all the way to the finish line, but CL Pharrell, they continue to upset. We will be right back.
I'm holding hatch.
I'm holding.
I get this.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god!
That's no. Oh my god!
Let's fucking go!
Nah, go
Adam,
we need the fucking region.
Light that shit up, Adam. Light that shit up.
Oh my god! Let's go!
The energy infectious. there's nothing more you can really say. I mean, it's the ultimate story. It's insane that they did what they did. They deserve all the credit in the world. They have 1000% demonstrated that they deserve to be a tier 1 team. They're going to Montreal. They are a tier 1 team. What am I talking about?
I mean, this came down to sheer drive, determination, passion, hunger, everything across the board that you could say about this team, and wanting it. They absolutely do. You got to keep in mind, this team isn't being paid to play. This is them showing up and proving not only to themselves, but to the rest of the world that you can make something work if you get 5 individuals that all want the same end goal, and they absolutely crushed it and made Montreal. You got to give these guys their flowers.
Yeah, I mean, they deserved it. I mean, even in the end of comms, just hearing how passionate everybody is, just screaming for joy. I mean, it's that energy that I feel like a lot of current players, you know, I hate to say it, a lot of the current Pro League teams that they beat, they just don't have that fire anymore. Like CL4L had them, that passion. It brings me back to the old days when everybody was just playing. It was just a dream, trying to go pro at a video game. And now to see them accomplish this, I mean, phenomenally well played. The strategy from them, led by Bodega. He did it again. He did it once with Exet. He's here bringing this team now to a major. I mean, just so much respect to this team. I can't wait to see what they can do with the major. I hope that they bring the same kind of intensity. And wow, I mean, also standout performance from Adam. Way to bounce back after getting dropped from a team, and just a phenomenal player the whole LCQ stage.
And you know what? Here's the thing. It wasn't a fluke. They did, you know, play every single game. They played it well. They out-strategized their opponents. It wasn't just a matter of gun skill or maybe just winning weird brawly maps. I mean, they actually played so well. And I think those last 2 maps against Oxygen really were like the epitome of, hey, look at how good we can be in this kind of environment.
Yeah, I like I said, I'm just at a loss for words right now. I mean, the fact that these guys have just done the unthinkable, the impossible, I mean, from strats, from play style, from personalities, these guys are hitting their mark in every single category. Again, this is a Pro League worthy team. They should be in Pro League just based off their performance and everything that they have displayed thus far, and continuing, like Fox said, hopefully into Montreal, that they can go there, bring the same tenacity, bring the same energy, because they are an absolute force to be reckoned with.
No, absolutely. I mean, you're just seeing some of the memes, some of the tweets that people have been putting. And I mean, wow, well deserved. The community behind CL4 Life, the whole T2 community. I mean, some of these players have been playing since 2020, and it's just their first event, not even going into Pro League, just their first thing Siege Pro League related is the Montreal Major. Hats off to them.
1000%. Now let's get the man, the myth, the legend, Packer in here for the interview. Hello. Hello, Packer. Solar Flare Competitive League, Season 2, 2021. I casted you when you were on a team called Surf Esports. And now you are going to the Montreal Major. Congratulations. I am so proud of you. The desk is proud of you. The casters are proud of you guys. I know that all of Tier 2 is so proud of you. An amazing run, a truly amazing, historic run.
This is a dream come true. I mean, the first goal that I've ever made was making an event, and for all my teammates, I appreciate every single one of them to believe in me. Giddy spent $1,000 just to be here for this LCQ. He had to go to his brother's wedding in Puerto Rico, and he flew back the day before so that we could scrim and so that we could play this LCQ as a team. And I can't thank him enough.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, Laxing was crunching some numbers. We were crunching some numbers. It took you guys 260 plus rounds and 25 maps played since September 7th of this year to secure your spot. How do you feel now that all your hard work is paid off?
I mean, I appreciate all my teammates for believing in me as their IGL, for listening to me, for listening to my calls. I appreciate all of them. I mean, this hard work I've been grinding at it for years, and I've been gate kept for a long time, so this helps a lot to prove that, like, to myself especially, that I'm a Pro League player and I deserve to be there.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody now, man, who's going to doubt that you guys are a 2-1 team. I mean, you said to me last night, we're going to the major. I admired your confidence then. I admire you now for following through on it. I mean, you are going to the major. What region are you looking forward to play against? Not like everyone or anything like that. Is there a specific region of the world that you're like, I cannot wait to compete against?
I'm just excited to compete. I'm excited to compete. This is a dream come true. And if like, I'm just happy to be here. You know, I'm just here for the ride at this point.
Amazing. Yeah, no, I can understand.
I don't like the answer. No, I'm kidding.
Shout out Wildcard for me and Adam being dropped. Shout out Wildcard. Shout out. You could have had me and Adam, but you could have had us. Look at the jersey.
A statement, if ever there was one. Let me ask you a good follow-up question to that. Then that little outburst deserving, perhaps. If you could take one pro team spot in the NAL, who would it be?
Any. I don't give a fuck. Sorry, I cursed. Oh my god. But I don't care.
It's okay. It's okay. It's after 1 o'clock in the morning. It's protected hours.
I don't care.
You're good,
I want
mate.
to play. I want to play. I don't care about any pro league team. I don't care. Any team. We'll smoke any team.
Well, you're going to have a chance to prove that when you get to Montreal. Last question. What are you guys going to do to celebrate? After you get some sleep, of course.
I don't know, but I'm going to have a great time in Montreal with my buddies. They're all my friends. I'm excited to play. I'm having a blast. This is going to be so much fun.
It will be. I think all of us, our hearts go with you. We're looking forward to seeing you on that Montreal stage. Big congratulations again, and best of luck to you guys in your international competition.
I can't believe it. I'm in a major. I'm in a major to see
You're in a major.
I can't believe it. I'm in a
You're
major.
in a major, bro. Congratulations, bud.
All right, I'll see you guys. I'm gonna go hang out with my team. I love you guys. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the community. I appreciate all you guys. Love you.
Love it. You love it. I knew he wanted. I knew he was gonna get it in. I knew he was gonna get it in. But I love him.
I was gonna say, I just want to ask you, Fox, because I don't know if that, like, you know, seeing that passion, seeing that drive, like when you made your first major, when I made my first major, just first event in general. I mean, I can truly relate and understand everything that's going through his head, through his mind. I mean, it sent a chill up my spine, even seeing them win and see how excited they got. I mean, I am so happy for these guys. They absolutely deserve this.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, for everyone that's a part of this, you at one point you're just a kid playing a video game, being really good at it, having fun, and then you make a major and it just feels all that more legitimate. So, I mean, yes, it feels great watching for anybody at home watching these guys make it. It's like seeing dreams come true.
Yeah.
And again, I hope they go there and they perform their hearts out. And just, I mean, Packer said they're gonna have a good time either way. So it's great to see them. They deserve it. They showed more heart than a lot of the pro league teams today.
He said it himself. It is a dream come true, and it truly is. This is our final bracket, gentlemen. And if you had asked, I think, any of us, probably anyone in NAL, what it was going to look like at the end, I do not think they would have seen CL for Life getting a clean 2-0 over Oxygen in the LCQ final.
No, I don't think anybody would have predicted this. They just slowly, I mean, the whole bracket was honestly ups and downs from the start, but CL4L beating the previous major champs, I mean, that was obviously probably the biggest wake-up call that we all should have jumped on the CL4L bandwagon, the boat, to believe in them, but we didn't. Time and time again, we just kept giving the edge to the pro league teams, and it just goes to show you that anybody that puts the heart and the passion in a game like Seed, at the end of the day, it's all left out to the server, and they put the work in, they had the pieces, and they made it work, and you know, I mean, that really is a start to finish, kind of a scripted, you know, written in the stars Cinderella story for CL4L.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, this isn't even biased. I think we by far had the best LCQ matches possible that no other region is going to be able to muster out. And then in terms of sending someone, no one's going to even come close to what CL for Life even had to do. So, I mean, for myself, for everyone here, and I mean, everyone watching, I mean, this was just such a highlight moment to just be a part of. I mean, this was history in the making right here, and we were all a part of it. And I just couldn't be any more, again, happier for these guys.
There's not a lot of stories like it. Genuinely, there are not a lot of stories like it. But unfortunately, this is the last NAL broadcast for the year. You guys have been working it all this time. I want to give each of you a chance. Let's start with Fox. Final thoughts on NAL stage going into next year, going into the major.
I mean, I'm really happy with the I don't want to say the opponents, but with the teams that we're sending towards the major. I really think every region, there's not one team that's standing amongst the rest. I really think NA has the best chance at getting another trophy win for North America, and events in NA are always the best in my opinion. So, I mean, I'm excited to see how Montreal goes and see all the NA teams represented. God, I pray that they don't choke. I pray that none of the NA teams go to majors and just trample and choke.
And I'll be on the other side of the fence here. Is that obviously Jacob, obviously to you, Corbeck, our production, the community, Fox, even to yourself. I mean, me and you took a very big step into this analyst role here this stage with obviously losing Jeff, having that staff guy being the face of NA for the longest on that desk. And me and you came into this role, and I think we really changed the dynamic of what the analyst desk looks like for the NAL stage. So, I mean, hats off to you. You have done a tremendous job, and it's been great being a duo once again, not only in the game, now as an analyst desk, and I can't wait to see what the future looks like and what many, many more memories that we can make together. And again, I love everyone. I appreciate the support, and it's been nothing but bliss throughout this entire stage.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear, guys. Well, of course, a big congratulations to all our major qualifiers, Dark Zero, Space Station Gaming, Sonics, and finally Challenger League for life. Congratulations to all of you. We look forward to seeing you on the Montreal stage. So for the final time, let me thank all the talent and behind-the-scenes staff who have made this NAL stage exciting. There are simply too many to name. And of course, from all of us here on the broadcast team, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful evening.